The three immortal cultivators were the losers in the competitions in their respective families, having been exiled to the edge of the universe. They all craved to excavate the secret treasures in the relic of the Pangu civilization and occupy a sector to accumulate enough resources for their revenge. When the Black Wind Fleet, which was as tough as a tiger, as brutal as a scorpion, and as greedy as a hyena, arrived, not only would their dream fall apart, they might even get killed. In order to compete with the Black Wind Fleet, Su Changfa had to take a slight risk. If they could indeed find a colossus, it would certainly be a great help for their operations to come. As Li Yao expected, after more than half a minute of hesitation, Su Changfa said to Ko Ruhua solemnly, "Brother Ko, the exploration of ancient relics always entails risks. The most critical factor is whether or not the returns are worth the risks. To this moment, we haven't found anything of value yet. It is obviously not going to work out if we return with empty hands. What do you say?" Ko Ruhua was the nominal commander of the exploration mission, but Su Changfa was his captain. Also, the bald man understood that if a piece of legendary magical equipment such as a colossus was discovered, he would most likely be the one to use it. Therefore, he hesitantly nodded too. Tang Qianhe exclaimed in joy and was about to activate the teleportation array when Ko Ruhua suddenly stopped her. "I am the chief of arms. My ability to handle crises is far better than yours. Let me." Tang Qianhe was dazed for a moment. Perhaps it was his imagination, but Li Yao felt that the female immortal cultivator seemed to be reluctant. She did not retreat until 0.01 seconds later. On the black lotus flower, the colorful bubbles were growing larger and brighter until they turned into a cluster of dazzling balls of light. Leading 100 spiritual puppets, Ko Ruhua strode in and disappeared into the light ball. Li Yao took the opportunity to analyze Tang Qianhe's behavior just now. He somehow felt that something was off. She seemed to be too active. Also, the 0.01 seconds of rigidness was quite unnatural and gave the feeling of some sort of signal delay. Before Li Yao pondered any longer, Ko Ruhua appeared in the light balls again, shivering. "We are on to something good," the bald man roared in excitement in the communication channel. After leaving 300 spiritual puppets to form an automatic defense formation around the teleportation array, the four of them walked into the light balls and were swallowed one after another. Shwa! In front of Li Yao's eyes, colorful, rainbow-like pieces flashed by. Thousands of butterflies gathered as quickly as they dispersed. He appeared in the transitional force field triggered by another teleportation array. What unfolded in front of Li Yao could only be described as a boundless space. For a moment, he even came under the illusion that he had teleported into the infinite universe. Triggering his optical nerves to the maximum and looking at the horizon, he finally realized that he was still in the middle of Kunlun after noticing the dense hexagonal holes on the walls. They found themselves at the center of a super-huge honeycomb. Trypophobia patients certainly would not like such a world. The gravity control arrays of the place had probably been damaged in the primeval war. Without the bondage of gravity, just like the vacuum in the universe, the dead bodies and the remains were all floating in midair quietly, like frozen statues. Their arrival raised ripples of spiritual energy, disturbing the sleep of the bodies. Some of the scraps were dancing in midair too. His eyes glittering, Li Yao mumbled to himself. It seems that although the soldiers of the Pangu clan fled to the place through the teleportation array, the troops of the human beings followed close behind. The two parties had another fierce battle in this place. The enormous space was both a relic of the ancient battlefield and an invaluable treasury. Because of the protection of the super-alloy walls, there was neither intense interference nor the invasion of the blood tide, the hellish light butterflies, and other mutated animals. Most of the remains had been perfectly preserved, although most of the dead bodies of the Pangu clan and human beings from hundreds of thousands of years ago had turned into dry corpses and bones, and there was not the slightest sign of living cells. Glimmering light was still emanating from the armor and the blades of some of the soldiers, suggesting that they had not entirely corroded yet. When Li Yao approached the magical equipment and tested them with a few telepathic thoughts, the flames of light on the surface of the magical equipment suddenly soared. obviously responding to his telepathic thoughts. The magical equipment is not totally broken yet. Li Yao was about to cry tears of joy. For a specialist of magical equipment, was there a more wonderful thing than to swim in an ocean of ancient magical equipment of the primeval age? Shua. At the center of the enormous space, Tang Qianhe must have touched a certain piece of magical equipment. Intense ripples of spiritual energy were triggered. A golden ball of light expanded suddenly from a small spot that bordered on nothingness to more than 1,000 meters in diameter. On the translucent golden ball were starry spots of light that were linked to each other with the thinnest of lines, with detailed information noted next to them. Li Yao carefully adjusted the power rune arrays of the crystal suit, spurting out feeble exhaust flames. He flew into the golden ball slowly and observed the world inside the golden ball. He found himself in a small and yet specific universe. The stars and everything in the sky were slowly swirling around him. This is the navigation map of the Pangu civilization. Li Yao almost cried out in shock. The star maps that recorded all the celestial bodies in the 3,000 sectors had many categories. Some of the star maps paid special attention to the stars. Some were focused on the resourceful, habitable planets, and some highlighted the location of every black hole. The star map inside the Star Prior's house, for example, was designed to lock onto all abnormal celestial bodies in the entire universe. It was essentially a depiction of the running apocalypses. So, not any random star map could support a voyage in the sea of stars. It was like traveling the world with a global map the size of a palm, which would barely be of any help in providing guidance. The Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector's understanding about the universe was still shallow. All the star maps under their control, except for the star map of Kunlun left by Ba Yinji and the depiction of the running apocalypses in the Star Prior's house, were essentially no different from a global map the size of a palm. They could not be used to guide voyages in space at all. The star map in front of Li Yao, however, was different. Not only did it include tremendous information about black holes, neutron stars, red giants, geomagnetic nebulas, and safe sailing routes, it also specifically marked countless space zones that had abundant spiritual energy and stable astronomical parameters, and were therefore suitable for space jumps. Other than that, there were also thousands more types of information that were dazzling and utterly incomprehensible to Li Yao. It was the most professional space navigation map designed to guide the starships. Although Li Yao failed to understand most of the information, he still managed to recognize the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector, which were in the bottom left corner of the picture, and the Flying Star sector, which was in the center. Judging from the relative relation of the three sectors and the scale of the whole map, the range of the star map was not very large, but it still included dozens of sectors around the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector. This is a priceless treasure. Li Yao only hated that he could not stuff the star map into his stomach. Although it was a product of almost 1,000,000 years ago, from an astronomical point of view, the time elapsed was just a blink of an eye. The macroscopic environment would not be too different. It meant that the detailed space navigation map where the Heaven's Origin sector, the Blood Demon sector, the Flying Star sector, and the nearby worlds were included could provide enlightenment for the universal development even today. The three immortal cultivators were also shivering in excitement. It was obvious that a lot of information contained in the space navigation map was not even grasped by the Imperium of true human beings. Not good. Li Yao suddenly thought of something. The value of the star map was simply too high. There would be dire consequences if it fell to the hands of the Imperium of true human beings. Whatever the price was, he had to prevent the three immortal cultivators from having the star map. This place is an escape center. Tang Qianhe made a professional judgment based on her abundant space travel experience. Pointing at the empty honeycomb, she said, "Those dense holes should have been filled with escape capsules in the beginning." Perhaps the Pangu clan realized that their failure was inevitable. Therefore, they were teleported to the place through the teleportation arrays deployed everywhere on the planetary warship before they boarded the escape capsules and fled from the planetary warship. Escape capsules wouldn't have possessed much power, and it's difficult for them to change their sailing route. Therefore, their destinations were set through a certain piece of control magical equipment in the escape center. That's why there is such a clear and detailed space navigation map here. Escape capsules? All four of them were fascinated. If they could find an escape capsule left by the Panga civilization, it would be possible for them to figure out the universal sailing technology and the space jump technology entailed in the artifact. The treasure would be invaluable. Explore the honeycomb right now and see if there's any escape capsule left. Even the cunning Su Changfa could not hold his excitement back anymore. Li Yao could clearly hear his heavy breath in the communication channel. All of spiritual puppets dispersed and started searching the walls that were almost infinitely long. Li Yao was receiving almost 1,000 pictures through the spiritual puppets simultaneously. He did not need to explore personally, but only had to analyze and process the pictures. Most of the hexagonal holes were empty, with dark tubes behind them leading to nobody knew where. Some of the holes had been completely ruined in the explosions together with the escape capsules inside. They had turned into dark scraps and lost all their value. Half an hour later, the spiritual puppets controlled by Tang China finally found the first intact escape capsule. What surprised them even more was that somebody was inside the escape capsule. Inside the deep blue fluids that the giant was floating, or rather, embedded. He was around 15 meters tall and the color of white jade. His skin was fair and smooth. Generally speaking, he was very similar to the members of the Panga clan who disintegrated themselves and facilitated the evolution of all creatures in the primeval memories that Li Yao had experienced, except that his skin was less rough than theirs. He was just like a human being that had been enlarged multiple times. There were no bizarre features such as additional heads and limbs or long tusks. Even the number of his fingers and toes was precisely 10. Although his eyes were half closed, there was still an aura of solemnity, perfectness, and inviolability on his face. He was like a magnificent statue in a temple and imposed upon anyone who saw him the urge to worship him and obey his orders. Other than the thick, deep blue fluids that he was submerged in, he was also covered in a skin membrane that looked similar to a mustard-level combat suit. Li Yao observed from various angles. The skin membrane was reflecting thousands of complicated colors that were swirling and colliding crazily like tornadoes until they condensed into esoteric runes in the end. At first, Li Yao meant to focus his attention and parse the runes. However, after reading for only a few seconds, he felt that the world was turning upside down, and he could not persist any longer. The complexity of the rune arrays far exceeded the limitation of his computation ability. Perhaps it was the skin membrane where billions of rune arrays were compiled that preserved the body of flesh and blood from the primeval age to this today and kept it fresh, intact, and full. Compared to other dead bodies on the primeval battlefield, the member of the Panga clan was athletic with bulging muscles. Deep below the gray skin, there were also vague traces of veins. He did not look like a body that had been dead for hundreds of thousands of years. He seemed to have just fallen asleep the day before and would wake up at any moment. The three immortal cultivators and the cultivator looked at each other. Despite the blockage of the thick helmet, they still felt the shock and ecstasy in each other's eyes. An authentic member of the Panga clan, not a fossil, not a corpse, not pieces of light and shadow, but a real existence with flesh and blood. Is he dead? Or is he? It's hibernation technology. He is in the middle of a hibernation that has lasted hundreds of thousands of years. I get it. I get it now. The single escape capsules of the Panga civilization were hibernation cabins at the same time. Because the single escape capsules were weak and could not change the route easily, accidents were very likely to happen, causing them to brush past their destination. If so, they would float in the universe for a very long time. Therefore, the moment that they entered the escape capsule, they would enter the hibernation state. Even if they were launched into the depths of the universe aimlessly, they would be sustained long enough until they reached their destination or were found by rescuers. By doing so, their odds of survival would be significantly increased. The navigation system and the launch system must have been destroyed by the invading human troops who followed them to the place. when the member of the Panga clan had just crawled into the escape capsule and entered the hibernation state. He never got the opportunity to be launched. As a result, he was stuck to the place, unable to move at all. Look here. His escape capsule is connected to the escape center through tubes. The entire planetary warship is still providing energy for it. No wonder the hibernation state has lasted hundreds of thousands of years. The four of them could not have been more excited. Proposing their respective opinions, they managed to infer what had happened on the battlefield that day. The key point right now, however, is the member of the Panga clan still alive? It was a complicated issue. Judging from the appearance, he did not seem to have breath or a heartbeat. There were no vital signs on him at all. However, the most advanced hibernation technology could achieve the same purpose by compressing the life activities of the body to the minimum and reducing all the consumption of energy. Otherwise, how could anybody survive a long time in the hibernation state without aging? Yet even if the member of the Pangu was dead, at the very least his body was still very healthy. It was certainly possible to retrieve living souls from the body, which would help them to crack the secrets of the Pangu civilization. Let's tread lightly. The Panga clan was a very dangerous existence. Su Changfa swallowed and said, "If he truly is dead, everything will be easier, but if he is alive and awakened, it might not be anything good for us." Li Yao recalled the warriors of the Panga clan on the primeval battlefield, who could fight the colossi dozens of meters tall on their own. Instantly, he felt an ache in his head. He agreed with Su Changfa's judgment. The half-dead member of the Panga clan was not only an invaluable treasure, but also a red-hot potato. I suggest that we keep everything around the escape capsule exactly as it is, and deploy 50 spiritual puppets to guard it to ensure that no pieces will hit it, Su Changfa said softly, somewhat scared. Right now, there are only two possibilities. The soldier of the Panga clan is either dead or hibernating. We are not clear of the structure of the escape capsule or the way to open it. If he is already dead and we act rashly, it is possible that we will destroy the hibernation rune array inside the escape capsule. His body will rot and decompose instantly. We won't be able to retrieve a single cell. Li Yao recalled the vivid body of the Panga clan that he and Professor Imo Xian had run into in space just outside Kunlun. Sparkle had only approached it a little bit when it was already obliterated into smithereens, nowhere to be found again. Such dead bodies that had decayed for hundreds of thousands of years might be extremely vulnerable despite their glamorous appearance. Anything could happen when they were exposed to the air, so it was indeed important that they acted cautiously. If he is still alive, and we are reckless enough to free him in our carelessness, it will be even more terrible. Nobody wants to be faced with an infuriated soldier of the Pangu clan without preparation. With a bitter smile, Su Changfa said, "Now that we have likely discovered a living member of the Panga clan, we might as well slightly change our plan. Since all kinds of resources can be found on the planetary warship, we can totally postpone communicating with the Flying Star sector and focus on the development in this place first. Maybe, in a year and a half, we will be able to collect enough resources to upgrade the base toward the war form, so that we will be able to build stronger spiritual puppets and magical equipment with heavy firepower designed to deal with the huge enemies. After all, the member of the Panga clan has already slept for hundreds of thousands of years, and he is not likely to wake up anytime soon. Once we have enough troops that are strong enough, we can come back and figure out how to open the escape capsule. What do you say?" Li Yao's interest was piqued. Su Changfa's words revealed a piece of key information. The Imperium of True Human Beings Space Exploration Base turned out to be upgradable and developable to different directions. Since there was a war form, there must be other directions such as resource collection form, space teleportation form, and research and exploration form. Maybe, in certain forms, the base could be unfolded into an enormous space gate itself, so that a great army in a foreign world would appear out of nowhere and occupy the new sector. However, the upgrades of the base would obviously cost both time and resources, considering that the preliminary upgrade would not be finished in a year and a half when Kunlun was already such a resource-intensive place. "You can take your time to upgrade." Li Yao chuckled to himself. For the exploration mission, they had already dawdled too long. Burning Prairie would bring the top-tier experts of the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector to the place at any moment. By then, the whole of Kunlun, as well as the half-dead member of the Panga clan, would be the trophies of the cultivators. However, he suddenly felt alarmed without a good reason. Something did not seem right. Su Changfa's suggestion was one that carried the least risk. Also, a presumably dead body of the Panga clan was not enough to resolve the three immortal cultivators' imminent peril. What they were in desperate need of was battle magical equipment, such as a colossus. After recovering from their initial shock and excitement, Tang Qianhe and Ko Ruo both agreed with Su Changfa's decision. After leaving dozens of spiritual puppets to watch over the member of the Panga clan whose status was unknown, they continued exploring around. This time, they paid special attention to the enormous, human-shaped puppets more than 10 meters tall, no matter how broken the puppets were. Ko Ruo was the specialist of magical equipment among the immortal cultivators. With the debris of the broken colossi, it was possible for him to assemble a makeshift colossus. Moving forward in the remains of magical equipment, which were floating everywhere, Li Yao felt that he was back in the magical equipment graveyard 20 years ago. The only difference was that the garbage around him was countless times more advanced. Li Yao discovered sophisticated components inside the simplest-looking sabers and swords when he extended his spiritual threads to explore them. They were 100 times more precise than the chains words employed by the Imperium or the Federation. Li Yao was both surprised and delighted. He was surprised at the incredibleness of the magical equipment of the Panga civilization. What delighted him, however, was that the basic mechanism of the magical equipment was the same despite their incredibleness. There might be an order of magnitude regarding the gap on the precision, but the products had no fundamental differences. As long as the mechanism was the same, it was totally possible for them to understand the designing principles of the magical equipment in the Panga civilization. They would be able to learn the advanced methods and even catch up to and surpass them. When Li Yao was fascinated by the future, while staring at a super sword almost 30 meters, he suddenly felt that his neck was itchy. Little Black was calling him from the Cosmos Ring and seemed to be pointing it somewhere in the escape center. Li Yao glanced around. Monitored by dozens of spiritual puppets closely, he did not dare summon Little Black. He simply flew in the direction that it pointed at without alerting anyone. After squeezing through a cluster of broken debris and passing by a few dead, dehydrated bodies of the Panga clan, from the middle of a garbage swirl that was slowly revolving, Li Yao discovered the remains of a dark red colossus. The remains of the dark red colossus were piled up with the garbage of other magical equipment. Its surface was lackluster. Even the crimson color, there was like mottled lacquer that was about to entirely fall apart. It was so inconspicuous that Li Yao would never have noticed it in the battlefield where the debris was as boundless as an ocean without Little Black's reminder. The colossus was about 15 meters tall and generally in the shape of a human being. But the details on its body also featured the characteristics of a dragon and a griffin, too. The layered spiritual stripes on the plate armor in red waves looked like the burning fire, the scales of a dragon, and most importantly of all, the feathers of a griffin. Li Yao circled around the colossus and did not find any weapons. They seemed to have been lost during the fierce battle. However, two unbelievable wings that were more than 20 meters long extended out of the back of the colossus. Red turbulence was condensed on the surface of the wings, as if they were made of magma. However, at this moment, the colossus could not have looked more wretched. The entire left arm together with a large cluster of the left shoulder had been ripped off, revealing the broken circuits, rune arrays, tubes, and wires inside. All the components had been seriously corroded and deformed into a mess. It was like a hideous scar that had recovered without any careful treatment. The skull, from which 3 rams jabbed out like the head of a dragon, had been smashed by heavy magical equipment with brute force, too. The left side of the skull had completely collapsed, and both of the 2 eyes on the face had burst out. They were only still attached to the head by 2 crystal wires that were as thin as spider threads. The breastplate of the Colossus had been torn open, too, exposing the cockpit that was utterly empty. The wings that had been stretched to the maximum were riddled with even more holes. They reminded Li Yao of an old hen whose feathers were falling out. It seemed that the two wings would break up by themselves after a small flap. The plate armor on all the other parts was packed with cracks, through which one could see the seriously rusted components without any trouble. This Colossus looked 100 more times more miserable than a lot of the others that Li Yao had seen on the primeval battlefield. It did not seem to boast any value to be maintained or even dismantled whatsoever from any perspective. Li Yao had no idea why Little Black had to pull him to this particular Colossus. After circling around the Colossus 3 times, Li Yao finally noticed something interesting. Despite the wretched appearance of the Colossus, which was equivalent to someone with polio together with hemiplegia, the inside of the cockpit was miraculously intact. When Li Yao narrowed his eyes and observed carefully, he discovered that the entire cockpit was covered in a scarlet mist that possessed a vague, magma-like aura. The other colossi on the battlefield, on the other hand, had most been so deeply susceptible to the minerals and the electromagnetic interference that their cockpits had degraded into lifeless caves despite their originally perfect appearance. Is it possible that the Colossus is still functional? His heart pounding, Li Yao tried to extend a stream of telepathic thoughts into the cockpit of the Colossus. His telepathic thoughts, together with his spiritual threads, pierced into the mist, which filled the cockpit and explored deeper and deeper. Finally, he seemed to have touched something that felt like a crystal. Little Black was sending out feeble waves inside the cosmos ring, as if it was guiding Li Yao to deal with the weird red mist. Making up his mind, Li Yao condensed his telepathic thoughts into the sharpest needle and stabbed it into the object in the depths of the red mist, which was suspected to be a crystal. A blood-red sphere rippled out and blew away all the magical equipment debris nearby. The weirdest scene then took place. The crystal deep inside the red mist seemed to have been detonated by him. Like a supernova outbreak, infinite crimson brilliance was unleashed and flowing around the surface of the Colossus. The redness was compressed, turning both thick and stagnated. The Colossus seemed to be surrounded by a cocoon of magma. When the magma was absorbed by the Colossus, and all the details were demonstrated to Li Yao again, the previously modeled armor was as fresh as new, and the lackluster colors were replaced by dazzling brilliance that resembled a red diamond. It seemed to have passed hundreds of thousands of years from the primeval age to the modern times through the purge of the burning fire. It was revived with unparalleled vigor again. In the meantime, Li Yao's brain was crushed by the ocean of fire crazily too. The overwhelming torrent of information made his head 10 times bigger than usual. The magma integrated with the fire and crawled into his every brain cell. They condensed 2 ancient, dominating words deep inside his brain. Draconic Phoenix. Li Yao seemed to envision that, on the primeval battlefield, a ferocious beast covered in infinite flames, which looked like both a dragon and a griffin, soared to the sky and tore apart the clouds. The magma seemed to be flooding the air. When the image of the Draconic Phoenix slowly dispersed inside Li Yao's brain in thousands of sparks, Li Yao found himself enveloped in hot sweat. He breathed heavily. Draconic Phoenix. Is it the name of the Colossus? It truly sounds awesome. Little Black, how did you notice that something is special about the Draconic Phoenix, and that it is even maneuverable? Speaking of which, how should the thing be maneuvered at all? Li Yao blinked and observed the cockpit of Draconic Phoenix suspiciously. There were no crystal processors, levers, control light beams, or anything like that, nor any facilities like a virtual helmet or a connection system of synthesized nerves. How should he control it? Li Yao swallowed greedily. He was about to crawl into the cockpit to study more carefully when one of the pictures on the crystal processor showed that Ko Ruhua was rushing toward him rapidly. It seemed that Ko Ruhua's attention had been caught when he awakened Draconic Phoenix a moment ago. Ko Ruhua, as the chief of arms, should be the one with the highest combat ability of the 3 immortal cultivators. Without a suitable opportunity, Li Yao did not want to attack him recklessly. On one hand, he wanted to find out whether or not the immortal cultivators knew how to maneuver the Colossus. On the other hand, a magical equipment maniac such as Ko would certainly be deeply hooked by the Colossus. There would perhaps be a great opportunity for Li Yao. Although Li Yao did not intend to ambush the three immortal cultivators there, he might find it difficult to contain himself if the opportunity presented was too wonderful. As he expected, hardly had Ko arrived when his eyes were completely attracted to Draconic Phoenix, which was as good as new. He stared at the Colossus without blinking the eyes and completely ignored Li Yao. Li Yao heard the suspicious sound of Ko swallowing in the communication channel. I don't know what happened. I extended my spiritual threads into it and stabbed into something during the exploration. Then it had suddenly hummed and got illuminated. Pretending that he was at a loss, Li Yao defended himself in a tizzy. It's all right. It's all right. Ko was overjoyed. He shouted, "Fellow cultivator Li, you are truly a man of fortune for us. We have been too unbelievably lucky on this trip with you on the team. Not only have we found a living member of the Pengu clan, we have also discovered a Colossus with such a perfectly preserved spiritual residence so quickly." After pausing for a moment, he explained, the spiritual residence is a term in the field of the Colossus studies. It refers to the cockpit of a Colossus. Although the limbs of the Colossus here are seriously worn, and its left arm is even entirely missing, it can still serve as the core of an assembled Colossus as long as its spiritual residence is not damaged. As long as we find the hands and feet of other Colossi and connect them to this Colossus, we will still be able to bring out at least 60% of its combat ability. Ko words, however, cast Li Yao in a slight daze. He felt greatly alarmed. The ominous feeling that had been haunting him a moment ago popped up again, turning into a dark shadow and gazing at him coldly. Ko was an expert in the nascent soul stage after all. Sensing Li Yao's subtle rigidness, he immediately struggled out of the excitement of finding a functional Colossus. He turned around and asked, "Fellow cultivator Li, is there a problem?" Li Yao shook his head hard, trying to make the shadow clearer, while he mumbled, "Senior Ko, do you not feel that something is not right?" Ko narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" Li Yao scratched his helmet so hard that it was screeching. "Everything seems to have been going too smoothly. Senior, truth be told, I am in fact a man of misfortune, and my life has been full of twists and turns. I have never done anything smoothly. There have always been mistakes or trouble of all kinds, and I can only arrive at the destination after much difficulty. Also, whenever I teamed up with somebody else to explore a relic or hunt a few demon beasts, no matter what the mission was, including those that seemed most safe and secure, my adventure would always prove shocking and life-blighting in the end. Every time, a few of my teammates had to be sacrificed for the mission to succeed. But this time, everything has been going too smoothly. We are exploring such a weird, primeval battlefield and a relic of the Pengu civilization, and my teammates are all alive? That doesn't seem right. Why didn't you tell us your buff earlier? Cough. Cough. Forget my personal buff. Let's just review the exploration. Do you really not feel that everything has been too smooth? Your starship happened to land next to the Impetus 2 precisely. We happened to run into a branch right after we descended, and we then happened to discover a city of the Pengu clan after passing the branch. Then, we found the teleportation array leading to this place when we only searched the city casually. In the end, we found a living member of the Pengu clan without any trouble. Everything has happened within less than 3 days. Just like you said, we have been too unbelievably lucky. It's quite easy to explain, Ko replied. The planetary warship is so huge that the city of the Pengu clan and the escape center we have discovered can't be unique. Chances are that there are hundreds of more. Most of the cities and escape centers must have already been plundered and ruined. We just happened to come across a place that was neglected. That's exactly the problem, Li Yao analyzed calmly. Let's assume that there were 100 cities and escape centers on this planet of the Pengu clan, and 99 of them were burnt to the ground in the war. Yet, it only took us 3 days to find the only one that was kept intact without encountering any major obstacles. What are the odds? Ko Ruhua was silent for a long time. With killing intent leaking out of the gaps of his crystal suit, he said coldly, "What are you trying to say?" Li Yao's heart was beating faster and faster, as if an invisible ferocious animal was crouching on his back and gripping his neck with its thorny tongue. He could not have felt more creeped out. Instead of caring about the safety of his real identity, he was even bold enough to ask, "Senior Ko, with all due respect, did you come all the way from the Imperium of true human beings for this place in the beginning?" Ko Ruhua was the one that was least interested in deception and tricks among the three immortal cultivators. After hesitating momentarily, he replied frankly, "Not exactly. It doesn't matter if I tell you the truth now. Our original purpose was the Flying Star Sector. We were preparing to explore and investigate your world. But when we were about to reach the Flying Star Sector, we received mysterious pulse signals from the area. That's why we shifted the direction and came here to take a look. The Flying Star Sector is a civilization based on starships. We know a thing or two about super long-distance space voyages, too. There couldn't have been too much fuel left after such a long journey in the Sea of Stars, could there? You were indeed very brave to make the decision to change the direction of sailing when your fuel was about to run out." Li Yao smiled and continued asking, "Senior Ko, you mentioned that you received mysterious pulse signals. Did all three of you receive the signals, or only some of you?" Ko Ruhua was dazed for a moment before he replied. "It was Tang Qian'an who received the pulse signals and strongly suggested that we change our direction to explore this area. Neither I nor Master Su noticed anything unusual. However, everybody has their specialties. There are countless signals triggered by electromagnetic waves and astronomical phenomena every second in the Sea of Stars. It is the job of the navigator to distinguish the valuable signals from the messy, chaotic waves. Master Su and I are not good at that. Tang Qian'an has received professional training in that regard. She is a top-tier space exploration expert. Since she insisted confidently, we naturally respected her professional judgment." Li Yao felt that his entire spine was soaked in icy water. His voice was so frosty that his teeth were almost entirely frozen. So, at first, Senior Ko and Senior Su never intended to explore the area. It was Senior Tang who claimed that the pulse signals here were weird and persuaded you to come here, right? Ko Ruhua nodded slowly. Suddenly, his body shivered as he said gravely, "Are you suggesting I have suddenly thought of something?" His teeth clattering, Li Yao mumbled, "The hibernation system installed in the single escape capsule of the Panga clan was obviously designed for the escapers to be successfully found again after they were launched into the universe and floating for maybe hundreds of years, right?" "Yes." Ko Ruhua nodded. "The universe is too vast a place," Li Yao said solemnly. "How could the escapers of the Panga clan ensure that they would certainly be found again by their companions, even if they were lucky enough not to be killed? After all, in the scale of the grand universe, a small single escape capsule is more insignificant than a grain of dust. If it were me, I would have installed certain magical equipment that could send out distress signals inside the escape capsule. Such a device would send out the message, 'I'm here. Come and save me,' incessantly. Such distress signals should be encrypted through special methods. Only my allies would be able to distinguish them. In the eyes of bystanders and enemies, they would be nothing more than an episode of meaningless noise in the universe." "Senior Ko, you're a specialist of magical equipment. Do you think what I said makes sense?" Ko Ruhua put his hand on the sword dangling from his waist softly before he said, one word after another, "It makes a lot of sense." Therefore, Li Yao's voice sounded so gloomy and cold that it might have come from inside a black hole. "What exactly were the pulse signals that Tang Qian'an received from the planetary warship?" "Not good." Ko Ruhua spat on the ground. Tang Qian'an said just now that she had found something, but she was not certain about it and asked Master Su to help identify it. "What?" Li Yao was suddenly alarmed. Subconsciously, he looked at where Tang Qian'an and Su Changfa were at together with Ko Ruhua. Right then, a dazzling ball of light suddenly burst out from the depths of the escape center and expanded to a kilometer away instantly, swallowing all the scraps of magical equipment and the debris of war within the range. The remains further beyond, motivated by the blast, darted around in scorching metal torrents. The escape center that had been quiet for hundreds of thousands of years was now completely awakened by the hot waves and the ear-splitting explosions. The last bit of remaining spiritual energy inside a lot of magical equipment was activated in resonation, too. The battlefield was as chaotic as a pot of boiling soup of particles. Su Changfa's devastated screams echoed in the public communication channel of the four of them. The great world-shaking explosion took place exactly where he and Tang Qianhe were. Like a shocked bird whose wings were broken, Tang Qianhe was blown backward by the blast, her crystal suit shattered. She flew toward the two of them in desperation. While flying, she shrieked in the communication channel, Not good. Master Su has been. She seemed to be too shocked to speak right now, but her distance from Ko Ruhua was shortened significantly. Don't say anything, Ko Ruhua bellowed at Li Yao in the private channel before he rushed toward Tang Qianhe. Li Yao heard the bald man's anxious voice in the communication channel. Xiao Tang, what has happened? Instantly, Li Yao understood what was going on. Something was definitely wrong about Tang Qianhe. Su Changfa had probably been ambushed by her. Right now, she was still preparing to ambush Ko Ruhua. Fortunately, Ko Ruhua had made up his mind quickly enough, too. He pretended that he did not know anything about it and prepared to ambush Tang Qianhe. Those immortal cultivators are indeed foxy, sordid, and most importantly of all, top-tier actors. Squatting nearby, Li Yao watched the internal strife of the immortal cultivators. There was only the last 500 meters between Tang Qianhe and Ko Ruhua. Li Yao could vaguely see tiny sparks condensing around the power rune arrays on the back of Ko Ruhua's crystal suit. It was a sign that the power rune arrays were about to output the most impetus and accelerate the speed to the highest. When Tang Qianhe was about to step into the deadly trap, she seemed to be suddenly alarmed. As if being slapped right in the face brutally, she flipped around without a sign and fled backward. Ko Ruhua bellowed and could only activate his long-prepared erratic light cannons in a hurry. Hundreds of colorful whips of light spurted out of his shoulders, chest, and hands and stabbed toward Tang Qianhe in unpredictable arcs. Li Yao had thought that Tang Qianhe was merely in the core formation stage. However, the flames of spiritual energy that surrounded her expanded to the level of the nascent soul stage within a moment. Shwa, 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 shwa. The superstring light from the both of them collided heavily, resulting in broken glimmers in various colors, before they expanded into glamorous bubbles and rose up. Tang Qianhe resisted Ko Ruhua's critical attack with her immense spiritual shield. She showed no intention of dawdling at all. Without any hesitation, she rushed to the other end of the escape center in the blink of an eye. As it turned out, she had been concealing her capabilities the whole time. Judging from her movement, which was as swift as a ghost, and her thick superstring shield. Even if Ko Ruhua and Li Yao had attacked her at the same time, they might not have been able to stop her. Boom! 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 She had somehow planted countless smoke bombs and interference bombs among the debris on the battlefield without anybody noticing. The bombs had been so delicately deployed that they had even escaped Li Yao's attention. Now that all the bombs were detonated, the entire escape center was covered in a black fog that looked like sticky glue. Li Yao's crystal cameras and probe magical equipment were all jammed. There was nothing but snowflakes and waves on the light beams. No usable information was distinguishable at all. Gritting his teeth, Li Yao released his telepathic thoughts despite the intense interference, spreading them out and locking onto Tang Qianhe. He immediately gasped. Tang Qianhe had snuck to the member of the Panga clan who was caught in the hibernation state under the cover of the smoke bomb and the electromagnetic interference. Most of the hundreds of spiritual puppets were under Su Changfa's control, but now that Su Changfa's life status was unknown, and because the spiritual puppets were not designed to attack those on their side, they were all standing by in a daze when they could not make clear what the situation was. A small proportion of the spiritual puppets were controlled by Tang Qianhe and Ko Ruhua, respectively. They were immediately divided into two groups and started brutalizing each other. Tang Qianhe, however, triggered an enormous 3D control menu in front of the single escape capsule of the Panga clan under the cover of the 100 or so spiritual puppets on her side. Although the control menu was designed for the members of the Panga clan and was not suitable for human beings smaller stature, Tang Qianhe was flying up and down fluently and skillfully like a colorful butterfly. What's she doing exactly? Seeing that Tang Qianhe had inputted dozens of runes already, Li Yao and Ko Ruhua both felt so cold that their souls were nearly frozen. They knew the answer precisely. Tang Qianhe's purpose could not have been more obvious. She was going to wake up the member of the Panga clan who was in the hibernation state. Of course, it could be explained by the fact that Tang Qianhe had received professional training before, which allowed her to tell the useful information from the meaningless noises in the universe. However, there could also be another explanation. The single escape capsule, in which a hibernating member of the Panga clan was kept, was not aware that the Panga civilization had long perished. Since ages ago, it had been sending out distress calls to the outside world incessantly and dutifully according to the preset programs. It might have been because Tang Qianhe heard Panga's calling that she intentionally led Su Changfa and Ko Ruhua to the place. Li Yao and the rest of them had been attracted to the place because of her, too. Everything had been under her control. She had known their final destination since the very beginning. That was why they had discovered so many perfectly preserved cities and relics on their way and were fortunate enough to discover a living member of the Panga clan. Seeing Tang Qianhe's performance in front of the escape capsule of the Panga clan, which looked like a bizarre dance, Li Yao felt that his lips were cramping uncontrollably. He suddenly felt that their earlier use of the word fortune could not have been more ironic. Without any hesitation, he raised his crystal cannon and activated the erratic light cannon, joining the fight. The competition of beliefs between the cultivators and the immortal cultivators could be left aside for a moment, because there would be dire consequences if a member of the Panga clan was reincarnated. With Li Yao's participation, the firepower was immediately doubled. Many spiritual puppets under Tang Qianhe's control were immediately riddled with holes and on the brink of destruction. However, Tang Qianhe's skills in manipulating the spiritual puppets had significantly soared too. The 100 or so spiritual puppets under her control formed the solidest wall, stopping Li Yao, Ko Ruhua, and their spiritual puppets from coming close, while resisting their overwhelming wrath. Tang Qianhe! Tang Qianhe! Ko Ruhua was roaring like a prehistoric animal. You betrayed the Imperium! How dare you betray the Imperium? Tang Qianhe heard none of it because she was busy on all fours. Her limbs were like the fingers of the member of the Panga clan as he tapped on the 3D control menu at a fixed speed. Every tap would raise ripples of light, as if she were dancing the most incredible dance in the middle of a bright golden ball. Boom! Ko Ruhua fully burst into fury. His hands condensed seals quickly while the flames of spiritual energy flooded out of his body, turning into an enormous giant almost 20 meters tall. The face of the giant was similar to his own. It was also roaring furiously with veins bulging out. The giant waved the fists and smashed the spiritual puppets that were controlled by Tang Qianhe. The spiritual puppets were blown into smithereens before they had time to scream. Ko Ruhua was going all out. He was now burning his life and unleashing his soul power without bothering about anything else, demonstrating his nascent soul where his infinite cultivation had been condensed in the most glamorous and brilliant way. Li Yao had once seen several fellow cultivators unleashing such unbelievable strength during the riot of the immortal cultivators in the Flying Star sector. According to the ancient cultivators, it was known as the departure of the nascent soul. The fury of an expert in the nascent soul stage was definitely not to be underestimated. The remaining spiritual puppets were not able to hold on any longer and were all ripped apart as if they were made of paper. Li Yao gritted his teeth so hard that they were creaking. He pondered whether or not he should utilize the strength of the nascent soul stage, too, in order to disrupt Tang Qianhe's waking ritual together with Ko Ruhua. However, the firepower behind him was suddenly enhanced. The last few spiritual puppets on Tang Qianhe's side were wiped out with none left. The spiritual puppets that had been idling in midair, not knowing what to do, a moment ago, all came back to life. It was Su Changfa. The old cunning fox was not dead yet. It appeared that, even if he had failed to recognize Tang Qian's trap in time, his sharp senses had still helped him survive the disaster. However, he could not have looked more miserable. His right arm and his right leg were both cut off from the joint, and the wounds were temporarily sealed by clusters of bluish gel. There was such a shocking hole on his abdomen that Li Yao could put his arm through his stomach without meeting any obstacle. His crystal suit was like a hedgehog, with colorful pieces of crystals stabbed all over it. The destructive shrapnel from crystal bombs seemed to boast the weird ability of stopping the body from being recovered either by the crystal suit or the body itself. With Su Changfa's expertise in the nascent soul stage, he should have been able to seal his veins, muscles, and skin easily. However, at that moment, even his tiniest movement would cause tremendous blood to flow out of the gaps of the crystal shrapnel. The flood turned into red, round pearls in the environment without gravity and floated around him. Despite his heavy wounds, Su Changfa still extended his right hand and almost stabbed his middle finger and his index finger into his forehead, while he tried his best to activate his telepathic thoughts to control the spiritual puppets. Li Yao, Ko Ruhua, and Su Changfa bombarded crazily at the same time. All the spiritual puppets under Tang Qian's control were blown into ash and powder until there was nothing left. However, Tang Qianhe, who was dancing within the gold ball of light, finished her last step. The escape capsule of the Panga clan slightly shivered. The shell that was originally translucent, even a bit dirty, was now getting more and more clear and bright. Uncanny forces were being released from the depths of the escape capsule, forming an immaculate sphere barrier around the escape capsule and Tang Qianhe. Li Yao observed carefully, only to discover that the sphere barrier was made of billions of runes, each of which was shining brilliantly in octagonal shapes while they integrated and changed. Ko Ruhua roared. He drove the giant that was made of his nascent soul to crash into the sphere barrier. After an ear-splitting noise, the hundreds of runes around the point of impact were suddenly enlarged. Hundreds of colors in different shades were unleashed, with ripples spreading out. All the runes that were involved in the ripples were enlarged too. Eventually, the blast was passed out and shouldered by the billions of runes together, causing no actual damage at all. The sphere barrier was as perfect as before. Ko Ruhua's giant nascent soul, on the other hand, was blown away by the counterforce. Its color was much more lackluster than before. Ko Ruhua vomited a mouthful of blood too. His moan could be heard in the communication channel. Boom, boom, boom. Having no time to care about his bleeding wounds, Su Changfa maneuvered hundreds of spiritual puppets to rain their firepower upon the sphere barrier. Ripples were spreading out everywhere on the sphere barrier, and it was shaking all the time. Yet it did not collapse no matter how hard they tried. In the meantime, protected by thousands of runes, the escape capsule was shining more and more brightly. Li Yao could vaguely feel that the thick, deep blue fluids inside the escape capsule were bubbling crazily. They were getting thinner and thinner, as if all the energy and nutrition inside were being absorbed by the member of the Panga clan. He is indeed not dead yet. He is now devouring energy crazily in order to wake up from the prolonged hibernation. Li Yao was greatly appalled. Tang Qianhe had finished all the operations. The rapid movements a moment ago seemed to have drained all her spiritual energy and even her vitality. She opened her arms and closed her legs, floating into zero gravity like a cross. If measured with a piece of magical equipment, it would be easy to find that her arms and her torso was in the most perfect right angle without the slightest error. Shwa, 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 shwa. The crystal suit on her body dismembered one piece after another. Eventually, her elegant body, which was shivering slightly, was revealed. There was no telling whether she was fatigued or anxious. In the end, Tang Qian's mysterious face appeared in front Li Yao and the immortal cultivators. Li Yao didn't know how he should describe the face. Generally speaking, with such a great scheme working out, she should have been blushing and gloating in excitement. if not bursting into crazy laughter, should she not? However, there was none of such expressions on Tang Qian's face. She was only wearing an eternal, enigmatic smile, as if a certain strange force had pumped away all her feelings and emotions and only left the last 1%. She was eyeing the three of them completely unlike a hunter eyeing the prey that had fallen into the trap. There was no satisfaction, delight, or fear. Instead, her eyes were full of brilliance of pitifulness and sacredness. She seemed to be looking at three lambs that had been lost, or three sinners who were waiting to be saved from their ignorance. Li Yao sniffed. He did not like being observed in such a way. Not at all. He would rather face an enemy who roared, laughed, gloated, or went on a rampage, such as Yan Shibei, Xiao Xuanzi, Elder Nether Spring, or Lu Zui, than confront such a holy and yet hollow face. Tang Qian, why did you betray us? Why? Ko Ruhua crashed into the sphere barrier time and time again, only to be blown back without any exception. His giant nascent soul was getting dimmer and weaker. Devastated, he howled like a wounded animal. Save your strength. Su Changfa gnashed his teeth. She has joined the Covenant Alliance. She wouldn't hear anything that you are saying. Tang Qianhe works for the Covenant Alliance? Ko Ruhua paused for a moment. In disbelief, he shouted, Impossible. It's impossible. Before we left, we all received the most rigorous Ring 2 test. How can she be a spy of the Covenant Alliance? It means that the Imperium's 7th-generation Ring 2 test system has been deciphered by the Covenant Alliance. Su Changfa declared in hatred. Those wretched puppets are upgrading themselves incessantly, too. The latest generation of demi-humans are already able to simulate 99% of the feelings and the ways of thinking of human beings. The Ring 2 test is our last defense line. If it is cracked, it will be more than simple for them to infiltrate us. With the proof right before their eyes and the peril that they were in, they had no time to brag about the invincibility of the Imperium of true human beings to Li Yao anymore and spoke part of the truth. Inside the sphere barrier, Tang Qianhe was still looking at them with a pair of eyes that were full of pity. The curve of her lips was precise and had absolutely no change at all during the time. Ko Ruhua's roar did not move her at all. She kept smiling while she said, Betray you? No, I am your salvation. She seemed to be looking at three obstinate sinners from the high ground. With vague sadness on her face, she said, You have all been deeply infected by chaos, and you truly believe that you are the supreme creatures in the sea of stars, qualified to do whatever you want of the entire universe. You have been damaging the environment without restraint. You have been exploiting the resources and energy from the 3,000 sectors, pushing the universe to the brink of collapse time and time again. You haven't learned your lesson from the war of ancient cultivators 40,000 years ago, and the destruction of the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago failed to awaken you, too. Today, with the final battle between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance drawing near, you are still putting up your futile resistance. Even though you have exploited so many resources and so much energy, your ravenousness can still not be satiated. You have conquered all living creatures in the 3,000 sectors, but then you are turning against your own kind. You are clearly the same human beings. Yet, you divide yourselves into all kinds of different groups. Citizens of the Curly Dragon sector and citizens of the Martial Meritocrat sector. Cultivators and immortal cultivators. Hominoids and true human beings. Men and women. 100,000 years. Nothing has changed for 100,000 years. Since the moment the fire of the civilization of mankind started burning, you have been killing, conquering, and enslaving each other under all kinds of banners, only to march to the abyss of doom together. Such a civilization is truly the most wicked of all. No, it is not qualified to be called a civilization. It is just a malignant tumor that chaos made. The Imperium of true human beings, on the other hand, is the epitome of the wickedness. It is a hopeless tumor, a cancer of the universe. Living in such an evil world, soaked in lies, violence, slavery, murder, and betrayal since childhood. Have you still not been awakened? Bullsh*t. Bulsh asterisk T. Bulsh asterisk T. Unable to break the defense after such a long time, Koruhwa was more than infuriated. You are just a puppet whose string is in Panga's hands. What makes you think you are qualified to comment on the Imperium of true human beings? If we speak of puppets, everybody is a puppet. Even when she was making the harshest accusation, Tang Qianhe still showed no sign of anger whatsoever. She was now even more peaceful and undisturbed than before. Her face seemed to have contracted a virus named Smile. Liao even doubted whether or not she had the ability to burst into fury. It's true that we are the puppets of the divine Panga clan, and we feel delighted, proud, and peaceful about that. But what about you? Haven't you, the self-proclaimed true human beings who think that you boast free will, betrayed the divine Panga clan under the lead of Niwa, only to end up being chaos puppets? Wake up, my compatriots! Tang Qianhe raised her arms, with a thin layer of mist condensing in her eyes. Stop dwelling in the incessant sins. Realize your real identity and destiny. Think about it. What life have we been living under the lies of the Imperium of true human beings? We have to receive the most rigorous training from the moment that we are born. Before we learn to talk, we have to learn to kill all kinds of cute creatures with a dagger. We may have to compete with each other in a cruel arena, or even be thrown to a desolate planet to struggle on our own at the tender age of 7. In such cruel competitions, only the best one of 10,000 has the chance of awakening their spiritual root and being granted the identity of true human being. Even if you become a true human being and you are qualified to enslave millions of hominoids. So what? Are you not mired in never-ending schemes, betrayals, ambushes, and internal strife? Do you not risk falling into the abyss from the peak with only a moment of carelessness? Would you not be stabbed by a poisonous dagger in the back when you were just taking a nap? Let's just take the three of us, for example. Is the Covenant Alliance to blame for what has become of us today? Was it the Covenant Alliance's fault that we were exiled to the remote edge of the cosmos for exploration and even faced with the fate of being swallowed by the Black Wind Fleet? No, not the Covenant Alliance, but the Imperium and the poisonous daggers from within our families. We are all sacrifices of schemes and internal strife, victims of greed and wickedness. The Imperium of true human beings, on the other hand, is the quintessence of arrogance, jealousy, fury, greed, and all the other sins in the history of mankind. Why are you still clinging to the evil Imperium, which is about to collapse when everything had come this far? So, that's the reason. You've surrendered to the Covenant Alliance because you are dissatisfied about losing the family competition. Ubi asterisk tisish, Koruhwa cursed. Tang Qianhe sighed, with vague confusion popping up in her eyes, as if she found it difficult to understand why her barbaric compatriots still could not wake up. She shook her head and said, "Fellow cultivator Co, you're wrong. From the moment that I saw my father being killed miserably right in front of my eyes, I have repented and returned from my lost journey. I saw the darkness of the Imperium of true human beings from the bottom of it. From that moment on, I realized what an absurd and evil lie I had been living in and how much pain the many sinuous viruses on my body had caused me. At first, I thought that the Imperium of true human beings was a special case and that there might be other civilizations of mankind that were better. However, after studying all the civilizations in the past, including the civilizations of the cultivators that had long been destroyed, I discovered that self-destruction is an incurable disease that has leaked deep into our bones and soul. It is in our nature. The Imperium of true human beings, the Star Ocean Imperium, the civilizations of cultivators, the civilizations of immortal cultivators, the civilizations of demons, the civilizations of ancient cultivators, there is absolutely no difference. They were created for the sole purpose of disrupting the entire universe. Have you not been touched at all after visiting the Human Being Manufacture Center in person? We are just puppets and tools. We are not qualified or capable to, nor should we, be the dominators of the sea of stars. We have established our so-called civilizations by mimicking our masters clumsily when we are merely tools that are infected by viruses and have gone out of control. But we are just parrots. We can never understand the true meaning of civilization. The civilizations of human beings are like a high tower built by a 3-year-old. Splendid as they appear to be, they do not have a solid foundation, and they are doomed to completely collapse one day. The higher the tower is, the larger the damage will be when it does collapse. Even if the civilizations of mankind have been destroyed 10,000 times, it will not be destroyed again, because the immortal cultivators are here. Ko-Ruhwa roared thunderously. The Imperium of true human beings is the ultimate form of the civilization of mankind. We will certainly march forward, until we reach the end of the sea of stars. It's impossible, Tang China said casually. Mankind is too hopeless to rescue ourselves. It's like you can never pull yourself up from the ground by snatching your hair. Our civilization was implanted with a fatal virus when it was just born. It was created for exactly the purpose of messing up the universe. How can we expect to free ourselves from the sorry fate by ourselves? Only the divine Panga clan, our creator and the real controller of civilizations, can save us and the entire universe. Wake up, my compatriots. We've been out of control for too long. It's time we cleanse all the sins on our body and return to the true rules, true peace, and true civilization. Join me in the shelter of the path of ultimate benevolence. Let our Lord return to the universe and re-establish a glorious civilization again. That's our ultimate destiny, which will grant us peace, happiness, and true immortality. Ah! Ko-Ruhwa roared. The armor on his entire right arm stood up like a thorny fish that had suddenly exploded. His right arm looked almost 5 times thicker than before. Colorful mystic rays entangled his right arm for a moment before they suddenly shot out and phantomized into almost 100 whips of light in midair. In the deadliest arcs, they stabbed the same point on the sphere barrier almost at the same second. Z, 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 Z. The sphere barrier was suddenly twisted, dimmed, and constricted. Under the bombardment from Li Yao, Ko-Ruhwa, and Su Changfa, it was about to decline and collapse. Uneasiness flashed on Tang China's face. However, her pupils suddenly narrowed, as if it were a taboo to reveal negative emotions like that, and she had been warned by something invisible deep inside her brain. Her nervousness was soon covered by hollow peacefulness again. Fellow cultivator Li, this time, Tang China turned her eyes that were full of pity and sense of purpose to Li Yao, while she smiled and said, "The two of them have been hopelessly poisoned. There's nothing we can do except dispose of them. But you are different. You have only just been fooled by the lies of the Imperium of true human beings. You are still savable." Li Yao was dazed for a moment. "No thanks. I'm feeling pretty good about myself. I don't think that I need anybody to save me." "Thank you, though." "No, you're not good at all. You have no idea how many sins have occupied your body, and you haven't realized how blatant the lies of the Imperium of true human beings are." Tang China slightly raised her voice. For her, it was perhaps the most violent way to express her feelings. Do not believe anything that they have been brainwashing you with in the past 2 days. Not only did they inculcate CR*P like the rise of Black Star the Great into your brain, they also never dared tell you the most critical facts. The Covenant Alliance was never destroyed by the Imperium. Instead, it is rising unstoppably despite the merciless strikes of the evil Imperium. Today, the Covenant Alliance has conquered a fairly large part of the Sea of Stars. Also, it has extended the tentacles into the Imperium of true human beings' rotten, degenerative body. Many citizens of the Imperium, including myself, have realized our real destiny and conformed to the path of ultimate benevolence. We have returned from the wilderness. Today, the Imperium is nothing more than a shaking, setting sun that is walking toward its inevitable doom. The Imperium of true human beings is not the future of mankind at all, but a candle that is about to die out in the wild wind. The immortal cultivators have become particularly brutal and ruthless during their dying struggles. Tang China continued her instigation with a tone as calm as water. The demagogism, which should have been blood-boiling and soul-stirring, when spoken in such a peaceful way, caused a strong feeling of self-contradiction. Liao felt that somebody had pressed a huge rock to his chest, and it could not have been more uncomfortable. Fellow cultivator Li, even if you have completely turned into an immortal cultivator and are determined to join the Imperium of true human beings, nothing good will happen to you. The Imperium of true human beings where men feed on other men. As the saying goes, it is the biggest crime to hold possessions that do not befit your position. You have discovered such an important god's realm, and even found treasures such as the colossi inside. Do you think that other immortal cultivators will let go of a foreigner new to their country? Liao had collected another piece of important information. As it turned out, in the Covenant Alliance, the relics of the Panga civilization were called as God's realms. Judging from Tang Qian's performance so far and her skillfulness when controlling the escape capsule of the Panga civilization, the Alliance of the Holy Covenant must have found more than one God's realm before. Perhaps there were not living members of the Panga clan in the previous God's realms, but a lot of legacies must have been retrieved, allowing the deep communication between the Covenant Alliance and the Panga civilization. With the enhancement of the God's realms, it was indeed no wonder that the Covenant Alliance could compete with the enormous Imperium from a tiny world in the universe and even be on the winning side. They'll certainly never let go of you. Of course, Tang Qian had no idea what was on Liao's mind. Seeing that he did not reply, she thought that the new immortal cultivator had been convinced. With vague delight flashing on her face, she stressed, with the legacies of the God's realm, you will be the fattest meat in the eyes of every immortal cultivator. They will be too ashamed to call themselves immortal cultivators if they don't bite you. Maybe you were capable of surviving to the end in a starship that had an accident as the last victor, but in the homeland of the Imperium of true human beings, a young man with your ignorance and your treasures will not be able to survive 3 days. In fact, at exactly this moment, an enormous fleet of the Imperium is marching toward your hometown, the Flying Star Sector. The fleet is made of the soldiers of the Black Wind Sector, the most infamous race in the Imperium of true human beings. They are all the most brutal killers, the most sordid assassins, the most rapacious bandits, and the most ruthless butchers. Once the Black Wind fleet arrives, both you and your hometown will be devoured and digested, with absolutely no residue left. You want to compete with the Black Wind fleet with only the 3 of you in an expedition base? In your dream, Liao gasped and bulged his eyes before exclaiming in the utmost shock, "Is she telling the truth?" Su Changfa grunted. Pearls of blood were leaking out of his wounds again. Ko Ruhua lowered his head in silence and simply focused on bombarding the enemy with the flying swords and the superstring light. The sphere barrier around Tang Qianhe was becoming more and more lackluster. Every attack would make it ripple and shake for a long time, as if it was going to collapse at any point. However, behind her, the thick, deep blue fluid inside the escape capsule of the Panga clan became as transparent as clear water. All the nutrition and energy seemed to have been absorbed by the member of the Panga clan. Crack, crack, crack. Tiny cracks were appearing on the rhombic crystals that constituted the escape capsule. They were spreading out like a spider web and joining each other, giving the feeling that somebody was about to break out of the shell. You've been lost in the desert of sins for too long. Return to the path of ultimate benevolence right now. Tang Qian's face was solemn, and her voice was hollow. Embrace the Covenant Alliance. Only the Covenant Alliance can save you and everybody in your hometown. Your soul will be purged, and your life will be cleansed. You will no longer be out of control. You will realize your sacred destiny that has always belonged to you. Pretending to be panicked, Liao asked, "Covenant Alliance? What country is the Covenant Alliance exactly?" The Covenant Alliance is not a country. The so-called country is just an ugly shell that human beings invented to better kill each other and was imposed on everybody by force. The Covenant Alliance is an assortment of believers. It is an immense force condensed by everyone who believes in the path of ultimate benevolence and who has returned to their sacred destiny. In the Covenant Alliance, everybody is absolutely equal regardless of their age, gender, or strength. Everyone is the same. There are no lies, wars, crimes, exploitations, slavery, or conflicts inside the Covenant Alliance. Everybody helps each other, shares everything, and lives in harmony. Li Yao clicked his tongue. A world without conflict where everything is shared? How is it possible? Can an expert in the nascent soul stage be absolutely equal to an ordinary person in every aspect, and even share everything with each other? The Star Glory Federation protected the rights of the ordinary people and highlighted the equality of the citizens. However, the equality in rules instead of equality in results was paid more attention to. Generally speaking, an expert in the nascent soul stage would far exceed an ordinary person in terms of social position or wealth. That was perfectly normal. As long as they had been abiding by the constitution of cultivators while they were improving their social position and accumulating their wealth and did not violate any law, they would still be equal to other people, and everybody else would acknowledge everything that the cultivator had earned. Of course, in fact, there is no difference between cultivators, immortal cultivators, and ordinary people in the Covenant Alliance. Everybody is the same. Tang China smiled. In front of our Lord, we are all the humblest dust, the most ignorant ants, and the most docile lambs. The so-called experts in the nascent soul stage are nothing more than slightly larger ants. Faced with the bleak, boundless universe, what's the essential difference between larger ants and smaller ants? If you have indeed awakened your spiritual root and reached the nascent soul stage, it is still just a blessing from the Lord, and you should place the strength at the service of the Lord instead of showing off your identity, position, wealth, and even enslaving others with it. Li Yao was rendered speechless. What kind of bizarre theory was that? Although he could not concur to the immortal cultivator's ideology, he was at least able to understand it. But was the path of ultimate benevolence not too perverted? All conflict, deception, and slavery boils down to the sins deep down in our souls. As long as we uproot the sins, we will be able to be freed from all of them. Tang Qianhe continued speaking calmly. If there's no greed, there will be no deception. If there's no jealousy, there will be no slaughter. If there's no arrogance and anger, there will be no war. Eliminate all the negative emotions deep inside the souls of human beings, and a brand new, immaculate world of order, peace, and friendship will arrive. Li Yao was dazed. Greed, jealousy, arrogance, anger. We are born with negative emotions. How can we eliminate them? We are not born with them at all. Tang Qianhe waved her hands so crazily that she was almost extending her pale face out of the sphere barrier. Fellow cultivator Li, you don't know the first thing about our origin. Just think about the human being manufacture center that you visited. Do you really that the merciful, Almighty Lord would pour wicked stuff such as greed, jealousy, arrogance, and anger into our souls when we were created? No, all such emotions are viruses that were condensed by chaos with life. The viruses of chaos first infected the Nuwa clan, which was responsible for creating and utilizing us. Then, through the Nuwa clan, they infected us and brought countless negative emotions to us. They are the source of all sin. The viruses corroded the three fundamental laws of the path of ultimate benevolence and made us go out of control. The brilliant civilization of the Pangu clan was destroyed. Then, the universe has been demolished time and time again in a cycle of death, with no way of getting out. But right now, we can be saved. Just like the viruses on the crystal processors can be killed by the antivirus programs, our souls should have a thorough virus-killing procedure, too, in order to slay all worries, desires, and sins. Trust me, fellow cultivator Li, as long as you taste the feeling of virus killing once, you will perceive true peace, tranquility, and happiness. You will realize how idiotic, hilarious, and hideous your old self was, which was driven by the negative emotions and the primitive desires, and caught in the abyss of sins without knowing. Li Yao's eyes were shaking, but he did not slow down attacking the sphere barrier at all. There's no need to lie to me, fellow cultivator Li. I can tell. Tang Qianhe did not care about their crazy bombardment at all. Combing her hair that had covered her eyes, she smiled casually. You have a mental devil in your heart. a very strong one that you can barely get rid of. You are trapped in the battles with the mental devil day after day, and you do not dare relax for 1 second because you may be swallowed by the mental devil with one moment of sluggishness. Li Yao was greatly alarmed. He did not know that Tang Qinhao would be capable of seeing through the mental devil inside his brain. The mental devil exclaimed in shock, too, before it jumped into the crown of the memory tree and hid there. Let me take a guess about the origin of your mental devil. Was it because of the countless companions you ate during the accident in the space? Perhaps there were your life-and-death comrades and even your dearest lovers. But eventually, you ate them all. It explains why your mental devil is so strong. Let me tell you, fellow cultivator Li, even if you do survive in the imperium of true human beings and achieve the position, wealth, power, and strength that you crave, your mental devil will not go anywhere. It will haunt you forever and grow as you get stronger, bathing you in eternal pain, fear, regret, and desperation all the time. One day, you will be completely devoured by the mental devil. All your wealth, standing, and power will be meaningless. The Imperium can offer you everything materialistic, but it cannot save your soul. Only the Covenant Alliance can grant you a grand new life. We can completely wipe out your mental devil and erase all the negative emotions in your soul. You will hate, fear, panic, regret, envy, lust, and snap no more. You will be a carefree, impeccable, and pure human being. Chapter 1283, You Must Not Be Swayed. I beg to differ, Li Yao said. Although she may be overstating some parts, she does have a point in general. You have been quite an annoyance, and you try to bewilder, corrupt, and swallow me from morning to dust every day. If I am incautious for one moment, I will be mired in your abyss. It does not seem a bad offer if I can wipe you out for good. Not a bad offer? The mental devil bashed its chest and cried. Unbrotherly. So unbrotherly. To think that we have gone through life and death in the blood demon sector, and I helped unravel the mysteries of the training of cells, activate the primeval memories in the ancient times, and even build the cell obliteration cannon for you. I consider you a good bro to fight side by side with. And this is how you are treating me? I'm weeping. A good bro? Did you really? Li Yao thought carefully for a moment. I only recall that, when I was framed after I returned to the Heaven's Origin sector, not only did you refuse to help me, you even took the opportunity to swallow me when I was in peril. You dummy, the mental devil exclaimed, as if it were greatly wronged. Do you still understand how much I have been doing for you? I was merely enlightening and polishing you in a special way. Had I not pretended to swallow you time and time again, would your soul have grown to such an immense level, and would you have advanced into the nascent soul stage at such a young age? That explains a lot. It seems that I have indeed wronged you. Li Yao nodded in approval. Then, what about yesterday? Didn't you declare resolutely yesterday that you had taken sides with Blackstar the Great, whom you considered to be your most admirable idol, and you had become an unwavering, immortal cultivator? Didn't you say that your belief would completely crush mine, and you would swallow me one day? The mental devil blinked innocently. Did I say that? Should I retrieve a clip of my memory for you? That will not be necessary, Brother Yao. After a day's careful consideration, I have thought everything through. Yesterday, I was too foolish, having been deeply brainwashed by the immortal cultivators. My head was not clear when I bought their bullsh tea, which is full of loopholes. That was why I spoke such nonsense to you at that time. Later, under Brother Yao's insightful tutelage and charming charisma, I gradually realized the nature of the immortal cultivators, which is sordid, shameless, selfish, and ruthless. The decayed imperium of true human beings is doomed to fail, while the vigorous Star Glory Federation will certainly rise unstoppably. It is the law of history and the trend of the universe. Screw Blackstar the Great and the imperium of true human beings. Screw all the other immortal cultivators. I have decided, from this moment on, I will return to the correct path and join the side of brightness. I will examine my wrongdoings and be a proper and glorious cultivator. In the future, I will certainly follow your lead. We will work together and fight side by side for the Federation, for our compatriots, and for the general public. We will make contributions and sacrifices as expected of a cultivator. Please look forward to my performance, Brother Yao. You seem to have turned into a man of devotion after only one day, Li Yao commented. You are not saying this when you do not mean it because you are scared that I have found a way to execute you, are you? Of course not. Do I look like such a coward? The mental devil declared solemnly. I meant every word that I said. I was not forced to say anything at all. Really? Yes. Although I am a tiny mental devil, and evil is in my nature, I am Brother Yao's mental devil after all. As the saying goes, he who gets in contact with vermilion will become red. After following Brother Yao for such a long time and being edified by your glorious deeds from dawn till dusk, finally, as the changes in quantity lead to a change in quality, I have been completely changed by you. Isn't it very reasonable? Fine. Li Yao licked his dry lips. He narrowed his eyes as he gazed at Tang Qianhe and said silently inside his brain, Then prepare to activate the most brutal form of my left arm where you are lurking. The mental devil was suddenly alarmed. What are you trying to do? Your heart is beating more than 100 times per second. While he was grinning hideously, Li Yao's bloodshot eyes passed Tang Qianhe's shoulders and pierced into the escape capsule. Nothing particular. I only mean to find out something. What is it? The mental devil stammered. When I just began my career, Li Yao said, I once practiced saber arts in the middle of the sandstorms on the grand, desolate plateau. At that time, even the tornadoes were slashed in half and perished into nothingness. The second when the tornadoes that could rip apart the sky and the ear vanished in front of my eyes was the most gratifying second in my entire life. The feeling was so enjoyable that even the competition of beliefs is no match for it. My saber is a saber that can kill a tornado. I would like to taste the feeling again, where the entire world is eclipsed by me. I want to find out whether or not my saber can kill a god after being crazily wedded for more than 10 years. Violent music was playing inside Li Yao's brain. After he advanced into the nascent soul stage from the superlative height of the core formation stage, he had already become able to control himself and restrain the sound of resonation between his abdomen and his spiritual energy to his veins, nerves, and spiritual root without letting any out. However, Li Yao had already grown fond of fighting in the middle of soul-stirring music. He was also preparing to build his special combat mode, or rather, the spiritual domain, with a violent, world-shaking music as the core. It was said that when a cultivator marched into the divinity transformation stage from the nascent soul stage, their soul and their will would temporarily be freed from the confines of their body. They would construct a special, twisted force field around them. Everything within the force field would be covered by their soul and their will. They would be like a true god mastering everything in the tiny, independent world. Such a force field was also known as a spiritual domain. Within the range of the spiritual domain, a mortal could be a god. The ability to trigger a spiritual domain marked the biggest difference between the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage. When a cultivator boasted a spiritual domain, they would essentially be carrying a portable home field. Whoever they were fighting against, as soon as they activated the spiritual domain, they would immediately boast mysterious home field advantages. Of course, Li Yao was still some distance away from the divinity transformation stage, but still, it would not hurt if he started making preparations right now so that he could soar into the ultimate level one day. Fellow cultivator Li, slapped by countless whips of light brutally, Tang Qianhe was shrieking in a high-pitched voice, her figure and her voice both twisted. If you persist in your ignorance, you will be plagued by worries forever. Embrace the path of ultimate benevolence, and let us eliminate all your concerns for you. Fellow cultivator Li, Su Changfa and Ko Ruhua were both summoning all their spiritual energy. They were also on the verge of exhaustion. If Li Yao jumped to the Covenant Alliance's side at that moment, everybody would be doomed. Even the old and cunning Su Changfa sounded like he was begging when he said, "Do not listen to that puppet's nonsense. One's feelings are indispensable in the first place. If you indeed kill all your negative emotions, all your positive emotions will be suppressed to the minimum, too. You will become just like her. How can you be delighted without experiencing sorrow? How can you be happy without going through fury? If there's no envy, there will be no competition or momentum to strive forward. Without greed and desire, can a human being still be called a human being? Fellow cultivator Li, you must not be swayed. You must not. So, Li Yao said solemnly, you are admitting the most of her words are true? Is the future of the Imperium of true human beings truly not promising, and the Covenant has risen unstoppably and overwhelmed you? Cough, cough. Cough, 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 cough. Su Changfa coughed nonstop, covering his weakness by throwing up blood. We are still at an advantage in head-on battles, Ko Ruhua shouted. We have so many resources from so many sectors at our disposal. They are enough to even crush the Covenant Alliance with their sheer weight. However, the shameless Covenant Alliance has infiltrated us and brainwashed a number of citizens of the Imperium, especially the hominoids who are slaves, with their theory of the path of ultimate benevolence. That is why they have resurged time and time again. But rest assured, Brother Li, the Imperium has developed a technique called the Ring 2 test that can accurately tell human beings apart from such puppets. We will eliminate the Covenant Alliance for good very soon. Ko Ruhua was a terrible liar after all, because Tang Qianhe had obviously deceived the Ring 2 test. In the urgency, he was too anxious to care about whether or not Li Yao was laughing at him right now. However, from his unconsidered words, Li Yao was still partly able to infer why such an absurd path of ultimate benevolence was spreading on a large scale in the territory of the Imperium. Li Yao found the path of ultimate benevolence absurd because all his materialistic needs had been met. He was not concerned about the safety of his life, either. Naturally, it was the spiritual achievements that were of a higher level that he pursued. Feelings and emotions were very important to him. It would definitely be unacceptable if somebody wanted to take them away from him. However, Li Yao, and even perhaps the Star Glory Federation, were probably the special cases in the 3,000 sectors. Maybe in many other sectors, the ordinary people were still living lives of fear all day with barely any food or clothes. They could end up being the prey of demons, the extraterrestrial devils, or the ferocious animals of the alien species at any time. They might even become the slaves or the experimental mice of their own kind, like the hominoids of the Imperium of true human beings. Walking in their shoes, Li Yao realized that if he were a remnant citizen of the Martial Meritocrat sector or the Sand Primitive sector, he would be the most miserable slave in the Imperium of true human beings. Every second after he was born might be the second when he was sent for experiments. Then he definitely would not hesitate to embrace such a beautiful new world, which was claimed to be a place where everybody was equal without any conflict or oppression, even if he had to trade all his worries, fears, and sorrows for it. If anything, they were exactly what he hoped to get rid of. Once he absorbs enough energy, he will return to the world in a fully awakened state. We'll be screwed if that happens. After the member of the Panga clan is suppressed, we will have achieved an unparalleled accomplishment. You can get anything from the Imperium and even be granted the entire Flying Star sector. Li Yao sneered in his heart. Such an offer as the master of the Flying Star sector had already been promised by the Star Child once in the past. The immortal cultivators were indeed of the same trade. Even the temptations that they threw out were so cliché. However, he was not wrong about one thing. While the immortal cultivators were definitely no good, the member of the Panga clan was 10,000 times more dangerous than them and could not be allowed to be resuscitated in a fully awakened state. Li Yao gritted his teeth and ignored Tang Qianhe's enchantment. Magma seemed to be spurting out of his shoulders as the erratic light cannons shot out streams of brilliance, raising clusters of brilliant stars on the sphere barrier that surrounded Tang Qianhe and the member of the Panga clan. Disappointment and sympathy flashed in Tang Qianhe's eyes when she saw that he would not listen to her after all. She turned around to her lord and began uttering spells and worshipping, praying that the Lord could wake up sooner. Boom! Perhaps her prayer did work out. Two deafening noises burst out on Li Yao's shoulders. while deep red fireballs rose up to the sky. As it turned out, since this was the first time that he had ever used the erratic light cannon, he must have failed to control the rhythm of pulling the triggers, but simply bombarded as crazily as could. The internal temperature of the erratic light cannons was so high that the core control units had melted. Both shoulder cannons were now wasted. CR*P. It's overheated. Liao looked at Ko Ruhua earnestly. As the chief of arms, Ko Ruhua was responsible for the allotment of weapons and magical equipment for the entire team. The situation was too urgent. His soul was also shaking unstably due to the many violent collisions and was about to fall apart at any moment. His computational ability had hit rock bottom. At such a time of life and death, there was no need to consider too much. After a moment's hesitation, Ko Ruhua picked out a scarlet ball the size of an egg. He tapped it to the center of his eyebrow before he threw it toward Li Yao and roared, "I have unlocked all the barriers and given you the highest permissions of all the magical equipment. You can choose whatever magical equipment is suitable for you." Li Yao picked up the round ball and observed it carefully, only to discover that the translucent ball looked like half-frozen magma, with particularly bright stars embedded deep inside that were blinking as if endless mysteries had been stored in them. Li Yao sent his telepathic thoughts into the ball. All the stars embedded in the ball were glittering. Thousands of streams of information stored inside the stars were flooding into his brain unstoppably. A 3D magical equipment warehouse was immediately unfolded inside Li Yao's brain. It was a rather advanced cosmos ring, which the aggressive magical equipment that Ko Ruhua carried with himself was stored in. It was an out-and-out walking arsenal. Li Yao shrieked in his heart while he watched the projections of the different types of magical equipment from the Imperium of true human beings swirling slowly inside his brain. Every detail was clearly visible, and all the methods of utilization were demonstrated in the streams of information. He was about to burst into tears. Crack! Li Yao clenched the scarlet ball in his hand. His telepathic thoughts flooded into it like a tide and enveloped one of the stars. After he slightly exerted his strength, the star seemed to be crushed by him. Thousands of starry specks leaked out of the ball and spread all the way upward through the gaps of Li Yao's fingers, entangling his entire right arm. Very soon, a second layer of crimson armor appeared on Li Yao's right arm. The armor was not made of metal, and it looked as translucent as a red crystal. However, it could be turned around swiftly at the same time. It could not have been weirder. On the crystal armor, redness was flowing and expanding crazily, enhancing Li Yao's spiritual energy to the maximum and producing a red claw almost 10 meters long. Every finger was more than 2 meters long, the sharp aura of the talons that was vibrating at a frequency of tens of thousands of times per second. All the scraps that entered the range of the aura would be absorbed into them and torn into shreds. This is the real level of the magical equipment in the Imperium of true human beings. With the marvelous weapon in his possession, Li Yao was so satisfied that he almost felt like roaring. Compared with the crimson crystal armor, the two erratic light cannons that Ko Ruhua installed for him were nothing more than pistols. It was obvious that they did not trust him and had only been willing to give him the cheapest weapons. "Thank you for your trust, Senior Ko. I have finally felt the selfless warmth of the Imperium of true human beings." Li Yao kept the arsenal to himself with no intention of returning it. He roared and snatched at the sphere barrier with a red claw. Tang China thought that he was in the middle level of the core formation stage at best and would not be able to bring out the weapon's full power. Therefore, she did not care too much about his attack, but focused her attention on Ko Ruhua's collisions and the bombardment of the remaining hundreds of spiritual puppets. However, Li Yao had improved his capability to the superlative height of the core formation stage easily. While he was waving the sharp talons, he was also attracting the metal debris from around, which was shattered and heated into 5 torrents of scorching particles, penetrating into the sphere barrier brutally. Z, 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 Z. The 5 talons pierced deep into the sphere barrier, leaving 5 holes behind. The 2 force fields completely entangled with one another. All the particles were interfering with and crashing into each other. The sphere barrier was immediately thrown into disorder and could not sustain the perfect sphere any longer. A lot of lumps bulged out on the surface, and many deep dents were appearing, too. Ko-Ruhwa was overjoyed. The immortal cultivator was tough enough to leap on top of the sphere barrier while grabbing a superstring cannon that was even thicker than his thigh. Weathering through the intense radiation and interference, he pressed the barrel into a deep dent on the sphere barrier and pulled the trigger brutally. Ah! Ko-Ruhwa's inhuman screams were echoing inside the communication channel. There was no telling whether it was because of the excruciating pain caused by the radiation and interference, or because he was greatly enjoying himself in the storm of bullets. Boom! The spiritual shield of the escape capsule of the Panga clan was finally blown up into icy, thin crystals that were glittering and dispersing in all directions. Tang China shrieked and jumped onto the escape capsule. "Lord, wake up now! Kill him!" Li Yao, Su Changfa, and Ko-Ruhwa opened fire at the same time. Li Yao's bizarre claw of spiritual energy, Ko-Ruhwa's giant that was made of his nascent soul, the hundreds of spiritual puppets under Su Changfa's control. Thousands of streaks of brilliance darted toward the escape capsule, like thousands of vipers. The cracks on the escape capsule of the Panga clan reached the maximum. Finally, it could not bear the bombardment of spiritual energy anymore and exploded. Voila! For a moment, Li Yao felt that the space around the escape capsule was broken. Waves 10,000 times stronger than tsunamis were spreading in all directions. All the magical equipment on his crystal suit was blocked. The light beam went blank, and there was nothing but ear-splitting noise in the communication channel. Even the telepathic thoughts that he unleashed were like butterflies in a storm. He felt that the whole world was swirling in front of him, and he could not perceive anything. When the dizziness gradually alleviated and his crystal suit returned to normal, the last picture that he was able to see was displayed on the twisted light beam. The escape capsule of the Panga clan was shattered into pieces, which were floating into zero-gravity space, mixed by transparent dews that must have been the energy liquid stored inside the escape capsule earlier. The member of the Panga clan, however, was sitting cross-legged in midair in a solemn posture while making a seal with both hands against his chest. His two fingers were extended out, one pointing the sky and the other pointing at the ground. Glamorous brilliance was emanating from his armor, too, as if it was being activated. He was not woken up according to the normal procedure, but forced to wake up because of the crazy attack from Li Yao and the rest of them. Therefore, his big, pale face was written with fatigue, and he was not willing to open his eyes for a long time. However, when his eyelids were truly opened in the end, revealing a pair of eyes that were purely black without pupils, all the three of them were awed by the indifference, graveness, and coldness in the eyes. Merciful and almighty Lord, welcome back to the infected universe. Please free us from all the miseries and completely purge the entire world. Tang China's voice was as calm and soft as before, with barely any inflection. Even after her true god had arrived, she was showing no sign of delight except raising her lips a few degrees. Tang China picked up a cold drug from her cosmos ring and drank all of it. Then, she made seals with her hands quickly while she muttered spells. From every pore on her body, thick, deep blue fluids that looked like the hibernation energy liquid were leaking out. The liquid seemed to be alive, drawing deep blue strokes on her elegant body. They were dissecting her quickly. Sacred brilliance and a touching smile appeared on Tang China's pretty face that was about to be melted in the blue light. Her eyes full of expectation, she murmured, "Absorb me, Lord, and refill the energy that you have lost during the protracted hibernation. Then, destroy the tyranny of human beings and establish a perfect world where there are no wars, no suffering, no oppression, and no slavery." However, for the Panga civilization, it seemed to be anything but unusual. Li Yao had once seen the pictures in the primeval memories where the Panga clan created flourishing lives. At that time, it was the members of the Panga clan who drank thick, black liquids and dissected themselves, allowing their genes to fall into the ocean and evolve into all the other creatures. Since they did not even hesitate to dissect themselves, it was not hard to guess their attitude toward human beings, which were considered tools. Perhaps in the concepts of the Pangu civilization, the dissection was not death, but immortality in a different form. But for modern human beings, such immortality was simply too hilarious. No wonder his foster father had said that the Covenant Alliance was 10,000 times more wicked than the Imperium. No wonder. Stop her, Ko Ruhwa shouted desperately. After absorbing her, the member of the Pangu clan will become even more formidable. We are definitely going to be no match for him. If he reactivates the planetary warship, all will be lost. Li Yao was greatly alarmed. The members of the Pangu clan were not literally gods, but carbon-based lives that were made of flesh and flood. However brilliant their civilization had once been, one of them could not be too strong. However, once he completely returned to himself and found a way to activate the planetary warship again, there would certainly be dire consequences. The homeland of the Imperium might not have been affected immediately because of the billions of light years in between, but it would certainly be a world-blighting catastrophe for the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector, which were right next to the place. Li Yao could not help but envision all the citizens of the Star Glory Federation worshipping the member of the Pangu clan with a smile resembling that of a retard while they were suppressed by the brilliance of the path of ultimate benevolence. Then, they dissected themselves into the most fundamental energy and provided nutrition for the Pangu clan. It was a future that was even more unacceptable than being the Imperium of true human being slaves. This is not the future. With a roar, Li Yao snatched the member of the Pangu clan who was still in a trance with the bizarre claw of spiritual energy. Parent civilization? That's not a reason to not kill you. Ko Ruhwa, on the other hand, aimed all the firepower at Tang Qianhe, trying to blow her up before she was devoured by the member of the Pangu clan. The Lord has arrived. Stop your futile struggle and accept the purge. This is your only fate. Tang Qianhe's voice sounded both dull and blurred. After saying that, she leapt toward the member of the Pangu clan with a smile of relief, dragging her glittering body that was about to melt. Ko Ruhwa's thousands of whips of light that were flooding out were about to rip her to shreds, and Li Yao's bizarre claw of spiritual energy was about to grab the member of the Pangu clan's face, when a member of the Pangu clan opened his lips and uttered a series of deafening, soul-stirring primeval spells. Every word sounded like a combination of hundreds of syllables, which did not break apart again until they crawled into the heads of the listeners. They turned into golden, shining stripes and tied, confined, and suppressed the listeners' souls. His voice became louder and louder. Infinite spiritual energy was also being condensed in front of him. With every syllable that he uttered, the most complicated character would pop up in front of him. The characters were 100 times more precise than the most sophisticated calligraphy that Li Yao had seen in the memories about the ancient cultivators 40,000 years ago. They were all made of more than 1,000 strokes that were all square and errorless. The glittering, octagonal spells, after being spoken by the member of the Pangu clan, immediately extended and expanded as if they were unfolded from the second dimension to the third dimension. They were upgraded from a plane into a cube of sharp edges that had dense spells on all surfaces. Boom! The cube of spells exploded, blowing out thousands of torrents of particles that pierced the bodies of all three of them. Li Yao felt the most excruciating pain from his bones, as if thousands of ants were gnawing his heart. The superstring shield outside of his crystal suit was shaking like a candle in a storm. A lot of units in the crystal suit had exploded during the moment. The Rockman was mottled and riddled with holes. What made him even more uncomfortable was the weird sense of depression flowing out from his cells. It was harassing his every gene strand and urging him to worship and take the orders from the member of the Pangu clan. In his trance, the member of the Pangu clan seemed to have become a true god and the only inviolable dominator in the entire universe. The primeval spells took effect immediately after they were cast, and the fundamental laws suppressed and stole their souls. Li Yao's soul seemed to have been struck by lightning. His every cerebral vessel was leaking blood. He had been blown away almost 10 kilometers by the storm of spells, crashing into countless scraps along the way. His back was covered in bruises, and his bones were almost broken. When he finally stabilized himself again, there were the only last remains of the rockman on his body. His blood was fleeing from his body quickly in tiny pearls. His eyes were even dyed in the freshest redness by the blood. Even his pupils were almost entirely melted. Ko Ruhua and Su Changfa had been blown away by the storm of spells too. The dozens of spiritual puppets that were closest to the member of the Panga clan were all spurting out dazzling sparks before they completely went out of control in the cracking explosions. They were either activating their power rune arrays to the maximum and flying aimlessly like headless flies, or floating in the vacuum quietly with their limbs twisted and their light turned off, like the surrounding war debris. The member of the Panga clan took the opportunity to snatch Tang Qiana. Tang Qiana moaned in great satisfaction. Both like a cluster of thick liquids and like a furiously burning torch, she integrated into the brilliance triggered by the gray giant. For a moment, thunder was echoing from the gray giant's body. The surface of his armor was brighter and clearer. He stretched out his arms with a long roar. The entire escape center was shaking in fear under his roar. He lowered his head and looked at Li Yao, Ko Ruhua, and Su Changfa not far away, the three mini creatures who were very similar to himself in appearance but multiple times smaller. As if not entirely satiated, he extended his enormous hand to the three of them. The information streams contained in the spells and his matter-of-fact countenance made the three of them immediately understand what he meant. The member of the Panga clan was asking the three of them to jump into his palm promptly and be swallowed by him so that his energy could be refilled. Ko Ruhua's low and crazy laughter echoed in the communication channel. Before Li Yao and Su Changfa realized what was going, the bald immortal cultivator had already lunged toward the gray giant's huge hand. Lord! Ko Ruhua's rough voice was echoing from the broadcast array of the crystal suit. Please accept the sincerest regards from me, a true human being, to the merciful and almighty Lord. He became faster and faster, like a flying sword that was accelerating at the last phase. His voice turned into sharp arrows, marching forward with him. He seemed to be a great army on his own. Lord! Ko Ruhua burst into laughter as he broke three of the gray giant's barriers of spells in a row. Waving his right arm, he raised a narrow, long saber and slashed right toward the member of the Panga clan's face. F***CKU. Boom! Ko Ruhua, who was less than 3 meters tall even with his crystal suit, was an out-and-out dwarf in front of the member of the Panga clan, who was almost 20 meters tall. However, the saber of the dwarf, together with the long, scorching aura of the blade, left a dazzling trace on the member of the Panga clan's face. The immortal cultivator's blade aura crashed into the member of the Panga clan's spiritual shield brutally. In the twisted force fields, both of them seemed to be in the middle of unpredictable alien space. The attack was condensed by all the spirit of an expert in the nascent soul stage. Although it did not hurt the member of the Panga clan's body, it was a major shock for his soul that had only just woken up. With an expression of pain on his face, the member of the Panga clan bellowed and closed his hands, trying to kill Ko Ruhua in his palm. Perhaps Ko Ruhua could have avoided the attack, but he had focused all his belief, his will, and his soul power on the unstoppable attack in front. He did not bother to evade the dominance of a god at all. Z. Ko Ruhua's superstring shield had been activated to the maximum, only to die out in the next half a second. His crystal suit became rife with cracks instantly and fell apart in the next moment. Go to hell! Ko Ruhua yelled, but he had already crawled out of his crystal suit before the crystal suit was broken. That was his tactic. He abandoned the crystal suit and the superstring shield, he abandoned all the defenses, and he abandoned all the opportunities of escape, just so that he could buy himself a gap of 0.1 seconds to leave the trace of a human being on the face of a god. Take a good look at my saber. This is the warmest greeting from the immortal cultivators, the true human beings, and the Imperium, to be *starred such as you. His tall and magnificent body withered to the minimum. Ko Ruhwa seemed to have condensed all his vitality into the most brilliant attack ever. The saber aura was suddenly levels brighter, and even eclipsing the spells that the member of the Pengu clan spurted out. The gray giant's spiritual shield was finally cut open by the attack that Ko Ruhwa had traded almost half of his life for, like a piece of tofu. The aura of the saber pierced into the gray giant's left eye, the feeblest part on any being's body. A large cluster of thick, black blood immediately burst out. As it turned out, the Pengu clan gods could bleed too. The gray giant was roaring even more ear-splittingly while he shook his head hard, trying to throw Ko Ruhwa away. Ko Ruhwa took the opportunity to clutch the handle of the saber and moved left and right in order to expand the wound. The member of the Pengu clan was almost bending because of the excruciating pain. He extended his hand to the left eye. Ko Ruhwa had already consumed too much of his spiritual energy when he crashed the sphere barrier with his nascent soul. Right after sparing nothing and performing the attack that even devils would fear, he was already exhausted. Faced with the member of the Pengu clan's enormous hand, he did not dodge at all, but simply grabbed the enemy's eyelid amid crazy laughter. Then he opened his mouth and bit it hard. "You want to eat me? In your dreams. Let me taste the flavor of a god first." His fury was provoked time and time again, only to be contained every time without exception. As a result, his face was extremely twisted, with inhuman gloom on it. After the large piece of flesh of the member of the Pengu clan was devoured, the immense spiritual energy contained inside made Ko Ruhwa's stomach bulge like a balloon. Cracks appeared all over his body, from which fire and smoke were flooding out crazily. He burst into laughter in the fire, releasing his infinite feelings blatantly. Joy, anger, sadness, content, despise, pride, affection. The positive ones, the negative ones, the bright ones, the dark ones. All his emotions were breaking out like a torrent. Ko Ruhwa's behavior infuriated the member of the Pengu clan even more. It was like a man who had lost the sense of smell, taste, and satiation watching somebody else enjoying a delicious meal to their heart's content. Liao could see a hint of intense jealousy from the eyes of the member of the Pengu clan. However, the very next second, jealousy, as a negative emotion, was shattered into pieces by the lightning deep inside his soul. His eyes turned into two tranquil, black gems again. It appeared that he was not capable of jealousy and fury at all. The member of the Pengu clan opened his hands and slapped his eyes, trying to flatten Ko Ruhwa. After devouring tremendous flesh, Ko Ruhwa was also dissected like Tang Qianhe. However, his fire of life was 100 times more violent than Tang Qianhe's. His high and magnificent nascent soul soared up in the fire, which would not be suppressed however hard the member of the Pengu clan tried. It was spurting out crazily from the gaps of the fingers of the member of the Pengu clan and burning more and more fiercely, as if a newborn star was melting the member of the Pengu clan's face. "You want to absorb me? Come on, my soul is right here. Why don't you take it?" Ko Ruhwa burst out his last roar. The flames of spiritual energy surged out, and his nascent soul was expanding crazily. His life and will turned into the most dazzling brilliance and exploded on the member of the Pengu clan's face brutally. The tough, immortal cultivator had decided to detonate his own nascent soul and made his long life blossom for this moment. A volcano was erupting on the gray giant's face. Black and red fire was squirting out from the gaps of his fingers that were covering his left eye. He could not stop it however hard he tried. The red color was the last glamour of Ko Ruhwa's shining soul. The black color was the mist of blood when the member of the Pengu clan's flesh was vaporized. "Ah!" With a dull scream, the member of the Pengu clan staggered in midair, unable to maintain its high and almighty posture from a moment ago. Senior Ko, Liao had never expected that his blood would be boiling and his fighting would be soaring by the boost of the resolution and toughness of an immortal cultivator. He did not know whether it was because Ko-Ruhwa's suicidal attack significantly diminished the member of the Panga clan's oppression, or because his burning fighting will had ripped apart all boundaries that were entangling his gene strands. But all in all, the member of the Panga clan at this moment was no longer as scary as when he had just woken up. His daunting spells turned into dispersing brightness, too, and could not impose any influence on them anymore. "Fellow Cultivator Li, go now," Su Changfa shouted. "Ko-Ruhwa is dead. I'm heavily wounded. You are merely in the core formation stage, and your crystal suit has been shattered. We are definitely no match for him. While his soul is still in shock, go back to the surface and fully activate the war base. Mobilize more spiritual puppets to deal with him. We go." Li Yao was grinning so hideously that the redness inside his eyes was almost overflowing and covering his entire face in stripes of blood. Boom! The fire of spiritual energy all over Li Yao's body soared. Bloody brilliance spurted out of his pores, blowing away whatever left of the Rockman engineering suit. His magnificent aura and the violent battle hymn that was also boosted to the maximum along with his bloody fighting will cast Su Changfa into bewilderment. He pointed at Li Yao and shouted, "You mystic skeleton battlesuit, dark flame gold." Li Yao touched the center of his eyebrow with his index finger and his middle finger on his right hand. His soul power mixed with his spiritual energy flooded out crazily like a long river. The cosmos rings that were hanging in front of his chest a moment ago were surrounding his body like shooting stars. Shwa! 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 One unit after another rushed out of the cosmos rings and was affixed to him because of the attachment of the electromagnetic field, gradually displaying the whole appearance of a black crystal suit. The mystic skeleton battlesuit at this moment had already been adjusted to the super heavy firepower mode. The entire crystal suit was almost 3 meters long. In front of the broad chest, a crystal cannon that seemed to be made of thousands of stars was floating. The left arm seemed to be condensed by 7 interweaving dragons and was significantly thicker than the right arm. Boom! The mystic skeleton battlesuit, dark flame gold, in the super heavy firepower mode, had been successfully equipped. Li Yao's spiritual energy, which had been enhanced by crystals, produced an immense force field, breaking all the war debris within 100 meters into metal powder that was rubbing during the high-speed rotation until it was heated into a scorching torrent of particles resembling magma. Manipulated by his telepathic thoughts, the scorching torrent of particles gradually turned into 2 wings. An overwhelming falcon seemed to be taking off. "Kill you while you are ill." Li Yao pushed the wings of fire. They melted behind the mystic skeleton battlesuit, dark flame gold, into an enormous ring, from which an exhaust flame several kilometers long was bursting out. Li Yao's speed was bolstered to the highest in that moment. While Su Changfa was looking in utmost shock, Li Yao sprinted unstoppably toward the member of the Panga clan, who was holding his head in pain. The member of the Panga clan had only just recovered from a hibernation of hundreds of thousands of years. He was not fully recovered in the first place. Although he was charged with Tang Qianhe's whole spiritual energy, it was not nearly enough to fill the void. Then, Ko-Ruhwa's suicidal attack of detonating his nascent soul had completely broken through his spiritual shield, causing his head to be burnt and blackened. In excruciating pain, the member of the Panga clan's techniques to draw runes and cast spells were greatly weakened. He covered his left eye with one hand while he drew a few runes quickly in midair with his other hand. The runes were unfolded from a plane into the 3-dimensional space again. Thousands of spells burst out into walls of wall, only to be breached through by the mystic skeleton battlesuit, dark flame gold, directly. The moment it pierced through the walls of fire, the mystic skeleton battlesuit, dark flame gold, turned from black into orange. It was not hard to guess what a devastatingly high temperature the fire triggered by the member of the Panga clan must have been. However, Li Yao's speed was not affected in the slightest. Driving the mystic skeleton battlesuit, dark flame gold that was about to melt, he dashed right up to the member of the Panga clan's face. The member of the Panga clan's enormous body size was now more of a burden. Now that a human being which was much smaller in size, approached him, it was very difficult for him to catch the enemy. It had nothing to do with strength, but because of the natural restraint of body size, just like human beings might find it difficult to catch the flies above their head with their bare hands. To catch the fly, that was Li Yao. The member of the Panga clan had to resort to using both hands. He opened his fingers, which looked like 10 giant pillars, limiting Li Yao's range of activity. It was exactly the opportunity that Li Yao had been waiting for. He straightened his left arm as if it were a spear before he aimed it at the member of the Panga clan's heavily wounded left eye. The 7 dragons that were entangling his left arm suddenly dispersed, opening a bloody mouth from which bloody brilliance was bursting out. Super strengthened 1 trillion times. Cell obliteration cannon. The bloody pillar of light penetrated through the gray giant's left eyeball and into his brain. Bloody mists were blowing out of the member of the Panga clan's left eye, left ear, and left nostril. Half of his head was burning fiercely in the fire of blood. However, his aura was not reduced but boosted, with starry brilliance exploding inside his right arm. He opened his mouth and spat out an arc-shaped light. Suppressed by the arc-shaped light, Li Yao felt that he had fallen into a deep ocean. His body was immediately stalled. The member of the Pangu clan's enormous hand was already extending to his face, but he was unable to move at all. A sophisticated, primeval rune surfaced on the member of the Pangu clan's palm. The rune that was made of almost 10,000 strokes seemed to be an impeccable formula to restrain and activate the spiritual energy that could boost the power of the spiritual energy to the maximum. Boom! The primeval rune was stamped on Li Yao's body brutally. The outermost layer of the plate armor on the mystic skeleton battlesuit, dark flame gold, immediately turned gray and white. All its vitality was lost, and it was crumbling like sand. The high-energy particles pierced through Li Yao's body and blew him more than 10 kilometers away. He seemed to have suffered excessive nuclear radiation. Tremendous cells had withered instantly, and the gene strands in the other cells were falling apart too. If it were any other nascent soul stage cultivator, the heavy wounds would have made them lose their combat ability entirely. He must be burning his life and soul, too. Swallowing his blood, Su Changfa shouted, "He needs a good rest now that he has just woken up. Such a way of fighting will damage himself, too. He definitely wouldn't do it if he had any other choice." Understood. Li Yao licked his lips and grinned hideously. So, he is sparing no efforts to deal with us, right? Very well. Then let's... Halfway through his sentence, the heavily wounded member of the Pangu clan roared ear-splittingly, covering half of the escape center in a soaring fire of spiritual energy. He had originally been around 16 meters tall, but the bright blue spiritual energy continued expanding and formed another giant almost 50 meters tall behind him. Boom! The giant of spiritual energy covered several kilometers in one step, absorbing all the war debris on its way into its body as bones. "Let's do as Senior Su said." Li Yao turned around and said to Su Changfa, "I think that you were quite right, Senior Su. We should make a strategic adjustment and deal with him using the war base after we return to the surface." Chapter 12, 87 Draconic Phoenix. Activated. Because of the perilous situation, he had no time to bother with Li Yao's eccentricity anymore. He released his telepathic thoughts and controlled all the remaining spiritual puppets to attack the member of the Panga clan. The member of the Panga clan, who was burning his life and soul, looked like someone totally different from a moment ago. Golden brilliance was flowing on the surface of his armor, and 2 golden swords had formed in front of his arms. When they were waved, they would leave traces that could last several seconds in midair. The traces of the sword that were not dispersing interweaved into an impenetrable sword net. The golden sword net fell upon them overwhelmingly. The spiritual puppets that were caught were all dissected into the tiniest components before they struggled. They were even attached to the brilliance of the sword, making it even more dazzling and huge. Boom! On the other side, Li Yao went through all the trouble to crush the giant of spiritual energy formed by the member of the Panga clan, but he was blown away again by the torrent of particles that the giant spurted out at the last moment. His crystal suit was entire broken, and his veins were almost cut into pieces. Compared to the dead bodies of the Panga clan on the ground, the armor of this particular member of the Panga clan was more complicated and glamorous, indicating that he might have been an officer or a captain. Now that he was fighting on fire, he was truly like an invincible deity. Even with hundreds of spiritual puppets, Li Yao and Su Changfa, two super experts in the nascent soul stage, were even not enough to stop him. What do I do? The mystic skeleton battlesuit, dark flame gold, which he had worked on for almost half a year, was almost a total loss after achieving nothing but crippling one of the member of the Panga clan's eyeballs. It was dangling from his body like a dry snake skin. There was a second mystic skeleton battlesuit inside Li Yao's Cosmos ring, but it was just a regular model with specifications far lower than the mystic skeleton battlesuit, dark flame golds. It might not even be able to take one of the member of the Panga clan's attacks. Seeing that Su Changfa's spiritual puppets were being crushed by the member of the Panga clan like ants, and that the member of the Panga clan's spiritual energy was burning more and more fiercely, showing no sign of weakening, Li Yao was more than anxious. At the moment of life and death, his last Cosmos ring buzzed crazily. Little Black, which was hiding in the Cosmos ring, was calling Li Yao. Somehow, Li Yao suddenly felt that he was being summoned by something behind him. When he turned around, he found that he had happened to be blown to where Draconic Phoenix, the broken Colossus, was floating. He had just smashed into Draconic Phoenix and even stained the surface of the Colossus with his blood. Perhaps motivated by the surging spiritual energy from the two parties, and perhaps completely awakened by his blood, Draconic Phoenix had ripples on its surface. The fiery ripples sounded like impatient calling, and even the incomplete wings were slightly unfolded. The metal feathers were rubbing each other, letting out roars of tigers and dragons. Is this thing? Li Yao's heart was pounding as he recalled the scenes that he had seen on the primeval battlefield. Perhaps the only thing that could engage in a head-on battle with a member of the Panga clan was a Colossus. However, the Colossus Draconic Phoenix was entirely broken on the surface. Both the breastplate and the cap of the cockpit were gone. The right arm, as well as most of the components in the chest on the left side, was missing too. But even if it could be activated at all, how would he drive it? Boom! One of the spiritual puppets was crumpled into a burning ball by the member of the Panga clan and thrown over like a shooting star, brushing past Li Yao's skull and exploding not far away into blossoming pieces. A smoldering scent was immediately spreading out from Li Yao's head. As if I have any other choice. Li Yao gritted his teeth and retrieved Little Black from the Cosmos ring before he tossed it toward Draconic Phoenix. Go now, Little Black. Let's see what kind of miracle you can create. With a cry of joy, Blackwing was tossed into the cockpit of Draconic Phoenix precisely. Li Yao held his breath and waited for the responses of Blackwing and Draconic Phoenix eagerly. For a moment, nothing seemed to be happening. Blackwing was simply floating at the center of the open cockpit of Draconic Phoenix, quietly revolving. However, the next moment, Blackwing suddenly expanded after a weird sound. It was originally a cluster of soft, smooth, elastic, mysterious materials. But after it expanded, it turned into a black spring that was spurting non-stop. The thick fluids soon occupied the entire cockpit, and even extended dozens of black tentacles that zigzagged forward along the joints and the damage of the Colossus, entangling the three remaining limbs of the Colossus. Sharp black stripes appeared on the crimson plate of the Colossus. Even the two broken wings were now emitting blackness, which added to its aggressiveness and mysteriousness. Dumbfounded, Li Yao did not realize what was going on yet, when almost 10 black tentacles suddenly dashed out of the black fluids that filled the cockpit of the Colossus and dragged him into it. Li Yao felt that he was mired in a black swamp. He could not even see his own fingers, nor could he hear the fierce battle outside. He found himself in a black space, with lackluster runes flashing in front of his eyes and heavy breathing that sounded like a primeval beast echoing near his ears. Little Black! Little Black! Li Yao shouted. However, The black fluids poured into his stomach the moment that he opened his mouth and leaked into his limbs and organs through his lungs and his stomach. What was odd was that he did not have any foreign body sensation. Instead, he felt that he was melding with the black space. However, the next second, excruciating pain leaked to every nerve ending from his pores, making him scream out loud. The black space turned into a swirl with an ultra-high attraction force, absorbing all the spiritual energy inside his body and even his soul through the pores. He felt that he was being emptied. He had experienced a similar sensation when he helped Little Black break the seal last time, but that had been far less dangerous than this time. Liao felt that all his vitality was being drained. He had not been so fatigued even when he did 20 competitions of beliefs in a row. Even his nascent soul, which condensed all his will, determination, ideology, and belief, was dashing out from his skull because of the immense attraction force. The nascent soul had left the body. Liao was greatly surprised. He did not expect that piloting a colossus would be so dangerous that even the nascent soul was forced to leave the body. For a nascent soul stage cultivator, the nascent soul was their everything. Unless they had made up their mind to perish together with the enemy, like Ko Ruhwa did, they would never let their nascent soul out of their body to breathe some fresh air. Only when they had advanced into the divinity transformation stage, when the nascent soul would boast certain anti-radiation, anti-interference, and highly competitive abilities, would they dare set the nascent soul free from the body in order to absorb natural spiritual energy or build spiritual domains without concerns of being harmed. The spiritual and electromagnetic environment in the outside world was so complicated. A nascent soul without a shell was like a lantern in a storm. It would be shaking and could perish at any moment. However, after waiting for 3 seconds in fear, Liao had no feeling of his nascent soul being jammed or attacked. It was still enveloping him and seemed to be under the protection of a solid armor that was even nurturing and enhancing it. The darkness in front of his eyes was gone. He regained his vision and hearing again, which were 10 times keener than before. Hoochie, 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 hoochie. Liao could not tell whether it was his own heavy breathing or the roar of the colossus draconic phoenix that had slept in dust for hundreds of thousands of years. Liao felt that his every nerve was breaking out of his body and stretching out in all directions, mastering a body that was stronger, bigger, and solider. The feeling was similar to the experience when he put a crystal suit on for the first time, except that it was 100 times more gratifying than that time. When he lowered his head in a daze, Liao found that he had an iron body more than 10 meters tall. When he clenched his fists subconsciously, the right hand of the iron body was clenched too. Screeching sounds of air being highly compressed echoed from the gaps of the fingers before it turned into white smoke and popped up. Liao brought the smoking iron fist to his face. His lips curled into a smile of joy. So, this is the case. With Little Black's help, his nascent soul and his original soul had both expanded to the maximum, extending to every unit on Draconic Phoenix. He and Draconic Phoenix had been melded. He was the Iron Giant Draconic Phoenix now. I understand it now. Liao vaguely felt that he had grasped the mechanism of Colossi. The super war magical equipment that could be up to 100 meters tall, essentially speaking, was still a special crystal suit. The only difference was that the common crystal suits protected and enhanced the body itself, while the colossi protected and enhanced the nascent soul, the crystallization of a cultivator's soul and will. A nascent soul stage cultivator could only perform the strongest strike after employing their nascent soul in battle. However, without protection, a nascent soul that was flying randomly was vulnerable to interference and attacks and could be destroyed easily. Such a way of fighting was a suicidal one. But what if the nascent soul was covered in a crystal suit? What if the damage of the nascent soul was significantly increased by tremendous crystal suits and heavenly materials and earthly treasures? That was exactly what Colossi, the super crystal suits designed to power up the nascent soul, did. No wonder only those above the nascent soul stage were qualified to drive a colossus. No wonder the cockpit of a colossus was also called the spiritual residence. In the cultivation terminology, the spiritual residence, also known as the purple residence, referred to the place where the original soul and the nascent soul lived inside a human body in the first place. Ah! Li Yao roared in great satisfaction. He stretched out his arms with draconic phoenix. From the metal skull that could not be more twisted, thousands of snakes of fire blew out. In the meantime, magnificent runes were popping up inside his brain. In the middle of them were the glittering words Draconic Phoenix. The thousands of runes that surrounded the ancient calligraphy, on the other hand, were lackluster and incomplete. When the sparks bouncing out of the words Draconic Phoenix, a bell seemed to toll inside Li Yao's head. He had a feeling that he was already perfectly melded with Draconic Phoenix. With Little Black's assistance, spiritual threads were extending out of his every nerve ending, controlling every unit and every rune array on Draconic Phoenix. Then, Li Yao felt such excruciating pain that he cried out aloud. Even his snot was almost flowing out. He couldn't sense his left arm at all. The most devastating agony was coming over from his left shoulder and his heart, too. It appeared that after the user was integrated into the Colossus, the heavy wounds that the Colossus suffered would immediately be fed back to the user's central nerves. Draconic Phoenix had lost one arm and tremendous body components in the first place. Li Yao felt every bit of pain without being spared at all. Trying to hold back the pain, Li Yao stood straight and gritted his teeth to warm up his hand and feet, adapting himself to the iron body that was more than 10 meters tall as quickly as possible. However, a crucial question suddenly occurred to him. Little Black, how does a Colossus fight? Not a physical fight with punches and kicks, I presume? Are there super brilliant and awesome techniques with appalling visual and sound effects like the ultimate skills in a game? Little Black responded with silence. It considered the question carefully. Li Yao could feel that the black space was shivering slightly. It was Little Black's way of saying, I'm not sure. Cold sweat was immediately pouring off Li Yao's forehead as he shrieked. What do you mean by saying, I'm not sure? Is Draconic Phoenix too damaged to perform the techniques, although there should have been some in the beginning? Or have you been sealed for too long to remember the information? Little Black shivered a while longer and sent a message into Li Yao's brain. Maybe, perhaps, possibly, both of them are true. Are you kidding me? Li Yao cried before he caught a gray shadow charging at him at lightning-like speed. The member of the Panga clan was not an idiot to wait for a fair competition after he was fully used to Draconic Phoenix. The moment that he activated Draconic Phoenix, the gray giant had realized that he was the most dangerous enemy present. Therefore, leaving the remaining 100 or so spiritual puppets aside, he rushed toward him, with the armor opening like a blossoming lotus and dazzling spiritual energy bursting out of the depths of the stamens. Boom! The gray giant crashed into Draconic Phoenix brutally. Both parties were surrounded by a spiritual and electromagnetic field, but the deep blue force field and the crimson shield deeply melted together. Ripples versus ripples, stripes against stripes, and tides on tides, until an enormous ball of light hundreds of meters in diameter was formed. Deep inside the ball of light, Li Yao gritted his teeth hard and, holding back the pain of his abdomen, being pierced through by the member of the Panga clan, clutched the heavily wounded left side of his enemy's face with the remaining right hand of Draconic Phoenix. Li Yao was taking the advantage that the member of the Panga clan's left eye was blinded, which might have affected his entire left cerebral hemisphere too. Even if the enemy could still perceive the surroundings with his soul, it was certainly not as good as before. The left side of his vision was definitely bad. As he expected, the right thumb of Draconic Phoenix pierced into the member of the Panga clan's left eye, which was as broken as mud, while the other four fingers grabbed his temple brutally like hooks and dragged his head down. Tiger kick, septuple kill. Draconic Phoenix's knees hit the member of the Panga clan's face like rushing supernovas, bursting out thick, messy fluids that were black, white, and red. It was the simplest move of kneeing. Even a gangster who had learned the skills of fighting for a couple of days could do that. However, who dictated that one must be lofty and elegant in a battle with a god? What does it matter even if I don't have ultimate kills? I can blow you up with just punches. Exerting all his strength, Li Yao performed the last heavy kick. After a crack, excruciating pain came over from his left knee, and the senses below his left knee were ebbing. The Colossus was too old after all. After such a long time, the internal structure had become too fragile. Now that it was involved in a cruel, close-quarters, head-on battle without repair and maintenance, such a fighting style meant equal damage to itself. The left knee of Draconic Phoenix was almost crippled now. Together with the left arm that had been long lost, the Colossus was now a paraplegic patient. After such a huge cost was paid, the member of the Panga clan was definitely not feeling any better. His face had already deeply collapsed because of the 7 heavy blows. It now looked like a pan, one that was filled with the guts of animals. After 4 wounds deep to the bones were left on his face, and after having a comminuted fracture on the rim of his left eye, the member of the Panga clan finally got rid of Li Yao's harassment. He covered his left eye not far away, while the coldest brilliance beamed out of his right eye and leaked into Li Yao's every pore. Li Yao sneered. Motivated by his fighting will, the thousands of runes that surrounded the words Draconic Phoenix inside his head were rotating slowly too. The brightness seemed to be contagious, and more runes were illuminated. Suddenly, several runes staggered out, as if they were pulled by a mysterious force. They were listed in a row, in an orderly fashion, constituting a spell. Glamorous brilliance flashed on the surface of the spell before information as vast as an ocean was transmitted to Li Yao. Dazzled, Li Yao was seeing 3 unpredictable, translucent pictures at the same time. The first picture was depicting the primeval era, when the volcanoes were erupting and the seas were simmering. A giant eagle that was surrounded by flames was flying freely in the sky. Suddenly, it closed its wings and swooped into the ocean in a swirl, catching a big fish. Li Yao did not know exactly how huge the eagle was, but the prey it caught from the ocean was an iron-teethed ancient shark, which was often dozens of meters long, with tusks in the mouth and heavy armor in the head. The iron-teethed ancient shark, a dominator in the deep sea, was grabbed by the head by the eagle. The fire of spiritual energy around the eagle pierced into its body through the gaps of the bone armor, boiling the iron-teethed ancient shark when it only just got out of water, with hot steam popping up. In the second picture, the intact Draconic Phoenix was mimicking the battle posture of the eagle, shattering the stars like a rainbow piercing through the sun. The third picture, on the other hand, was a translucent painting of a human being who was sitting cross-legged with the palms aiming at the sky. Spiritual energy was flowing in a fixed pattern inside the thousands of veins in his body. Li Yao thought of something. With Little Black's help, he immediately understood that it was the whole process of performing one of Draconic Phoenix's ultimate skills. The Colossus adopted a very advanced dual control menu. Firstly, the connection of nerves and spiritual threads allowed the user to be integrated with the Colossus. The user would be able to control it as they controlled their own arms and perform the simple battle techniques that they had grasped before easily. The thousands of ancient rune arrays that had been swirling inside Li Yao's brain, in the meantime, were the second control menu that was more advanced. They were designed to retrieve the ultimate skills. The thousands of ancient runes stored thousands of different rules or telepathic thoughts. By combining them according to a certain pattern and guiding them with the user's own circulation of spiritual energy, the user would be able to build a special spiritual and electromagnetic model to unleash an ultimate skill that Li Yao was dreaming about. This is what I'm talking about. Come on! Li Yao could not have been more excited. Although the circulation of spiritual energy, as depicted in the third picture, was rather sophisticated, and the direction, speed, and intensity of spiritual energy in thousands of veins had to be controlled simultaneously, it was more than simple for Li Yao, who had already entered the nascent soul stage. He entered the deep meditative state immediately. In his trance, Draconic Phoenix seemed to become transparent, and the cold units and components inside were replaced by veins and nerves. In the veins and nerves, large and small, the spiritual energy was flowing and circulating prosperously, some like rivers, some like brooks, and some like vast lakes. However, when the spiritual energy in the last nerve was functioning according to the correction direction, the spell deep inside Li Yao's brain, which was used to summon the ultimate skill, suddenly exploded after a dazzling explosion and returned to the depths of the great array of runes. Li Yao was dumbfounded, as if somebody had poured a bucket of cold water on his head. What's happening now? With a string of ear-splitting buzzes, another series of runes was snapped to him, but they did not seem like a spell to summon the ultimate skill, but some sort of direction entailed in the control menu of the Colossus. Li Yao looked at the calligraphic primeval handwriting in a daze for a long time before he finally asked, "Little Black, can you help me translate? Tell me what has happened exactly, in the most simple, straightforward, and understandable way possible." The black space suddenly shivered. Very soon, a line of simple modern characters popped up below the primeval text. System Fault 401. The attack mode you designated cannot be applied to the current machine. No response from the corresponding technique. The retrieval command has been refused. Check your machine and make sure that the left arm and the left knee are successfully connected. Please retry after they are reconnected. The Colossus, which had slept for hundreds of thousands of years in the open air without any protection, was too fragile. If the techniques were performed by force, chances were that it would be dismembered before it dealt any actual damage to the member of the Panga clan. Gritting his teeth, Li Yao boosted his computational ability to the maximum while he tried his best to look for more combinations of primeval runes, hoping to find a technique that was still more or less applicable. However, he suddenly had a palpitation when he sensed unparalleled pressure. When he raised his head, he was so shocked that his snot was almost bubbling. The member of the Panga clan, who was floating in front of Draconic Phoenix, quietly stretched out all four limbs with his veins bulging on his face. He seemed to be still, like a seriously deformed statue, but the fire of spiritual energy dancing around him was giving birth to colorful, surging turbulence. The gray giant was gritted his teeth hard. His face suggested that he was more miserable than a hemorrhoids patient who had suffered from constipation for 7 days and 7 nights. His skin slowly turned from gray to bright blue. Lumps were bursting out on his skin that was exposed to the air as it grew rougher. He looked like some sort of reptile. Is this a soul-igniting law? Li Yao was utterly dumbfounded. To increase their longevity, cultivators often concealed their level through the soul-converging technique, where they were no different from ordinary people. Only when they were in a fierce fight would they make full use of their cultivation with the soul-igniting law. A princess when quiet, and a rabbit when on the move. That was the way of life for many cultivators. Before and after they summoned all their cultivation, they would undergo tremendous changes. Therefore, many people called the process metamorphosis. Judging from the violent aura around the member of the Panga clan, he was in the middle of a certain weird metamorphosis, too. Are you kidding me? He is already so big, and he is still undergoing a metamorphosis? This is absolutely ridiculous. Li Yao cried in his heart like a pig being butchered. However, on second thought, it was perfectly understandable. The civilization of human beings and the Panga civilization were deeply associated in the first place. The gene strands, cellular forms, and body structures of the two parties were almost identical. Their cultivation arts were the same lineage, too. Since the cultivators among human beings could undergo a metamorphosis, of course, the members of the Panga clan could too. I'm going to be screwed after his metamorphosis succeeds. Having no time to retrieve the techniques anymore, Li Yao waved a fist and lunged at the member of the Panga clan who was shaking crazily. It was too late. Boom! Centered around the member of the Panga clan, a volcano seemed to be erupting. An invincible aura was flooding out crazily like blast, forming solid air walls in between. Draconic Phoenix was pressed against the walls. However hard Li Yao pushed, it was not able to move forward any longer. Instead, screeching noises of metal fatigue were echoing, as if it was going to collapse in the next second. Chilu! 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 From the member of the Panga clan. In the meantime, came the blood-freezing sounds of bones being twisted and flesh being torn apart. His skull suddenly bulged high, and his frontal bone protruded forward incessantly. 3 rows of silver, shining tusks ejected out from his mouth. His skin that was exposed to the air completely turned uneven and into the color of black and blue. Long, slender bone spurs burst out from his arms, knees, and spine. On the bone spurs, natural stripes that appeared to be some sort of spell were growing. His body size did not expand. Instead, it had even shrunk. However, the fire of spiritual energy and the frightening aura that surrounded him sank and consolidated, making him an almighty dominator again. Shwa, a thick tail covered in scales, was waving unpredictably behind him. At the end of the tail was a hollow bone sting, and a cluster of cold, purple fire was vaguely bouncing at the sharp end of the bone sting. At this moment, the member of the Panga clan looked like a hybrid of a human being and a tyrannosaur. Perhaps this was the real appearance of a species of the Panga civilization that had evolved from dinosaurs. What was weirdest was that despite the enormous changes in the body, the armor that had tightly covered the member of the Panga clan did not break apart or fall off. There was no telling what the armor was made of. Perhaps a lot of space folding, liquid metal, and even atom collapse technologies have been involved to increase its extension and elasticity to the maximum. As lights flashed, the shape of the armor continued changing until it was perfectly adapted to the brand new appearance after the member of the Panga clan's metamorphosis. Even the bone spurs that protruded out of the body's surface was now enshrouded in a layer of glittering shell. Liao gulped hard. He felt that he was like a rabbit whose legs were broken, faced with a tyrannosaur that was entirely made of metal. A tiny spot appeared at the center of the member of the Panga clan's pure black eyes. He opened the 6 rows of tusks in the mouth with low, dull laughter. Liao's eyes were twitching nonstop. He vaguely felt that, as the metamorphosis was complete, it was not just the member of the Panga clan's body that had changed, but also his soul. The barrier that tied up his soul seemed to have been loosened slightly, allowing him to release some emotion. Liao suddenly felt that it would not be bad at all if the member of the Panga clan could remain as tranquil as before. Swoosh! The member of the Panga clan suddenly vanished into thin air. With the most dazzling flexibility, the enormous body dashed into dozens of streaks of brightness and attacked Liao from dozens of different angles. Liao was having such a headache that his brains were almost burning when he determined 22 trajectories of attack to be false in 0.2 seconds, before his back suffered a heavy blow. Crack! Liao heard the sound of his broken bone clearly. The member of the Panga clan, after metamorphosis, was performing attacks with an unstoppable gale. The gale had to have been made of a smaller particle than spiritual energy, since it could pierce through Liao's spiritual shield, the Colossus metal plate, and even Little Black's protection to attack Liao's spine directly. Liao was a beginner who had not grasped the usage of the Colossus yet. He could not help but fall forward. The member of the Panga clan, however, appeared in front of him instantly. The blue gale smashed him continuously like mountains and suppressed him brutally. Liao felt that he was about to be suffocated. His nascent soul managed to resist the attacks with the ragged Colossus, but he wondered how he could escape from the nightmare of the member of the Panga clan. For some reason, he felt that the pressure was reduced for a moment, as if a gap as tiny as the width of a hair appeared between 2 mountains. Gritting his teeth, Liao straightened his left leg and stabbed it toward the member of the Panga clan's lower abdomen through the gap. At this moment, his only hope was that the genitals of the Panga clan were in the same location with and of a similar structure to human beings. But then again, even if the member of the Panga clan was a tyrannosaur, his genitals should still be somewhere around there, right? The member of the Panga clan was indeed fooled. He snatched Liao's left ankle and twisted it hard. But the left knee of Draconic Phoenix had long been broken. The parts below the knee were now nothing more than a dormant. Liao took the opportunity to twist toward the opposite direction. The left shin of Draconic Phoenix was twisted off easily. The scattered magical equipment components, mixed in suspicious liquids, spurted out like broken bones. Holding back the pain of losing a leg, Liao finally separated himself from the member of the Panga clan. When he turned around, he found that Su Changfa was manipulating the remaining 100 or so spiritual puppets to attack the member of the Panga clan's back, while Li Yao was engaged in head-on combat with the enemy. Now that the number of the spiritual puppets was greatly reduced, Su Changfa was able to allocate many more spiritual threads to each puppet, allowing the puppets to be much defter than before. The old immortal cultivator knew the tricks of harassment quite well. He was not counting on the puppets to deal a fatal damage to the member of the Panga clan, but hoping them to buy a few more seconds. It was like countless velociraptors had lunged to the back of a tyrannosaur to launch fearless attacks. Su Changfa took the opportunity to retreat and ran to the teleportation array quickly. Li Yao followed him and fled in panic, too. "Who are you exactly?" Su Changfa demanded as the two of them ran alongside each other. With everything coming so far, how could the old and cunning immortal cultivator not notice Li Yao's changes? Judging from your skeleton age, you can't be more than 40 years old, yet you are in the nascent soul stage. Even in the Imperium, it is a miracle among miracles. Such a top-tier expert such as yourself is definitely not a Mr. Nobody in the Flying Star sector. How could you have been hunted by space pirates and caught in a cosmic storm? And you know how to drive a Colossus, too? Something is definitely wrong with your identity. Who are you exactly? How did you end up in this primeval battlefield? Are you a cultivator or an immortal cultivator? Li Yao suddenly lowered his head before a few clusters of burning spiritual puppets were thrown past him above his head. He shouted, "Don't worry about whether I'm a cultivator or an immortal cultivator. Even if I am nothing more than a bicycle mechanic, we should still work together for now." Huh? Su Changfa was dazed for a moment. It did make some sense, except that there was one question. What's a bicycle? That's not important. Li Yao ruarat. Noticing that the member of the Panga clan was catching up to them, he dived into the teleportation array without any hesitation. For safety reasons, the teleportation array had been kept at the half-activated state. As long as anybody stepped into it, it would be immediately awakened. Li Yao and Su Changfa were immediately enveloped in a cluster of ivory light before they were teleported to a corner in the black cube. Hardly had Li Yao recovered from the shock to his soul due to the short-distance jump when he rose up and stomped on the ground with his remaining right foot, lunging toward the dashboard of the teleportation array. Right when he was lunging at the dashboard, the member of the Panga clan's enormous and hideous body was gradually emerging from the light ball. Two. The teleportation array ran out of control. It was Li Yao's final gamble. He was wagering on the possibility that the member of the Panga clan would catch up with him in fury. The best opportunity was seized. When the teleportation array began to collapse, the member of the Panga clan had only just extended his head. As a result, half of the member of the Panga clan's body was teleported to the Human Being Manufacture Center, while the other half was left in the Escape Center. The member of the Panga clan was roaring deafeningly. The entire Human Being Manufacture Center seemed to be roaring with him. Many vesicles where human beings were once manufactured fell to the ground. In his overwhelming wrath, the fire of spiritual energy rotating around the member of the Panga clan was suddenly moving faster and supported the teleportation array that was perishing. He suddenly jerked, plucking most of his body parts from the turbulence of the high-dimensional space. His right leg was the only thing left in the teleportation array that was continuously collapsing. The teleportation array completely halted. An invisible blade of space seemed to have cut off his entire right leg, as well as the armor. The fracture was as smooth as a mirror, with veins, nerves, and bones distributed evenly. It was so clear that it was like a picture. No blood leaked out for a long time. Schwa! It was obvious that the member of the Panga clan was constricting the muscles and pressing the wound, trying to stop the blood from spurting out. A large cluster of deep blue fog of light also surged out of the fracture of the armor and covered the wound. Very soon, it turned into a layer of bright gel. Although the missing leg did not result in massive blood loss, indescribable pain was still revealed on the member of the Panga clan's face that was as hideous as that of a dinosaur. One of his legs has been taken care of. Li Yao was both regretful and excited. What he regretted was, of course, that he failed to rip the member of the Panga clan in half with such a great opportunity. However, the member of the Panga clan's left eye had been blinded, and now his entire right leg, which should be of paramount importance, had been cut off. His movement would definitely be greatly affected. We must believe in the laws of nature. The more life-blighting the situation was, the calmer and clearer Li Yao's head got. The universe was not a place where the larger one's body size was, the better. A larger body size naturally meant a more awesome appearance and a bigger storage of spiritual energy and materials. But at the same time, the body would be bound by greater gravity force, which could be a heavy burden on the bones, flesh, and internal organs. It was especially so on a planetary warship such as Kunlun, whose gravity was 10 times the standard gravity because of the tremendous, unique metals on it. By the law of the evolution of creatures, the higher a planet's gravity was, the smaller the creatures produced by nature should be. Otherwise, they would have to grow tougher bones and more tensile skin to resist the gravity, which would consume too much energy. Chances were that the large creatures would not be able to accumulate enough nutrition for such a body size, even if they were taking in food 24 hours a day. Therefore, intelligent creatures with a super large body size on a planet with strong gravity was a phenomenon in violation of natural laws. Li Yao estimated that the member of the Panga clan, or most of the members of the Panga clan, should have been living on planets with weaker gravity at first. Only with a lower gravity or a huge buoyancy could such a large body be supported. After they evolved to the point where they boasted the ability to cruise through the universe, the body size was no longer an important issue, partly because they were not restrained by gravity in the universe, and partly because they had certainly grasped the technology to build different gravity fields. In order to grow more veins, thicker spiritual roots, and bigger second brains inside their bodies, they would likely aim to be even larger. However, on some of the planets with high gravity, such as the main planet of the Heaven's Origin sector and that of the Blood Demon sector, such a behemothic body was definitely not the most suitable size. The escape center was a space of zero gravity. Therefore, no difference could be felt. However, after they were teleported to the human being manufacture center, the strong gravity immediately pressed on both parties like an invisible mountain. Hardly had the member of the Panga clan woken up when one of his eyes was blown apart and one of his legs got cut off. Now, he was also shouldering 10 times the standard gravity, which far exceeded the limitations of the body. Creaking noises were immediately echoing from the armor, and spluttering explosions were taking place on various joints. He was immediately slowed down. Draconic Phoenix's body size was also enormous, but it was made of super metals after all and boasted a natural advantage against the high gravity. He is indeed affected by the ultra-high gravity. Li Yao was overjoyed, if not somewhat puzzled. Odd. Kunlun was a planetary warship of the Panga civilization. Why is the gravity in this place so high that it is even unsuitable for the Panga clan to move around? He thought quickly and immediately understood the reason. I'm a fool. There must have been a certain piece of super large magical equipment acting as a pivot to control the gravity deep inside Kunlun, so that the gravity that suited the Panga clan could be maintained. However, after hundreds of thousands of years, it must have broken down. So, the high-gravity environment in a natural state has been restored. Or rather, it's also very possible that when the Nuwa clan led the attack with human beings, they destroyed the artificial gravity devices at the earliest opportunity and turned the place into a home field where human beings were at an advantage. When a species of a smaller size and a lower mass had a head-on competition on a battlefield with gravity with another species that was made of behemoths of enormous masses, finding a way to significantly improve the gravity would definitely be a tactic that yielded the greatest returns with the lowest cost. Chances were that if the gravity was adjusted to dozens of times the usual, the fight would no longer be necessary, because the enemy would be crushed by their own weight. Even though the Panga clan had grasped certain techniques to resist gravity, performing them would still consume tremendous spiritual energy and add to the load of their brain cells. They would not be able to fight as long as usual. Human beings are definitely not worthless compared to the Panga clan. chances are that the Pangu civilization created human beings, which were smaller and lighter with themselves as the template, for the purpose of developing the high-gravity worlds that were unsuitable for their survival. In a high-gravity environment, we are the real kings. I was too hasty a moment ago. I should fight a war of attrition. He has only just woken up from a prolonged hibernation. The storage of spiritual energy inside his body must be highly insufficient, and the functions of his organs can't have entirely recovered. He is definitely in no condition for a fierce battle right now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have initiated the metamorphosis only at the last moment when he couldn't hold back his fury anymore. The forced metamorphosis must have caused irreversible heavy wounds to his body. The spiritual energy inside his body is too inadequate to sustain such a state for long, too. It is needless to say that he will be wasting a lot of spiritual energy to resist the stronger gravity that even I feel quite uncomfortable in. Despite his intimidating aura, as long as we dawdle on and continue the fight, his spiritual energy will certainly be exhausted faster than mine. By then, chances are that he will be crushed by his own weight. Thousands of thoughts flashed inside Li Yao's heart at the same time as he came up with a harassing battle plan. Shua, a brutal and mysterious purple fire was running toward him. He seemed to have neglected something. Although the right leg of the gray giant was broken, he still had a bizarre tail that was even thicker than the right leg. The bizarre tail slapped toward Li Yao brutally with a thunderous whip-like sound. Before the tail reached him, a glamorous purple fire suddenly spurted out of the hollow sting at the end of the tail, lunging toward Li Yao like a raging fiend. At the critical moment, Li Yao's head was clear enough for him to realize that the purple fire would catch up to him whichever direction he dodged in. Judging from the vague and unpredictable form of the purple fire, and the fuzzy effect that resembled a cloud when it touched the air around, Li Yao could easily tell that it was not a normal heat reaction. It was certainly an eccentric fire that was caused by a chain reaction of high-energy particles. With a bellow, Li Yao marched forward instead of retreating and attacked the abdomen of the member of the Panga clan. Boom! He was hit brutally by the middle part of the member of the Panga clan's tail and felt the excruciating pain that was swallowing him like a tide again. The world in front of him was turning black and white, but he was fortunate enough to have evaded the scourge of the fatal purple fire at the end of the tail. The purple fire missed the target and dissipated in midair. Some of the parts fell to the ground, only to melt many giant pits that were too deep to measure in the hard floor. Utterly scared, Li Yao quickly jumped away with the counterforce of the member of the Panga clan's bizarre tail. When they entered the escape center for exploration, Su Changfa had been prudent enough to deploy a defense bastion and a few hundred spiritual puppets next to the teleportation array. At this moment, the spiritual puppets were all jumping toward the member of the Panga clan, unwavering even if they were burnt into slag in the purple fire. While the member of the Panga clan was blocked by the spiritual puppets, Li Yao struggled to his feet and hurried to run away with Su Changfa in panic. Hardly had they dashed through the narrow gap at the entrance of the Human Being Manufacture Center when they sensed violent spiritual waves coming at them. The member of the Panga clan had burned away all the spiritual puppets so quickly. "What do we do?" Su Changfa shouted. "The spiritual puppets' attacks are meaningless to him." "They definitely aren't. It just takes time for them to take effect. I don't believe that there are unkillable creatures in the world." Li Yao spat. If the Panga clan was truly invincible, they would not have lost the primeval war. There was no reason the offspring could not achieve what their ancestors had achieved hundreds of thousands of years ago. He suddenly thought of something. "Senior Su, when we were on our way here, you mentioned that we were probably crawling in through the jet tube of a superpower rune array. And because the superpower rune array had been damaged, it was leaking spiritual energy all the time. As a result, the intensity of spiritual energy in the tube is almost 100 times greater than normal, right? You also said that we couldn't go down any further because we might trigger an explosion in the highly intense spiritual energy, right? Both of them were rushing at the highest speed, with long, brilliant exhaust flames behind them. After the fierce battles, the member of the Panga clan was tired, too, and his movement was less agile because of the heightened gravity. His several sprints and stabs were all dodged by Li Yao, and only ripped a few pieces of plate armor on Draconic Phoenix, making the Colossus even more ragged. Li Yao became more and more adapted to Draconic Phoenix. Although he still failed to find a technique that could be performed with the broken body, the basic movements in the normal state were indeed more and more fluent and skilled. Swoosh! In two streaks of brightness, one thicker and the other thinner, Li Yao and Su Changfa crawled into the hole and returned to where they had come from. Rushing all the way back, they soon arrived at the bloody inferno that they had seen in the beginning. It was the nest of the blood tide and the hellish light butterflies ahead. The creatures that fed on spiritual energy had shockingly keen senses. Conceal all spiritual waves. Li Yao and Su Changfa turned off all their units at the same time and suppressed their own spiritual energy to the minimum. Because of their desperate running a moment ago, the crystal suit and the Colossus were all highly heated like burning iron blocks. Even if they were no longer heated, it was not so easy for them to cool down. But it did not matter because a target that was even more attractive was behind them. They did not need to conceal their spiritual energy to the point that the blood tide and the hellish light butterflies could not perceive them. They only needed to make themselves less obvious than the member of the Panga clan. Although this place was the home field for the member of the Panga clan, neither the blood tide nor the hellish light butterflies were there when he fell into hibernation hundreds of thousands of years ago. Never did he anticipate that such a trap that was not fatal but tricky nonetheless would be awaiting him. As it turned out, when Li Yao and Su Changfa lunged over, the bouncing spiritual energy on them immediately triggered the appetite of the blood tide and the hellish light butterflies. Then, the low-level, unintelligent creatures immediately discovered the member of the Pangu clan behind, who was like a torch on a dark night. If Li Yao and Su Changfa, who had concealed their spiritual energy, were appetizers, the member of the Panga clan, who was unleashing spiritual energy blatantly, was certainly the most delicious main dish. The blood tide and the hellish light butterflies, in two greedy torrents, swept toward the member of the Panga clan from the ground and the air. Creaking noises were immediately echoing from the dark tube. Li Yao and Su Changfa took the chance to run into the vast channel vertical to the ground that they had entered through in the beginning. When they looked up, there was nothing but dimness. They could not see anything but the sky. When they looked down, however, they could vaguely see fresh, glamorous brilliance. It was the high-intensity spiritual energy leaked from the superpower rune array. With the scale of the planetary warship, if it was engaged in a long-distance voyage across sectors, space jumps, instead of a journey boosted by spiritual energy, would probably be chosen as the means of transportation. The superpower rune array was unlikely to be the main power source of Kunlun. It was only a piece of ancillary magical equipment to slightly adjust the trajectory of Kunlun. Even so, to change the trajectory of such a gargantuan object, the power rune array was still unfathomably huge. For hundreds of thousands of years, the planetary warship had been absorbing and transforming the energy released by the pulsar and powering the self-sustaining system on Kunlun. Part of the spiritual energy was leaked continuously through the broken power rune array and sank inside the jet tube, turning it into a highly dangerous place. There's no time. It's impossible for the blood tide and the hellish light butterflies to stop him for half a minute. Throw all the explosive magical equipment you have brought, Su Changfa shouted. He closed his hands and then opened them. One cosmos ring swirled in front of his face, and more than 10 crystal bombs the size of goose eggs jumped out of the cosmos ring quickly. After they were triggered, they were thrown into the depths of the channel in colorful light, turning into a few sparks in the dark abyss. The crystal bombs I have brought aren't enough. They may be not enough to trigger a chain reaction of the high-intensity spiritual energy and detonate it. With a gloomy face, Su Changfa asked anxiously, "Do you have any crystal bombs with you? If you don't, there should be a few in Ko Ruhua's arsenal as I recall. They'll be better than nothing, I suppose. We don't really have any supplies now. That will be unnecessary." Li Yao shrieked. I happen to have brought a few bombs with me. Draconic Phoenix opened its mouth and spat out almost 10 cosmos rings. All kinds of crystal bombs humanly imaginable, including the thunder palms, the hellfire lightnings, the sky boomers, the deity execution cannons, the soul devastating balls, the pointy ones, the edgy ones, the flowery ones, those made of marrow crystals, those made of demon cores, those decorated with adornments poured into the depths of the channel like a roaring waterfall. Judging from the quantity of crystal bombs, they should have been more than enough to blow up a main force warship of the Imperium of true human beings. Su Changfa. Well, Li Yao said, the universe is a dangerous place. I only bring them for self-defense. There's no need to worry, Senior Su. While he was talking, an Earth penetrator that was more than 3 meters in diameter and 5 meters long fell out of a cosmos ring before it charged toward the core of the planet in a dull noise. Watching the Earth penetrator, which was embedded with at least 100 high-intensity crystals and the biggest demon core that he had ever seen in the middle, vanish into the darkness, Su Changfa turned around and stared at Li Yao in silence. Li Yao stared back at the old immortal cultivator innocently. The member of the Pangu clan's thunderous roars hit them from the side, breaking the somewhat awkward silence. The assault of the blood tide and the hellish light butterfly did not deal any actual damage to him. However, the terrible feeling of falling into a trap of the shameless human beings overlapped with some very unpleasant memories from hundreds of thousands of years ago, further loosening the barrier that confined the giant's soul. He crashed into the jet tube without bothering about anything and saw 2 insignificant human beings fleeing upward right above his head with their spiritual shields activated to the maximum. The member of the Panga clan's 6 rows of tusks rubbed, producing metallic sounds. He was about to chase after them when he felt a destructive force from below his empty feet. He lowered his head, only to discover that a colorful light spot was suddenly magnified into the most splendid ocean of brilliance and swallowed his entire vision. It was not until this moment that the sound of never-ceasing explosions came over one after another. The detonation of the hundreds of crystal bombs finally made the high-intensity spiritual energy that had been condensed inside the jet tube for hundreds of thousands of years surpass the tipping point and blossom instantly. It was not until this moment that the member of the Pangu clan finally understood the shameless human being's plan. But there was no time for him to dodge. He could only expand the spiritual shield to the maximum as Li Yao and Su Changfa had done. Boom! He was consumed by the ocean of brilliance and struggled in the middle of the destructive interference while he was spurted to the ground together with the soaring spiritual energy. Li Yao and Su Changfa were one step ahead of him. They could also use the giant as a large meat shield. Most of the blast of the explosion would not affect them until it penetrated through the member of the Pangu clan's body. Even so, the 2 of them still felt that their souls and bodies were being ripped apart, as if they would be reduced to the most fundamental cells any second, and even the cells would be obliterated the second after. Pooh! On the surface of the planet, in the middle of the primeval battlefield, a spring of spiritual energy thousands of meters high rose up to the sky, standing in the middle of the sky and the earth like a colorful, enormous tree of light. Li Yao, Su Changfa, and the member of the Panga clan were all spurted out and thrown onto the bleak land dozens of kilometers away from each other in burning curves. Stretching out his arms and legs, Li Yao found himself deeply embedded in a rock. He felt that he was a slug that was being dissolved. Is he down? Taking a deep breath, Li Yao struggled to his feet. He floated in midair with Draconic Phoenix, although all the components were falling down in clattering noises. Even one of the 2 wings that had already been on the verge of destruction was severed and hit the ground. Li Yao looked into the distance and soon discovered the member of the Panga clan. The enemy was like a huge mountain of meat that had been boiled, with hot steam popping up non-stop. However, the meat mountain was getting taller and longer while it was shivering. The giant was back on his feet again. The member of the Panga clan's vitality was so tough that the instant explosion of the high-intensity spiritual energy only managed to blow up the armor on him. Although he was bleeding and burnt, and quite a few golden broken bones protruded out of his body, he could still move. The member of the Panga clan seemed to be drunk. He was shaking, if not dancing, on the earth with his tail and his left leg. For a human being, it was a sign of severe brain concussion. It suggested that, although his body and bones had survived the instant explosion of spiritual energy, his soft brains were still oscillating at a frequency of thousands of times per second inside the tough skull. When Liao discovered the member of the Panga clan, the enemy discovered him, too. However, the member of the Panga clan, who had been at an advantage and suppressing Liao all the time, showed obvious hesitation. After pondering for a moment, he did not charge toward Liao. Instead, he staggered to run back to the hole at the center of the battlefield. The high and almighty god was frightened by insignificant human beings and fled in panic. He was trying to run back to the depths of the planetary warship. Maybe he should not have chased after the enemy in the first place. But he was in desperate need of spiritual energy, and he underestimated the determination of the uncontrollable human beings who had evolved for hundreds of thousands of years. You want to run? Not so fast. Li Yao's soul power had almost run dry. It was barely possible for him to blink. However, seeing the member of the Pangu clan's devastated appearance, he was so satisfied that, with new strength that grew out of nowhere, he turned into a shooting star in Draconic Phoenix and crashed toward the member of the Panga clan, covering the dozens of kilometers in between instantly. Boom! The member of the Panga clan was already near the hole when he was blown away by Li Yao in the opposite direction. Before he rose to his feet, he was drowned by a silver torrent. It was the metal spider puppets that the immortal cultivators had deployed to collect resources. Although the metal spiders were only for mining purpose, there were simply too many of them. When they lunged forward together, they could be a major headache. The member of the Panga clan, who barely had any intact skin now, struggled in the crazy tide of spiders. He attacked time and time again, throwing out purple fire with his tail and melting countless spiders. But the remaining spiders still marched toward him fearlessly. In order to collect the minerals, they had all been installed with high-intensity rock mincers, high-frequency oscillating knives, and superalloy fixation clangs on the abdomen. Just as the magical equipment could dig out the raw minerals that contained crystals and rare metals from deep down the rock stratums, it could also dig through the member of the Panga clan's body of flesh and blood and grind his stomach into powder. Surrounded by thousands of metal spiders, the purple fire thrown out from the member of the Panga clan's tail became ever dimmer, and the frequency of him ripping apart the metal spiders was greatly reduced, too. The member of the Panga clan was apparently on the verge of collapse. Liao definitely did not mind making things worse for him. Boom! Hitting the ground with the remaining arm, Draconic Phoenix was revolving fast on the same place, and the right leg left turned into an invincible drill, aiming for the chest of the member of the Panga clan. The member of the Panga clan did not evade or establish a force field to interfere with the attack. He suffered the blow hard and sure, falling down into the swarm of spiders again. An enormous hole was pierced open in the giant's chest, through which one could see many feebly bouncing organs. A number of metal spiders took the opportunity to crawl into the wound. Liao was about to rise up and continue attacking when he suddenly sensed a cluster of dangerous spiritual waves behind him. When he turned around, he was greatly alarmed. The war base of the immortal cultivators had slowly risen up from the folds of the land without him noticing. The arc-shaped plate on the top of the base glided to two sides, and a grand cannon more than 50 meters long was heaved from inside. The hundreds of thousands of runes carved on the barrel were all emitting mysterious blackness. Black smoke that looked like skeletons was condensing in front of the cannon, gathering, twisting, and screaming. For a moment, a ghostly wind was blowing. The whole of Kunlun seemed to have turned into a hell. Liao vaguely sensed that it was yet another piece of vicious magical equipment that involved the unrest souls. He did not know that the immortal cultivators had kept such weapons to themselves. Judging from the scale of the Grand Cannon, even Burning Prairie might have been damaged if it had landed without defense. Oh! The skeleton-like black smoke was formed into an air mass more than 100 meters in diameter before it was abruptly shot out from the barrel. The attack was so powerful that the entire war base shivered in midair. The black smoke smashed the member of the Pangu clan overwhelmingly. The gray giant, enveloped in the super-corrosive turbulence, revealed his bright, golden bones as his flesh was melted into mucus. Ah! The member of the Pangu clan uttered a devastating scream. His skin and flesh were suddenly dried, and he was as thin as a skeleton. But the fire of spiritual energy on him soared, yet again to compete with the black swirl, while shattering countless metal spiders into the most fundamental components. Li Yao knew that it was the dying struggle that the member of the Pangu clan performed at the cost of the last bit of his soul and blood. Right then, the most pleasant music suddenly echoed inside Li Yao's brain, while a spell was glittering, which had been adored by a golden line at the edge outside of the already glamorous brilliance. Little Black had finally found a technique that such a broken colossus could activate. Li Yao was overjoyed. He focused his attention on parsing the mechanism of the technique. The illustrations that stored the essence of the technique, in the meantime, were also etched into his soul and unraveled slowly. Voila! When he adjusted the flow of spiritual energy inside his body precisely according to the guidance of the technique, the spell suddenly began burning. It rushed out of his brain and, flying around Draconic Phoenix's right arm, dived in deeply. 5 sophisticated ancient characters immediately surfaced on Draconic Phoenix's right arm. They turned into fibers of light and covered the entire arm evenly. Shwa! Draconic Phoenix's right arm dissected itself silently, revealing the delicate, interconnected components inside. Infinite spiritual energy burst out like a volcanic eruption and enveloped the right arm that had been dismembered. It then spread out, eventually turning into a furiously burning fiery falcon. The fiery falcon was flapping the wings and grunting impatiently, with killing intent so vivid that it seemed as if a primeval beast had truly crossed time and space and landed on Draconic Phoenix's arm. However, when Li Yao observed from a different perspective, the fiery falcon became as thin as the wing of a cicada, if not a plane without thickness. It was a very weird feeling. He felt that he had torn apart three-dimensional space with Draconic Phoenix's right hand and snatched a fiery falcon that was absolutely superficial from the infinite void. Li Yao had no time to think. Draconic Phoenix had no power source itself and was only functioning with Li Yao's burning his life. Every technique was performed at the cost of Li Yao's sweat and blood. His soul was extremely exhausted in the first place. After condensing such a weird two-dimensional falcon, he felt that his brains had been squeezed out. Narrowing his eyes, Li Yao focused on the member of the Pangu clan's neck. He raised the right arm of Draconic Phoenix, which had been dissected. The fiery falcon opened its wings to the maximum, like a longbow that had been tightened, ready to fly. Li Yao sensed that his soul was resonating with an ancient and profound force deep inside the colossus. The resonation flowed to his throat from his chest in the blink of an eye, making him roar bleakly and domineeringly. Phoenix Demolisher! Shwa! The fiery falcon was thrown out. With an ear-splitting shriek, it turned into a falcon-shaped blade and dashed toward the member of the Pangu clan. Although it was awkward middle school student behavior for a nascent soul stage cultivator to shout the name of a move during a fierce battle, it was the only way to meld the cultivator's flesh, will, and soul into the colossus completely. The power of the technique would be boosted to the maximum. The Phoenix Demolisher reached the member of the Pangu clan without a sound. It was like a technique from a whole different world, leaving absolutely no sound, light, or electromagnetic waves in this one. With a thickness 1,000 times thinner than a piece of paper, it was barely possible to be discovered by the target, who could see a thin, red line in midair at best. They would barely be able to tell whether the red line was still or coming at them. The member of the Pangu clan was still dealing with the black smoke and the crazy spiders. His senses had been reduced to the minimum. When he noticed the Phoenix Demolisher, He only had the time to bulge his eyes and form a spiritual shield in front of his chest. However, the front half of the Phoenix Demolisher had already cut in before the shield closed and flashed across his neck, which was as thick as a crystal train. The member of the Pengu clan's body suddenly shook. He struggled for a moment longer because of inertia. His face grew more and more confused, and gray fog was popping up inside his pure black eyes, while a long, narrow line appeared on his neck. Pooh! The enormous head soared up to the sky. A black spring burst out of his neck. The member of the Pengu clan toppled forward, and the furiously burning spiritual energy around him entirely disappeared. Without the enhancement of spiritual energy, his body could not withstand the extremely strong gravity anymore. After a series of cracking sounds, he collapsed in a weird posture and cramped briefly before he stopped moving. Voila! As the giant fell to the ground, Draconic Phoenix fell from the air and hit the ground like a chunk of scrap metal. From the broken breastplate, Liao was spat out by Little Black and lay on the ground with all his limbs stretched out. This time, he truly did not even have the strength to fart. Crack! 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 A few metal spiders crawled to him and eyed him maliciously with their crystal cameras. The mining drills on their abdomens, stained with a member of the Pengu clan's blood, were emitting a stinky stench because of the heat. Senior Su. Liao smiled miserably to the mining spiders. I'm done. My spiritual energy is dry. Half of my bones are probably broken. All my internal organs are bleeding too. Please come and save me. Su Changfa soon arrived. He was in no better condition than Li Yao and could not have looked more wretched. However, he had received the fundamental treatment in the war base. Right now, he was soaked inside a jet medical cabin, with only his burnt head exposed to the air. Every hair on his head had been burnt up, making him as bald as a big turtle. His combat ability was mainly based on the spiritual puppets. At this moment, there were still too many metal spiders that had survived. They all gathered around him and stared at Li Yao coldly. Looking at the corpse of the member of the Pengu clan and Draconic Phoenix, which was as broken as mud next to Li Yao, Su Changfa put on a victor's smile. Fellow cultivator Li, you've been troubled, the old immortal cultivator said peacefully. Indeed, yeh. Li Yao looked back at him innocently, as if he did not read the viciousness behind his iris. I didn't know that you would be so incredibly strong, Su Changfa said unhurriedly. Not only are you in the nascent soul stage, you were even able to trigger such a powerful technique with a Colossus and finish the member of the Pengu clan in one attack. Thankfully, we ran into him, who forced fellow cultivator Li to play all the trump cards. Otherwise, the few of us might have been unable to stop you if you had suddenly attacked us. It appears that you hid a lot of interesting experiences from me. Why don't we adjourn to our base so that we can talk slowly? Cough, cough. Cough, 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 cough. Liao vomited a few mouthfuls of phlegm that were mixed with saliva before he said lethargically, There's nothing clandestine about my experiences. You can ask anything you want, Senior Su. However, I'm too heavily wounded right now, and I'm afraid that I'm incapable of talking. Can I ask the two of them to have a nice chat with you on my behalf? Su Changfa was suddenly alarmed because he discovered that two more long shadows had appeared next to his own on the ground without him noticing. One of the shadows was branchy, like an enormous tree, while the other was wry and did not have a fixed form, like a living swamp. Su Changfa had already suffered heavy wounds when he was ambushed by Tang Qianhe. After he luckily survived, he had been manipulating 1,000 spiritual puppets with all of his soul power. After the fierce battles, he was already on the brink of collapse and no better than a core formation stage cultivator. How could he foresee the assault of two experts in a nascent soul stage? As the vines and mercury threads crawled into the medical cabin and bound Su Changfa's body that was riddled with holes, stopping near his heart, carotid artery, and temples, the old immortal cultivator put on an expression of indescribable bewilderment. His telepathic thoughts immediately expanded, and all the mining spiders were seething impatiently, eager to attack. The vines and the mercury instantly pierced toward his eyeballs and temples. Su Changfa's pupils constricted violently. He retrieved his techniques obediently and shouted straightforwardly, "I surrender." 3 minutes later, after setting up traps on Su Changfa's medical cabin and ensuring that the signal transmission between him and all the spiritual puppets had been cut off, Professor Emotion and the Fire Ant King finally helped Li Yao to his feet. What has happened exactly? Both of them were greatly surprised by the dead body of the member of the Panga clan, which was like a hill with steam popping up, and Draconic Phoenix next to Li Yao, which had gone on a rampage a moment ago. Since Li Yao and the three immortal cultivators went deep into the underground, Professor Emotion and the Fire Ant King had been observing the war base from nearby, hoping to find an opportunity to sneak in. However, the war base was heavily guarded with a thorough defense system. There were watchtowers and electricity nets everywhere. The two of them had studied it for a long time, but failed to locate any loophole. Therefore, they had given up, waiting for Li Yao's message. They both knew that Li Yao was a rogue that would turn the world upside down anywhere he went. Therefore, they had thought that they would not be surprised however Li Yao decided to announce his return. Never did they expect that they would witness a fierce battle between a member of the Panga clan and an enormous war beast, like a replay of the primeval war hundreds of thousands of years ago. The entire battlefield was surrounded by the mining spiders, so it had been very difficult for them to intervene. However, in the end, it turned out to be Li Yao who fell out of the enormous war puppet. What happened below the ground? Looking at each other in bewilderment, the two of them did not have the faintest idea. They could only turn around and stare at Li Yao suspiciously. It was not until Su Changfa was completely under control that Li Yao took a deep breath, relaxed. Noticing the confusion in their eyes, he simply smiled. "No biggie. As you have seen, I just killed a god. The Fire Ant King. Professor Emotion. Come on, give me a hand. There's one last thing I need to do." Li Yao struggled to his feet. Supported by the two of them, he staggered to the flag-raising platform that the immortal cultivators had deployed on Kunlun in the beginning. At the top of the flagpole, the Imperium of True Human Beings flag was still flapping high. Narrowing his eyes, Li Yao gazed at the flag, which was made of 3 aggressive lightning bolts against a deep red background. He extended 2 fingers and formed a blade of spiritual energy at his fingertips, waving it softly. The flag of black lightning immediately fell to the ground. Li Yao retrieved a new flag from his cosmos ring. In the universal exploration, a flag was always among the items that every explorer brought with them, as long as they had a reliable, trustworthy motherland that they swore to protect. The flag was also blood red, but it was fresher, brighter, and more energetic than the crimson flag of the Imperium of True Human Beings. At the center of the flag was a vivid pattern sewed with golden stripes. The upper half of the pattern was a raging gold dragon, while the lower half consisted of 9 glittering stars. It was the rising dragon of the 9 Stars flag, the national flag of the Star Glory Federation. When the new flag fluttered in the sky of Kunlun in the wind in place of the Imperium of True Human Beings Black Lightning flag, the immortal cultivator Su Changfa seemed to have realized something. His eyes were twitching violently. "Senior Su, you were interested in my identity, weren't you?" Li Yao turned around and smiled. "Now, I can tell you loud and clear. The stories you told me were quite marvelous, and Blackstar the Great deserved to go down in history. But I'm sorry, I don't intend to change the path I'm walking on. I am a cultivator from the Star Glory Federation." Above Li Yao's head, in the eastern sky, a tiny spark suddenly appeared. It was expanding at a visible speed, like a blossoming bud. Burning Prairie had successfully jumped to Kunlun and was entering the atmosphere. When he realized Burning Prairie's scale and speed, Su Changfa finally could not help but moan in frustration and desperation. 5 days passed. The major discovery on Kunlun shocked the entire world of cultivators. A dead body of the member of the Panga clan, which still boasted a lot of living cells and intact gene strands, a living immortal cultivator, an undamaged war base of the immortal cultivators, and a colossus, which hopefully could still be recovered, had been captured. The good news was making the cultivators seethe with joy. Nobody could have hoped for a bigger windfall. However, the formidability of the Imperium of true human beings, the dreadfulness of the alliance of the Holy Covenant, and the mysterious truth about the origins of human beings cast an unpredictable dark cloud over the future of the new Federation, too. Burning Prairie brought a lot of star beacons. A space gate made of more than 300 star beacons was slowly unfolded above Kunlun. When the 300 star beacons broadcast waves of special frequencies toward the Heaven's Origin sector, the Blood Demon sector, and the Flying Star sector at the same time, a broad, unhindered gate was opened. A lot of starships jumped to Kunlun from the three sectors, projecting a large batch of mobile camps and laboratories to Kunlun. Right near the primeval battlefield that Li Yao and his fellows discovered, a base that belonged to the Star Glory Federation had been rooted and was expanding on a daily basis. In the near future, the Federation would extend their hands to the deepest parts of Kunlun, chewing and absorbing every component and even every screw on the planetary warship for their own use. Due to the heavy wounds in his dry soul, Li Yao was not able to shoulder the side effects of a space jump yet. Moreover, he could not bear to leave such a paradise. Kunlun was indeed a place of fortune. He could dig out the debris of a few pieces of magical equipment anywhere randomly. Even though he was not healthy enough to study them yet, he could always satisfy himself for the time being by looking at the sophisticated ancient runes. Therefore, Li Yao simply decided to treat his wounds on Kunlun. After all, Ding Ling Dang had come over on Burning Prairie. With her company, this place was no different from home. After 5 days of rest, his wounds were more or less recovered. Having had enough rest, Li Yao almost could not wait to explore the depths of Kunlun again. However, before that, another mission that was more urgent was awaiting him. Su Changfa wants to talk to me? The news that what Chunfeng brought to him made him scratch his head for quite a while. The immortal cultivator and his war base were perhaps trophies more important to the Federation than the relics of the Panga clan on Kunlun. The reason was simple. The primeval treasures in the relics of the Panga civilization, however incredible and powerful they used to be, came from hundreds of thousands of years ago. After such a long time, most of them were already too rusted to be studied. Even the intact treasures might not be readily usable because the body structures of the Panga clan and human beings were slightly different anyway. The immortal cultivators and the cultivators, in comparison, belonged to the same civilization of the same era. There was no gap between them. The two parties differed in their ideology, but when it came to cultivation arts, there was not the slightest disparity. The cultivators could pick up and use the immortal cultivators' cultivation arts, magical equipment, and techniques without any obstacles. Besides, an expedition fleet of the Imperium of true human beings was now marching toward the Federation aggressively. According to Su Changfa and the other immortal cultivators, the soldiers of the fleet from the Black Wind sector were a notorious, unpardonable race even within the Imperium. So, it was all the more important to grasp as much intelligence about them as possible. For the Federation at this moment, Su Changfa, as a living immortal cultivator, was definitely much more valuable than the dead member of the Panga clan. Su Changfa was heavily wounded and unable to survive long-distance space jumps. Therefore, Wu Chunfeng simply brought a team of his elite subordinates to Kunlun to interrogate him. But naturally, the old and cunning fox's mouth would not be opened so easily. Li Yao found it more or less understandable that the guy wanted to meet him. After all, the old immortal cultivator had been trapped by him and was probably unwilling to admit his failure just like that. Li Yao intended to find out more about the world of the immortal cultivators. Therefore, he agreed without any hesitation and went to the single prison cell that the Secret Sword Bureau had specially prepared for Su Changfa. Out of his expectations, he ran into an unannounced guest in front of the prison cell. "Master Gay, what brings you here?" Li Yao asked, somewhat surprised. The old man standing in front of him looked like both a giant tortoise that had stood on its feet and a mottled rock statue. It was Gue Suesho, the most famous guy who had outlived his usefulness, an absolute pessimist, and the proposer of the monument plan. "My young friend Li Yao, greetings." Gue Suesho seemed to be quite unused to the high gravity on Kunlun because his tortoise shell was apparently much heavier than before. Yet his face was as delighted as ever when he said with a smile, "As you know, I am a historian, and it is my responsibility to record every groundbreaking event while our civilization is walking toward its doom. The discovery of Kunlun is certainly a groundbreaking event. Of course, I had to come to this place and witness everything our legendary parent civilization once created in person. I'm told that you, my young friend, even killed a member of our parent civilization with your own hands. That was indeed incredibly courageous of you." Now, after hundreds of thousands of years of growing, the seeds are sprouting, blossoming, and yielding fruit again. Liao, my young friend, you are truly worth complimenting for killing a member of the Panga clan. But the greater enlightenment of the incident should be that a living member of the Panga clan can survive hundreds of thousands of years, or even longer, through hibernation. The universe is a boundless place with infinite worlds. You don't think that there is just this one member of the Pangu civilization in the hibernation state in entire universe whom you have accidentally encountered and killed, do you? What if other members of the Pangu civilization wake up from their hibernation elsewhere? Not to be killed by heroes like you, but to be embraced by the people of the Covenant Alliance dominated by the path of ultimate benevolence. Clear, innocent brilliance beamed out of Gue Suishou's dirty eyes. Liao was so angry that his teeth were itching. It was what the old tortoise did all the time. He always liked to propose theories that would extinguish other people's delight, but were irrefutable. "Then, you are free to study the relics of the Panga clan carefully, Master Gue. What are you doing here?" Liao snapped with a gloomy face. "I'm here specifically for you, my young friend," Gue Suishou said unhurriedly. "I wonder, can we talk more after you finish your conversation with the immortal cultivator?" Liao scratched his head. "Is it for the monument plan? We can talk about it later. Most of the resources of the glorious Sunlight Group will still be focused on the development of Kunlun for the time being." "Yes and no," Gue Suishou said. "It's true that the monument plan is in dire need of funding, but it is not a project that can be rushed. I'm simply curious about you, Liao, and I'm hoping to record your words and actions, as many as possible." This time, Liao was truly puzzled. "Why? I am a historian. I want to keep the marks of the last glory of our civilization as best as I can. But the so-called civilization is not just about cities and relics, but, more importantly, about people. Cities are not a civilization, and magical equipment is not a civilization. Only people are what makes a civilization. I feel that you're a very interesting example of our civilization. Your life experience, your quotes, and your anecdotes should be built into a vivid monument to tell the brand new civilizations in billions of years what a cultivator really is. Therefore, I'm planning to write a biography for you to add to the monuments in the future, which will be passed on for millions if not billions of years. To some extent, you will be sort of immortalized in such a way, my young friend Liao." Gue Suishou spoke delightedly with a "now come on and thank me" face. However, Liao had goosebumps all over his body as he put on an extremely weird expression. He had never thought that his tales would be passed on to others millions of years in the future, not even in his wildest dreams. It was too creepy. The old tortoise's head was indeed abnormal. For a moment, Liao felt that he had turned into a relic himself, or perhaps a well-preserved dry cadaver, which was being sliced for research and commented on by some green-skinned, three-headed, and six-armed creatures. Shuddering in coldness, he made a few empty promises to Gue Suishou and walked into the prison cell. Senior Su Changfa, and Guo Chunfeng were alone in the prison cell, one sitting and the other lying. The place was not creepy at all for a prison cell. Instead, the ivory ceiling and the wall that was the color of a green apple made it look more like a ward with full facilities. Except for the barriers around the sickbed, there was not the slightest intimidating vibe of interrogation. Compared to 5 days ago, Su Changfa looked much better. It seemed that he had adapted to the lifestyle in the world of cultivators. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on the bed with a crystal processor in his hands, reading a jade chip carefully. The 5 days did not prove to be entirely futile. Su Changfa had traded some valuable intelligence for a crystal processor and a brief introduction to the Star Glory Federation. Right now, the two parties both had a basic understanding about each other. Fellow cultivator Li, we meet again. Seeing Li Yao walk in, the old immortal cultivator put down the crystal processor and smiled calmly. I didn't know that you have achieved so many astonishing accomplishments despite your young age. You are truly a pillar in the world of the cultivators of the heavens origin sector. How blind I was! Li Yao's lips curled up. He did not find Su Changfa too distasteful. Perhaps it was because the two of them had once fought side by side, or perhaps it was because Su Changfa had not committed any inhuman crimes in his presence. Is there anything you want to say to me, Senior Su? Li Yao directly got to the matter at hand. Yes. In the past few days, I have exchanged some intelligence for your files. The more I read, the more I was surprised. Such a young hero like you is a rarely seen talent even in the Imperium. Su Changfa glanced at Guo Chunfeng and sneered. If I must confess, I would rather communicate with a frank and forthright cultivator, such as you, than fall into those who are willing to do anything to achieve their goal. Guo Chunfeng scratched his nose. Even if he was embarrassed, his face certainly did not betray his feelings. Li Yao raised an eyebrow and said, Senior Su, have you thought everything through? Are you ready to confess? Yes, I can confess, but I want to confirm something first. Su Changfa smiled. Fellow cultivator Li, if you consider yourself to be the most standard cultivator, you will definitely persevere in your bright and righteous belief and will not waver easily, right? Li Yao nodded. Of course. I'm aware that there is a constitution of cultivators in the Star Glory Federation. The law is the lowest criterion of the cultivator's belief. Therefore, you will certainly abide by the law. Correct? Yes. If somebody else is violating the law, a true cultivator such as yourself will absolutely not idle by, but help serve justice, right? Naturally. If you watch and do nothing, your belief will be sullied, and you will not stop questioning yourself. In the worst-case scenario, your belief will collapse, and your level will plummet, right? So what? What are you trying to say, Senior Su? Su Changfa nodded quickly. Then, I'm truly confused now. Fellow cultivator Li, you and I have fought a bloody battle together. We should be acquaintances even if we are not friends. Why are you doing nothing while I'm in prison? Fellow cultivator Li? If I may ask, what law of your country have I violated exactly? And why do I deserve to be confined and even interrogated by the agent organization of your country without good reason? This is a heinous action that is seriously in violation of human rights. Are you not going to stand out and serve justice? Fellow cultivator Li, where's your belief? Li Yao was dazed for a moment before he blurted out, Are you not an immortal cultivator? So what? Su Changfa replied frankly. Is it a crime to be an immortal cultivator in your country? Dumbfounded for a long time, Li Yao turned around and asked Guo Chunfeng, Brother Guo, is it a crime to be an immortal cultivator? Guo Chunfeng frowned. It doesn't seem to be a crime to be an immortal cultivator. That's it. Whatever the law does not forbid, you are free to do. Now that being an immortal cultivator is not a crime in your country, for exactly what reason have you captured me? Su Changfa leaned against the wall and said like a rascal, Even if being an immortal cultivator is truly a crime, how do you determine that I am an immortal cultivator? Are there any unique physiological features about the immortal cultivators? Are the two words immortal cultivator on my forehead? Or is it simply because I said I was one? Yes, I'm indeed from the Imperium of true human beings, and I mentioned that I was an immortal cultivator, but is it really evidence? Tang Qianhao was from the Imperium of true human beings too. She claimed to be an immortal cultivator too. What happened later? You are convicting me based on just a few words and tales that I told fellow cultivator Li. I don't think it is appropriate. Is it? Li Yao blinked. Indeed, it is not. There must be a misunderstanding, Senior Su. Guo Chunfeng coughed and said, We did not capture you because you are an immortal cultivator. Part of your freedom is only limited because you are believed to be a threat to the national security of the Federation. That's why we are investigating you. What a joke! Su Changfa snapped. I had not heard the name Star Glory Federation before I jumped to this area. Also, my original destination was not the Heaven's origin sector either. We were merely using this place as a platform because we were attracted by the waves caused by the integration of the Heaven's origin sector and the Blood Demon sector. How could I be a threat to your national security when I didn't even know the name of the Star Glory Federation? Li Yao frowned. But you were planning to launch an invasion to us. As far as I know, the Imperium of True Human Beings has never declared war on the Star Glory Federation or any other political entity in the universe, Su Changfa replied innocently. What's invasion all about? Even if a war between the two nations does break out, does it have anything to do with small folk such as myself? I'm just a traveler in the sea of stars who enjoys the ecstasy of discovering more sectors. Small folk, Li Yao sneered. Anyone who is not blind can see the huge war base outside. Besides, are you not an official of the Immigration Bureau of the Imperium? Li Yao took out the green card that Su Changfa had issued him. I'm just a regular civil official. Su Changfa did not even bat an eye when he was lying. I can't see how an official of the Immigration Bureau is a threat to the national security of your country. As for the war base, the universe is a vast and perilous place. Everybody brings some self-defense magical equipment with them. Are the carriers of your country not armed at all? Most importantly of all, even if I was indeed armed to my teeth, I didn't land on the territory of your country. Your territory is the Heaven's origin sector. Is this place Heaven's origin sector? This is not your jurisdiction. On what basis are you arresting me? Fellow cultivator Li, you are a kind, noble cultivator. How can you do nothing about such absurd actions? Can the law be overlooked and the innocent such as me be sacrificed easily just because a groundless indictment of national security? How is it different from the immortal cultivator's actions? Did the guy think that they would set him free after he won a game of words? Li Yao's eyelids were twitching. He believed that Su Changfa was definitely not such a boring man. The man was the soul of the three immortal cultivators. Thinking for a moment, Li Yao immediately understood Su Changfa's intention. He also sensed the vague thorn inside his heart. Brother Gua, can we talk in private? Li Yao called Gua Chunfeng to go out of the cell. Is there something wrong with the immortal cultivator's head? Gua Chunfeng found it unbelievably. He is not thinking that the cultivators are so innocent that we will let him go after his empty talk, is he? That's not what he meant. Li Yao smiled bitterly. I'm afraid that his life and death is no longer his concern right now. He is not expecting that he can get away through some bullshit asterisk T. His words were specially prepared for me to hear. For you to hear? Gua Chunfeng was confused. Why? What's the point? He wanted to plant a thorn in my heart, or a seed that might grow into the true path of immortality one day, Li Yao said carefully. I assumed that he had two reasons. Firstly, it was me who sabotaged his endeavor and played him for a fool. He was probably pissed off and hoped to destroy my belief in such a way. If a gap appears in my belief and I fall from the nascent soul stage into the core formation stage, he will have his vengeance. Secondly, perhaps, despite his extreme hatred, he hasn't entirely given up hope yet. He wants to have one last go and see if I can be transformed into an immortal cultivator. Gua Chunfeng was amused. With a few empty words? Maybe. Li Yao stared at Gua Chunfeng solemnly. To be honest, I've been considering the difference between the cultivators and the immortal cultivators over the past few days. If there is a clear boundary that classifies the two concepts, where exactly is the boundary? Or rather, is there no boundary at all, but an ambiguous, gray area? What crimes has Su Changfa, an immortal cultivator, committed? Does the Star Glory Federation have the right to try and punish him? Even if he is suspected to be a threat to national security and must be confined, how long will he be confined? If he is unwilling to confess dutifully all the time, are we allowed to torture and torment him to get the information we want? I would very much like to find the answers to these questions. Gua Chunfeng scowled. That's petty kindness. Maybe, but part of my belief is exactly made of such petty kindness. If that part collapses, my belief will be broken, and my level will definitely plunge. Li Yao pondered for a moment and said, also, as a result, I will not be able to answer one question to myself. Without the petty kindness, what's the essential difference between a cultivator and an immortal cultivator? Perhaps, as a result, I may be trapped in the dilemma longer and longer until I cannot free myself from it anymore. I will truly be an immortal cultivator by then. Just think about Lu Zue and Zhou Hengdao. Sometimes, it may only take 1 second for a cultivator to be transformed into an immortal cultivator. Guo Chunfeng tilted his head and thought for a long time before he said, I understand it now. The old man was not struggling to survive. He was merely hoping to plant the seed with his words and his miserable outcome later into your heart, so that you could be turned into an immortal cultivator who was willing to achieve your purpose through whatever means possible. Yes, Li Yao nodded. Therefore, I'm desperate to know whether or not there is any legal ground for us to confine him and even to exploit his soul through torture. After all, it is true that he did not do anything hostile to the Star Glory Federation from the beginning to the end. He even surrendered the moment the Fire Ant King and Professor Emo Xin broke into his medical cabin. I would say that he was quite cooperative. Guo Chunfeng frowned and asked, if there isn't, are you going to stop us from interrogating him? Of course not. After all, the immortal cultivator and his war base are too valuable. I can't stop it. Li Yao thought for a moment and said, however, a thorn will be buried at the bottom of my heart, as I cannot think it through. From this day on, I may not be as confident in my belief as before, which can seriously affect my training and my battles. Chances are that one day in the future, I will suddenly think it through and decide that I can do anything needed for the interests of the Federation. As a result, I will be an immortal cultivator like Lu Zue, Zhou Hengdao, or Su Changfa. Understood. Guo Chunfeng took out his glass teacup and poured the water into his mouth before he chewed the tea leaves hard. Therefore, in order for the belief of the ultra-level federal-level hero and the future star of the Star Glory Federation not to be broken, we must handle everything with undeniable proof in the completely legal way, right? More or less. Is it difficult? I don't think so. Give me 5 minutes. Let me see. 5 minutes passed. Li Yao returned to the prison cell in a joyful mood. Su Changfa's eyelids were dangling down as he stared at the newcomer suspiciously. Problem solved, Senior Su, Li Yao said merrily. We truly do not have any evidence to support your accusations. Your freedom will be restored very soon. Su Changfa was dazed, with confusion beaming out of his eyes. He did not understand what Li Yao was up to. Was the guy going to let him walk away, just like that? However, please be aware, Senior Su. Li Yao coughed and declared pretentiously. Before the starship of the Imperium of true human beings landed on the relic of the Panga civilization, an exploration team of the Star Glory Federation had already discovered the place. Therefore, we have every reason to announce that this place was already the territory of the Star Glory Federation before you arrived. Su Changfa's eyes were almost frozen and did not move again until a long while later. Hoarsely, he asked, So, Senior Su, you have committed a legal entry as stated in the federal law. Of course, we understand that you were unaware of the situation beforehand. So, we do not intend to press formal charges. We will simply confiscate your vehicle with which you crossed the border illegally, pronounce you as an unwelcome man in our country, and banish you. This time, it was Su Changfa who was rendered speechless. Staring at Li Yao for a long time, he sneered, By banish, do you mean depriving me of all my magical equipment and launching me out of the atmosphere, where I will wait to die? Definitely not. Li Yao shook his head solemnly. It's true that we will launch you outside of the atmosphere, but we will certainly make sure that you have enough food and water. You will also be given a sealed suit, which should be enough to sustain you in space for a couple of days. We will launch you to a fixed sailing route. A few carriers of the Flying Star Sector cruise along the sailing route every day. You will definitely be rescued. Somebody seemed to have stuffed ice into Su Changfa's throat. The Flying Star Sector? Exactly. The Flying Star Sector. The Flying Star Sector, where the immortal cultivators raised a riot a few years back and killed countless ordinary people. Su Changfa glared at Li Yao. I have carefully considered every detail for you, Senior Su. Such a decision is definitely in the spirit of law and humanitarianism. Even the pickiest person cannot find anything wrong with it. With his hand on his chest, Li Yao said, I feel quite relieved to have fought for such a privilege for you, Senior Su. I think that my belief has just been refreshed. Staring at Li Yao without blinking, Su Changfa said, one word after another, I have never seen a cultivator as shameless as you. Li Yao scratched his chin. Perhaps the cultivators not as shameless as me have been eliminated by the cruel universe. So, Su Changfa said, you are saying that if I don't confess the intelligence about the Imperium of true human beings and the secrets of the war base, you will hand me over to the citizens of the Flying Star sector, who hate the immortal cultivator's guts? Technically speaking, we are merely banishing you, Senior Su. Moreover, you came such a long way for the purpose of conquering the Flying Star sector in the first place. I don't feel at all at ease to hand you over to the people of the Flying Star sector. But I'm confused about one thing. Now that you have chosen to surrender, why are you not willing to confess everything promptly? How can they be the same? Su Changfa replied toughly. Surrender is my personal choice. Surrender when the enemy is too invincible to keep myself alive, and chances are that I can rise up again later. It is a tactical choice, not immoral at all. But the crucial information, should I confess it, is very likely to jeopardize the overall interests of the civilization of mankind. I am a CR*PPY old man more than 200 years old after all. However scared of death I am, it is not enough for me to sell out mankind in exchange for my survival. Li Yao was surprised. Does it have anything to do with the overall interests of the civilization of mankind? Of course it does, Su Changfa said. After a few days of getting to know each other, I have realized that, although the Star Glory Federation is remote at the edge of the universe and all by yourself, you are as ambitious as a rising sun, which reminds me of the Covenant Alliance in the past. Now that you are integrating the forces of all three sectors, and you have discovered such a large relic from the Pangda civilization, your potential will be further boosted if you have the tremendous intelligence about the Imperium. Once the Federation rises, the Imperium will have enemies both in front and behind. If we have to waste too many resources and forces on you, we may not be capable enough to deal with the Covenant Alliance. Should the Covenant Alliance defeat the Imperium, the civilization of mankind will be suppressed by the path of ultimate benevolence and cursed forever. Tell me, is it not against the overall interests of the civilization of mankind? The reckless man Ko Ruhua burned his life and soul to show the member of the Panga clan the valor and valiance of mankind. If I betray everything just in order to live a few more decades when I'm an old man in the first place, I will be too ashamed to meet Ko Ruhua in the afterworld. I hardly think so, Li Yao sneered. Senior Su, have you never given it any thought? The path of ultimate benevolence is truly a creepy ideology. The human beings under its control have lost all their normal emotions and become lifeless puppets. But why is such a ridiculous theory, which should be freezing the blood of any normal human, so popular in the Imperium of true human beings? Why have so many people devoted themselves to the cause of the Covenant Alliance, rising up against the powerful suppression of the Imperium? Do you not feel that the tyranny of the Imperium is an important reason for everything? It is exactly because you regard the 99% ordinary people as hominoids, existences no better than animals, and you have savaged and exploited them blatantly, imposing suffering on them, that they abandon their everything for the path of ultimate benevolence. Even being puppets is still better than being your slaves. This is perhaps what a common hominoid of the Imperium thinks. The more you exploit ordinary people, the more determined the ordinary people will be to get away from you and resist you. The power of the Covenant Alliance will snowball as a result. This vicious cycle is like an enormous swirl at the center of the cosmos that the Imperium can never flee from. Su Changfa burst into fury. His eyelids twitched for a long time before he took a deep breath and said coldly, "How can you explain the national affairs so easily? As you have seen in person, the hominoids were created as tools in the very beginning. Being enslaved is in their nature. They are dogs that can never be familiarized, animals that can never be fed up. However nicely we treat them, they will still be controlled by the path of ultimate benevolence in the end. Forget it. Now that you've seen through my intention, I don't want to play the game of words with you anymore. If you want to hand me over to the people of the Flying Star sector, so be it. The bottom line is," with a sneer, he said, "it's easy for you to kill me, but let's see whether or not you are capable of retrieving the crucial intelligence deep inside my memories. I don't want to play the game of words either, and I don't want to determine which of our beliefs is correct and which is wrong here and now. I am in the nascent soul stage, too. I know better than anybody that changing the belief of a nascent soul stage cultivator is extremely difficult," Li Yao said sincerely. "However, if I may suggest that you consider the question from a different perspective, does it really hurt to buy insurance for your belief?" "Insurance?" Su Changfa was dazed. "What do you mean?" "This is how it goes," Li Yao explained patiently. "According to your belief, you have absolutely no doubt that the true path of immortality is the only correct path for mankind to march forward, and that the Imperium of true human beings will certainly defeat the Covenant Alliance and defend the civilization of mankind, right?" "Of course," Su Changfa nodded solemnly. "I will implement the true path of immortality with my life to make everything reality. Let's say that your belief is 99.99% likely to be correct. But what if things go wrong? What if the 0.01% possibility turns out to be true and you have been walking down the wrong path further and further? What if the Imperium of true human beings can never defeat the Covenant Alliance? There's no need to brag now, Senior Su. Other than you, we have other sources of intelligence. We are aware that the future of the Imperium of true human beings is not very promising. Although your country may not be in danger for now, nobody can say how long it will take for you to completely defeat the Covenant Alliance. The Imperium of true human beings has been mired in the swamp of war. You should know the crisis within the Imperium. Are you really confident enough to swear with your belief that there is absolutely nothing wrong with the true path of immortality, not even in the odds of 1/10,000th? Su Changfa was lost for words for a moment. Of course, he could lie to Li Yao or anybody else, but he could not lie to his own heart. You have other sources of intelligence? For a moment, Su Changfa seemed to become 10 years older. He mumbled to himself, "Is it possible that you have met other immortal cultivators before?" "It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. I can't tell you anything about that," Li Yao said honestly. "I simply want you to consider carefully. Should the Imperium of true human beings truly fail and be swallowed by the Covenant Alliance, the Star Glory Federation, which believes in the path of the cultivators with protecting the ordinary people as the core principle, might be the last hope for the civilization of mankind. At the very least, I'm confident that in the Federation whose environment is relatively harmonious, not so many people will worship the wretched path of ultimate benevolence. Since your true path of immortality considers the highest interests of the civilization of mankind to be most important, won't improving the Star Glory Federation's capabilities be insurance for the future of mankind? If the Imperium fails, the Federation will be able to continue resisting so that the torch of human civilization will burn a while longer." Silently, Su Changfa was deep in thought. Besides, even if we're not looking from not the perspective of the overall interests of mankind, but the national interests of the Imperium of true human beings, it will benefit your country a lot if you decide to cooperate with us and build up our capabilities. This time, Su Changfa was truly surprised and amused. "I knew that you were shameless, but I didn't know that you could be so shameless. My first impression of you wasn't wrong at all. You are a natural-born immortal cultivator. Being a cultivator is too much of a waste of your talents in shamelessness. Come on, I'm all ears. How exactly is the Imperium going to be benefited if I tell you the critical intelligence about the Imperium and the usages of the war base? It's not wrong that the Imperium of true human beings and the Star Glory Federation are in a subtle, hostile relation right now," Li Yao replied frankly. If we were the only two forces in the universe, every secret that you confessed would be a brazen action of treason. But right now, there are not two but three forces in the universe, namely the Imperium, the Covenant Alliance, and the New Federation. Are you serious? Su Changfa picked his ear and yawned. Faced with the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, can your small federation be considered a force? There should be a line in your overstatement. The Federation right now is definitely no match for the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance. But do you not have high hopes about our future too, Senior Su? Li Yao declared barefacedly. With the relics of the Panga civilization, if you bring the techniques and secrets of the Imperium to us, we will definitely rise at the speed of light. In the end, even if we cannot be on par with the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, we will still be a critical variable in the game. How can the Imperium be benefited from it? Su Changfa said coldly. It cannot be benefited at all and will only be greatly harmed, Li Yao admitted frankly. Our beliefs are incompatible, and we both consider ourselves to be the rightful successor of the civilization of mankind. A great war of belief and rightfulness will break out between us sooner or later. Su Changfa was rather surprised. Then, why on earth should I help you? Because while we will harm the Imperium, Li Yao replied, we will harm the Covenant Alliance even more. The Cultivators and the immortal Cultivators are of the same origin after all. We all believe that human beings are the dominators of the universe, and that the interests of the civilization of mankind are of paramount importance. We only differ in the concept of civilization of mankind and the specific approaches to defend the civilization of mankind. But if we get to the bottom of it, we are all human supremacists. We can sit down and communicate nicely like right now. But the Covenant Alliance is different from us. Controlled by the path of ultimate benevolence, they mean to re-establish the order of the Panga civilization in the universe, which is utterly unacceptable for both of us. Just think about our experience in the Relic. The Panga clan and the Covenant Alliance are our mutual enemies. Therefore, if I grade the Federation's hostility toward the Imperium at 5 points, then the Federation's hostility toward the Covenant Alliance is at least 10 points. Senior Su, this is just my bold guess, but I assume that the Imperium may not be at an advantage in the war with the Covenant Alliance, right? Su Changfa blushed and sniffed, but did not reply. Then, at this moment, isn't it a good thing for the Imperium of true human beings that a new power that is highly antagonistic to the Covenant Alliance is rising? It's true that we are unlikely to ally with the Imperium. We may even declare war against the Imperium at some point. However, when we destroy one starship of the Imperium, we may have already destroyed 2 starships of the Covenant Alliance. When we kill one immortal cultivator, we may have killed 3 to 5 soldiers of the Covenant Alliance. In my opinion, in a war, the party on the winning side does not want to see new, unexpected factors because victory is theirs as long as the situation goes on according to the current trend. On the other hand, the party that is losing always welcomes unexpected factors, which can possibly bring the 2 parties to level and even help them win, right? Su Changfa's face was gloomy. The relics of the Pangu civilization had already fallen into the hands of the cultivators, which was a fact. The Federation, with the relics of the Panga civilization, was destined to grow into an influential force in the coming century. Just as Li Yao had said, it would be a chess piece that rolled onto the board out of nowhere in the game of the universe. The immortal cultivator quickly calculated what amazing changes the chess piece would bring to the 2 parties of the game, the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, after it stabilized its position on the chessboard. After contemplating for 10 minutes, Su Changfa took a long breath in relief and said slowly, if I am willing to work with you to a certain degree, how will you treat me? I will certainly not accept my identity as a prisoner, and I am not interested in spending the rest of my life in a sunless cage. You will certainly not be regarded as a prisoner, a captive, or a hostile agent while you are in the Star Glory Federation. You can rest assured about that. Maybe, Senior Su, you think that the so-called law and morals only apply to one's own country, and that 2 countries at war should resort to whatever means possible without any restraint. But I don't think so. Both the Imperium of true human beings and the Star Glory Federation originate from the Star Ocean Imperium, the greatest nation of human beings 10,000 years ago. Also, we are both ambitious enough to inherit the last will of the Star Ocean Imperium, restore the former glory of mankind, and make it shine even more brilliantly. I think that, even if a war truly breaks out between us, it will only be a civil war of the civilization of mankind, one about our rightfulness, belief, and direction. Such a civil war is vastly different from a racial war against alien species in the universe. What I'm defending is not a planet, a land, or a city of the Star Glory Federation, but the spirit of the Federation, cultivators, and humanity. Since the Flying Star Sector is not part of the Star Glory Federation yet, and you have done no harm to the Star Glory Federation, making sure that you are treated properly will be the first realization of such spirits. Trampling on such spirits is equivalent to destroying a city of the Federation in person for me. It is not going to happen. Therefore, I will try my best to defend your legal rights, whether we have fought side by side with each other or not. Just now, I talked with Director Guo of the Secret Sword Bureau of the Federation. In your case, Senior Sue, if you are willing to cooperate with us, you can totally be granted freedom and live in the homeland of the Star Glory Federation. Of course, for a very long time, your residence and your communications will be monitored, which I believe is understandable, but the surveillance will certainly not affect your normal life. In my opinion, you can even go to work, say, as a professor in a college. A great expert in a nascent soul stage. That's something that normal colleges might not have even if they want to hire one. What did you say? Su Changfa found it almost impossible to believe his ears. Pondering for a moment, he replied quickly, "It makes no mistake. Just because I'm willing to cooperate with you to some degree doesn't mean that I have given up my belief as an immortal cultivator. I am an immortal cultivator, and I always will be. It is absolutely impossible that I will be transformed into a cultivator. I know. So what? There is no law in the Star Glory Federation that states that you are guilty for having an opinion different from others, nor will anyone be punished because of their identity. Just like you said, being an immortal cultivator carries no conviction itself. You can always be one if you want to. If you really set me free and give me the right to speak." Su Changfa gnashed his teeth. "I will certainly promulgate the true path of immortality within the Star Glory Federation and bring up even more immortal cultivators." "I'm hoping that you will do that," Li Yao said casually. Su Changfa was dumbfounded. "You are not planning to shut my mouth?" "Mouths can be shut, but ideas are invisible and all-pervasive," Li Yao said carefully. "As the communication between the Federation and the Imperium grows more heated, maybe into the ultimate form of communication that is war later, the ideology of the immortal cultivators will certainly spread out on a large scale sooner or later. Will it really help to shut your own mouth alone? Nothing can stop an idea from spreading out. Even if everybody's mouth is shut, they can still make eye contact. Also, the more you shut it, the more curious people will be about the ideology. They will prompt themselves to explore and learn it. After your brainwashing and your stories, which I can't tell are true or false, I have to admit that the true path of immortality is a seemingly justified and highly intriguing ideology. Such an ideology is very dangerous. I've been pondering about it for a while. Right now, it is possible for us to shut your mouth one way or another. However, if the citizens of the Federation know nothing about the true path of immortality, will we be able to stop it when your expedition fleet arrives and implements a collective brainwashing, disseminating the true path of immortality like a flood? If we cannot block it forever, we might as well publicize it sooner. We will let the citizens of the Federation get to know the real immortal cultivators and true path of immortality sooner. We will gather the wisdom of all the citizens to find loopholes in the true path of immortality in the 100 years to come, in order to win the debate between the immortal cultivators and cultivators. You must know vaccines, mustn't you, Senior Sue? A vaccine is a collection of pathogens too, but it can trigger the immune system of a human body so that it will gain resistance to the viruses and germs of a higher intensity. I want you to be a vaccine that will trigger the Federation's immunity to the truth path of immortality. This is also a reason I've tried to restore your freedom, Senior Sue. Of course, if you have unwavering faith in the true path of immortality, you should be even more glad to accept my proposal, because if your path is the correct one, everybody will turn to the true path of immortality at the end of our debate. Then, by confessing some intelligence, you will be given freedom and the opportunity of public preaching, which is definitely in the interests of the Imperium of true human beings, right? Su Changfa's eyes were deeply hollowed. Li Yao's words cast him into a tricky dilemma. The unexpected factor you mentioned is too heavy a load for computation. Right now, I can't tell whether there are more benefits than harm for the Imperium and the Federation's rise. After a long time, the old cultivator gave up the argument and decided to give in for now. I will need to live in the homeland of the Federation for a while to learn how this world of cultivators functions before I make a choice. If the Star Glory Federation is as hopeless as the Curly Dragon Civilization, the Medicine Fork Civilization, and the Martial Meritocrat Civilization, it will be unnecessary for us to cooperate at all. Li Yao shook his head. I can't convince the Secret Sword Bureau to let you walk out of this place so easily. At the very least, you must offer part of the critical intelligence that is verifiable. For example, the control and production methods of the war base. If you can prove your sincerity about the cooperation with such critical intelligence, it is not unlikely for us to set you free and give you time to study the history and society of the Star Glory Federation. After all, there will still be 100 years to go before the full-scale communication between the Federation and the Imperium. We can talk about the intelligence within the Imperium later. Looking at his wrinkled fingers, Su Changfa was deep in thought for a long time before he eventually opened his mouth. Fellow cultivatorly, believe it or not, I truly find your decisions and your demeanor admirable. Now that you are frank enough to have such a sincere talk with me, I don't want to waste our time with more lies. There isn't much I can say about the critical intelligence regarding the Imperium of true human beings. Most of it is just empty, superficial talk. How is it possible? Stop making fun of me, Senior Sue. Liologa. Formidable as the Imperium of true human beings may be, experts in the nascent soul stage can't be a pawn everywhere to be seen. Can they? Considering that you are in the nascent soul stage and you have been given the responsibility of exploring with such a war base, you must be a man of high social status in the Imperium. How can you not know any secrets? Su Changfa tapped his head and said, Pay attention to my choice of words. I didn't say that I don't know. I said that I can't tell. It's not that I'm unwilling to talk. I'm simply incapable of doing that. Leo Blinka. What do you mean by incapable? I mean that the critical intelligence inside my head was locked through secret arts before I set off, Su Changfa said casually. You may consider me as a patient of selective amnesia, and I have forgotten part of the things in my past. If somebody else tries to activate the memory cells about that part, the barriers may be triggered and cause my brain to die instantly. WI? This time, it was Li Yao who was dumbfounded. Isn't the reason obvious? To prevent the situation that I am in right now, of course. Su Changfa said matter-of-factly. The universe is dark and full of terror. Even the best expert in the Imperium might be caught in a desperate situation in an exploration mission through thousands of space zones. Should he be captured by the hostile forces and confess top confidential information from the Imperium, wouldn't the Imperium suffer great losses without gaining anything? It is not about the loyalty of the immortal cultivators. The soul-searching techniques nowadays are too advanced. Even the most loyal immortal cultivators cannot weather through them. Therefore, before we set off for a mission, we examine our souls carefully and seal the important memories unrelated to the mission. When the mission is completed and we return to the homeland of the Imperium, we unlock the memories with special magical equipment. That way, there will be absolutely no losses. Li Yao scratched his head hard. He finally understood why Professor Mo Xian and his fellows had failed to retrieve much valuable intelligence after swallowing the Star Child in the Flying Star Sector last time. The Star Child must have sealed a lot of critical memories before he left like Su Changfa did. Right now, my knowledge about the Imperium of true human beings won't be much more than what a college student in the Imperium knows. Most of it is about the basic concepts and the general picture. Regarding the distribution of armed forces, the coordinates for space jumps in different sectors, the sailing routes in the universe, the detailed refinement procedures of various kinds of magical equipment, all the specific professional stuff has been sealed. Su Changfa looked at Li Yao as earnestly as Li Yao had looked at him a moment ago. That should be enough for now. Li Yao gnashed his teeth. What about the war base? You are the captain of Flourishing Sunday. You won't tell me that you have forgotten how to use or build it, will you? Only in a place full of assets such as the relics of the Panga civilization can it function at such a high efficiency and produce as many spiritual puppets so shortly. If the war base had landed on a regular planet that had insufficient resources, we might have had to hibernate for another 20 years before it produced a troop of the minimal scale for our exploration. That's not a problem. Li Yao stared at him, his eyes shining. You only need to tell me how to operate, dismantle, and maintain it. Pondering for a moment, Su Changfa said, I can tell you the operations of the war base slowly. But as for dismantling and maintenance, I will have to say sorry. Even I don't know how to dismantle and maintenance a lot of units inside the war base, much less figuring out their mechanism and duplicating them. Senior Su, you are the captain of Flourishing Sunday. Shouldn't you know everything about it? Li Yao found it strange. You may not know this, fellow cultivator Li. Both the war base and the colossi are the strategic magical equipment of the Imperium of true human beings. Su Changfa smiled bitterly. The greatest feature of such magical equipment is that they have adopted tremendous rune arrays and work units from the Star Ocean Imperium, the age of ancient cultivators, and even the primeval era. The ancient magical equipment was all excavated from different relics. We only came to understand their performance, functions, power, and operations after thousands of experiments. For us, all the units are black boxes. Do you know what black boxes are? It means that we know that inputting a certain command into the unit will lead to a certain result. However, as for exactly how the command is translated into the output and what the specific process and mechanism are, we don't have the slightest clue. Even if we dismantle the black boxes, we still can't figure out what exactly is going on inside. Also, it's possible that we will never be able to assemble the parts again after we dismantle them. If so, a precious unit of ancient magical equipment will be wasted. Therefore, even if you have received one war base, it will be almost impossible for you to duplicate it, because even in the Imperium of true human beings, such national treasures are also manually made and cannot be manufactured on a large scale. Their total number is limited. Li Yao was dumbfounded. How so? In the Imperium of true human beings, we like to explain the phenomenon with a metaphor named monkey and gun, Su Changfa explained. Let's assume that the civilization of mankind has been extinct for tens of thousands of years and monkeys have taken over the world. At this moment, a particularly smart monkey accidentally discovers a storm bolter that was deeply buried underground but is still of use. Because the monkey is very smart, or maybe because he is especially lucky, he accidentally pulls the trigger and shoots out a bullet. When the bullet blows a giant tree up, he learns the usage of the gun. Pulling the trigger is something that even monkeys can learn. Do you agree, fellow cultivator Li? Li Yao pondered for a moment and nodded. Pulling the trigger is not difficult. If the monkey is extraordinarily smart, Su Changfa continued, perhaps he can even go one step further and learn to shoot precisely through the scope. As a result, he will be the dominator of the forest. However, learning to pull the trigger is one thing, becoming a gunslinger is one thing, and dismantling the gun and duplicating it is yet another thing, right? Yes, Li Yao agreed. Even if the monkey turns into a great gunslinger and is smart enough to dismantle the gun into different components, it is impossible for it to duplicate the gun because it lacks the entire industrial system from metal purification to crystal refinement. To build such a system from nothing will take thousands of years. Fellow cultivator Li, you are truly insightful, Su Changfa complimented, not entirely meaning what he said. Let's assume that the monkeys build an intact industrial system after thousands of years. allowing themselves to duplicate the components without any error and assemble them. There will still a long distance to go before they completely understand the concept of spiritual energy and the mechanism of a storm bolter. They know how it works, but they don't know why it works. Do you agree? Liao nodded. It was self-explanatory. It was not just so for monkeys. He had been an expert of magical equipment maintenance when he was still a teenager, but he had merely been copying what was written in the textbooks. Even if he could repair a crystal processor, it did not mean that he understood all the mechanisms behind a crystal processor. Now, imagine us to be monkeys and the Panga clan to be us. Fellow cultivator Lee, you should be able to understand what phase we are in regarding the exploration of primeval treasures. Yes, many experts among us can pilot a colossus skillfully. They can even kill a member of the Panga clan with a colossus like you did. But it's like a monkey pulling the trigger of a gun and killing a human being, which might not necessarily be a coincidence, but does not mean much. Just because we can operate the colossi doesn't mean we can certainly maintain and duplicate them. We can modify the colossi, but it doesn't mean that we understand the mysterious mechanisms that support them. Many questions carry no answers right now with the underdevelopment of our civilization so far. The same logic applies to the war base. Therefore, you might as well give up the fantasy of duplicating it. It's impossible. Liao took a long breath, not without regret. His intuition told him that Su Changfa was not lying. When he was faced with the magical equipment from the primeval era, he truly felt that he was a monkey with a gun. It was not difficult for him to learn to use it, but it would be unbelievably troublesome to figure out all the mechanisms. One thing off the topic, Su Changfa said casually. Have you ever wondered, fellow cultivator Lee, why there were so many top experts and such powerful magical equipment in the age of ancient cultivators 40,000 years ago? The splendid views and the terrifying damage of many interstellar wars are still major eye-openers for us even to this day. One inevitably has the feeling that the more ancient, the stronger. It's as if we have been retrograding after generations. Of course, the ancient people were not necessarily better than us. The real reason is simple. In the age of ancient cultivators 40,000 years ago, the magical equipment and cultivation arts left by the Panga civilization were still scattered in the universe. The ancient people were simply adorning themselves with borrowed plumes by taking advantage of the powerful magical equipment of the Panga civilization. It is like an unintelligent son who happens to receive his father's fortune after his father passes away. He seems to be really rich and magnificent on the surface. It's also like the monkey that we talked about earlier, except that it is not one gun that the monkey has discovered, but a whole arsenal. Liao was greatly enlightened. Su Changfa's explanation truly answered the unresolved question that had haunted him for a long time. Sighing, Su Changfa said, "It's a shame that it is particularly easy for a rich son to go bankrupt because he only knows how to spend the money but doesn't know how to earn it. Even if he has a mountain of gold in his house, it will be exhausted one day." It's needless to mention the monkey who has acquired an arsenal. They may have great fun shooting the guns, but they never consider the industrial system behind the arsenal and how exactly the civilization that supports it was built. The bullets will run out one day, and the guns will be total losses eventually. As a result, 40,000 years ago, the mountain of gold was finally gobbled up, and all the weapons in the arsenal were wasted. Thus began the doom of the ancient cultivators. "I understand what you are getting at now, Senior Su," Liao said. "Today, we may not have as many experts as the age of ancient cultivators did, and there may still be a gap between the most powerful magical equipment that we make and theirs. However, we and the ancient cultivators are fundamentally different. Our everything has been built from scratch through hard work. After we find secret treasures of the primeval era, we will try our best to figure out their structure and mechanism. Unlike the ancient cultivators who were already content when they only learned how to use them. The ancient cultivators were the wasteful sons and monkeys who dominated the forest with an arsenal. However invincible they appeared to be, it was their fate to decline generation after generation until their eventual doom. As for us, although we cannot compete with the ancient cultivators or even the Panga civilization, in many fields as of now, we are exploring, studying, and making progress every day. We have never stopped. Then, it will only be a matter of time before we surpass the ancient cultivators, the Panga civilization, and all other alien species in the Sea of Stars. When Li Yao said that, Su Changfa gazed at him without blinking, trying to analyze what was truly on his mind through the twitching muscles on his face. There was no telling which of Li Yao's words touched him. The old immortal cultivator finally sighed and waved his hands. Invite Director Gui here. I've thought everything through. Perhaps we can negotiate more on some of the details. Li Yao was overjoyed. Su Changfa's life was not important, but the information in his head was very important. As an expert in the nascent soul stage, if he was unwilling to share information, it was barely possible to elicit the information from him through torture. Elder Nether Spring was a perfect example. Despite the cruel exploitation of the soul-searching techniques, Elder Nether Spring had still been able to conceal the secret of abyss deep inside his brain and even kill himself at the crucial moment. Torture was the most idiotic choice. It would be best if Su Changfa was willing to cooperate. I'm going to bring Director Gui here right now. Li Yao suddenly rose up, but he thought for a moment and sat down again. In embarrassment, he scratched his hair for a long time before he asked awkwardly, Senior Su, there is still one question that I would like to seek your enlightenment on. It's not a big deal if you don't know her, but have you ever heard of a woman named Li Linghai? Li Linghai? Secondly, who was Li Linghai in the Imperium exactly? Was she powerful enough to decide the fate of an entire sector? His foster father had mentioned that Li Linghai's identity was not a secret. If Li Yao ever had the chance to go to the homeland of the Imperium, he could ask any random guy to learn where she was. Since Su Changfa was an expert in the nascent soul stage, and certainly not any random guy, it was all the more likely that he knew who she was. After all, it was hardly likely that he would ever return to the Imperium in the rest of his life. Therefore, Li Yao decided to ask him right now. The secret would not be leaked anyway. Her surname is Li? Scratching his bald eyebrow, Su Changfa pondered for a moment, and then said, Since you are asking me without a context, it is obvious that this Li Linghai should be someone famous. In the Imperium, there is indeed a powerful Li family, which is sort of the most influential noble family, only second to the royal family. The Li family of Long Wind was a great house whose influence spanned quite a few sectors early in the age of the Star Ocean Republic. The history of the family can be dated back to thousands of years ago. Even long before the Star Ocean Republic was established, the ancestors of the family had already begun their activities. They are probably one of the most ancient families that have survived on to this day from the collapse of the Star Ocean Imperium. After Wu Yingqi ascended to the throne, the Li family of Long Wind was among the first batch of noble families to pledge loyalty to him. A lot of members of the Li family joined the Imperial Army and participated in the war to annihilate the rightful government of the Star Ocean Republic. They accumulated their battle credits, increased their influence in the army, and swallowed countless sectors who disobeyed the Imperium along the way. At present, there are 7 sectors whose sector masters are from the Li family. The other members of the Li family, in the army and in the capital, hold the positions relating to economy, politics, military, and media both on the surface and below the table. Understood. Li Yao nodded. Wu Yingqi was an outsider after all. He couldn't have ascended to the throne without the support of the local magnates, such as the Li family of Long Wind. One may even say that it was the local magnates, such as the Li family of Long Wind, who took the opportunity to eliminate their dissidents and competitors and to gain more benefits with Black Star the Great as their cover. After all, in either the Star Ocean Republic or the Imperium of true human beings, no matter how dynasties and eras change, the Li family of Long Wind stands as stably as ever. This is about the case, right? With everything coming to this point, everybody already knew each other's intelligence. Su Changfa was no longer bold enough to embroider the Imperium anymore. After a cough, he said, You can say that. Li Yao pondered for a moment. If she was a descendant of an ancient family that had a heritage of thousands of years and was one of the earliest contributors to the Imperium's cause, It was quite possible that she could potentially decide the fate of a remote world such as the Heaven's Origin Sector. Li Linghai, Li Linghai. Su Changfa curled his fingers and tapped his head softly. The Li family has tens of thousands of members. Even the most excellent of them are too many to count. It seems difficult to find her. Wait. Odd. The name does ring a bell. There must have been shocking news about her. Let me see. Li Linghai, a member of the Li family. A woman. Got it. Su Changfa narrowed his eyes. He suddenly eyed Li Yao up and down for a long time with a queer expression. Li Yao felt so creeped out that he had goosebumps all over his body. It was not the hostile and malicious look that an immortal cultivator cast toward a cultivator. Instead, it was a look mixed with certain affection. Affection? Li Yao was dumbfounded. He rubbed the goosebumps on his arms hard while he asked awkwardly, "Why are you looking at me in such a way? Senior Su? Is the woman a taboo?" She is indeed a minor taboo. The crown princess of the Imperium of true human beings happens to be Li Linghai. The vague affection inside Su Changfa's eyes turned into deep suspicion. Few people dare address the crown princess directly by her name. That's why I didn't realize it was her in the beginning. Where did you learn the name? And why are you suddenly asking about our crown princess? Li Yao was truly dumbfounded, his mind in a mess. He stared at Su Changfa for almost 10 seconds before he struggled to say, "If I say that I asked about her because I truly admire the charm of your crown princess and don't mean anything, will you believe it, Senior Su?" Su Changfa shook his head slowly. Li Yao's teeth were aching again, as if somebody had put pepper into his mouth. Had he known that the answer was so sensitive, he would not have asked Su Changfa. "Well, Senior Su." Li Yao looked around, trying to change the topic. "Do you feel that there is any chance at all that the Imperium of true human beings and the Federation can maintain basic peace first before the Covenant Alliance is destroyed? Can't your expedition fleet turn around?" "Your diversion of topics is too lousy," Su Changfa observed. Li Yao coughed hard. "Forget it," Su Changfa sighed. "I can't force you to tell me anything if you don't want to. Even if I know the answer, it's hardly unlikely that I'll be able to send the answer back to the homeland of the Imperium while I'm alive. However, groundless peace is definitely impossible. The Black Wind Fleet will not turn around. They will certainly swallow you in 100 years. It has nothing to do with the Imperium's ambition. It even has nothing to do with our different ideologies. To be honest, the Imperium is too rich and vast to bother about a few pebbles at the edge of the cosmos. The crucial question is that there is still the Covenant Alliance other than the Imperium. Any sector that is not occupied by the Imperium will be occupied by the Covenant Alliance. Any resource that is not owned by the Imperium will be exploited by the Covenant Alliance and turned against the Imperium later. Any human being will be fighting for the Covenant Alliance after they are brainwashed by the path of ultimate benevolence into emotionless puppets if they are not fighting for the Imperium. Do you understand now? Because of this, the Imperium will never abandon any sectors or the creatures living in it. I understand. Now that the Imperium will not give up its ambition to conquer us, it seems that a war between us is unavoidable before we work together to deal with the Covenant Alliance. I only hope that the failure of the war will clear the heads of the big shots in the Imperium and make them understand what exactly the opponent they are trying to conquer is. That's right. Su Changfa smiled. Power is the only thing that matters in the universe. The fittest will survive, and the winners will be kings. If you want to participate in the game between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance as a player and sit on par with the dominators of the universe, you will have to demonstrate your power to the Imperium first. Although he had left the prison cell and the soft, comfortable breeze was brushing his face, Li Yao still felt that he was confused and his head was in a mess. Even the large excavation magical equipment far away, which was letting out deafening noises, and the buildings that were rising higher and higher could not calm him down. "Pop, this must be the greatest joke that you have ever played. How did you meet the crown princess of the Imperium of true human beings when you were from the Covenant Alliance? From what I can read between the lines, you were actually not in a bad relationship with the crown princess. Is it possible that you two were together once?" Li Yao was quite scared by his own filthy thought. However, on second thought, it did make a lot of sense. After his foster father ended up in the Heaven's Origin sector, he would quench his sorrow with liquor every day. He had even wept at night, and sometimes gazed at the sky in the distance while mumbling to himself. His mind had seemed to be drifting somewhere far, far away. Li Yao had experienced the same things himself. They were obvious signs that a man was missing someone. Besides, what reason could make a man and a woman who were not related absolutely trust one another other than love? This is too dreadful. What exactly are the intriguing clandestine secrets between my foster father, a guy from the Covenant Alliance, and the crown princess of the Imperium of true human beings, the queen-to-be? Was my foster father suggesting that I should seek help from his former mistress one day? Also, since my foster father was from the Covenant Alliance, theoretically speaking, he should have been bound by the path of ultimate benevolence and shouldn't have revealed any negative emotions. But the foster father I saw had perfectly normal feelings, the same as everybody else. Also, when he was dying, he was still asking me to be wary of the Covenant Alliance. It's obvious that he had freed himself from the control of the path of ultimate benevolence and awakened the real consciousness as a human being. He betrayed the Covenant Alliance completely. How did he achieve it? Did it have anything to do with the mysterious woman Li Linghai? Also, what is Little Black exactly? Over the past few years, what Li Yao had paid most attention to was not his own recovery, but Little Black's secrets. The fat, lazy guy that had been sealed inside Blackwing for decades could be used to control a colossus. At first, Li Yao had thought that Little Black was a primeval treasure from hundreds of thousands of years ago. However, after asking for his permission, Li Yao had scraped off part of the powder from his body for examination, only to discover that the latest time Little Black was completely refined was no earlier than 10,000 years ago. Therefore, Little Black's birth date was not the primeval era, but the age of the Star Ocean Imperium. Based on Li Yao's own experience and Little Black's obscure memory, Li Yao assumed that Little Black should be a piece of ancillary magical equipment that the cultivators of the Star Ocean Imperium produced to manipulate the colossi. It was an object that could almost be called a liquid crystal processor and could translate the primeval operation menu of the colossi into new interfaces that modern people could understand. Then, the question remained, which unparalleled expert of the Star Ocean Imperium had Little Black's previous owner been? And where exactly did his foster's father find it? His foster father asked Li Yao to give half of the key to Li Linghai. So, was the whole thing related to the crown princess of the Imperium of true human beings from beginning to the end? Li Yao did not know how long it would take before he went to the homeland of the Imperium. But when he did, she would probably be the queen of the Imperium. So, how exactly was Li Yao going to barge into the royal palace in the capital of the Imperium and have a nice chat with His Majesty's wife? The picture was so beautiful that Li Yao shuddered in coldness. While he was upset, the old tortoise Gui Suisho appeared out of nowhere again and said with a smile, "My young friend Li Yao, you seem worried. What's troubling you?" Li Yao frowned and snapped. "A lot of things are troubling me, but nothing that you can take care of, Master Gui." Gui Suisho blinked his bean-sized eyes and said, "Why? I'm maybe not intelligent enough, but I am a few years older than my young friend after all. I can certainly share some of my life experience with my young friend. It can perhaps solve the puzzles in my young friend's heart. Isn't it obvious?" Li Yao said, "Master Gui, you are an absolute pessimist who believes in the unavoidable doom of our civilization. If so, in your eyes, all our struggles and endeavors right now should be futile. What can I gain by telling you things that are upsetting me? It seems that you have somewhat misunderstood absolute pessimism." Gui Suisho was good-tempered enough to not react when Li Yao was lambasting him so straightforwardly. "Let me ask you something, my young friend Li Yao. Do you believe that everybody is destined to die?" "What kind of question is that?" Li Yao was dazed. He blurted out, "Of course. It is the law of nature to age and die. I am not that kind of guy who blindly pursues an eternal life." Gui Suisho sighed. "No matter how brilliant and glorious one's life is, they will end up as a pile of dry bones eventually. In hundreds of years, Even those bones will be entirely gone. Right? Liao nodded and did not think that it was a big deal. It is enough as long as their life shined brilliantly once. What's the big deal even if there's nothing left in the end? Therefore, I can call you a person who believes in the unavoidable doom of life, Gue Suesho said unhurriedly. You believe that you cannot escape from your death no matter how hard you try, right? Liao was rendered speechless for a moment. If you believe that a living creature is destined to die one day and that you are not an exception, why are you striving and struggling so hard right now? Gue Suesho said carefully. For you, does the short life before death mean anything? Of course. Liao felt that a pot of boiling oil was poured into his messy head. Isn't it nonsense? We are not living our lives just because we're going to die sooner or later. Gue Suesho smiled casually. Right now, my young friend Liao, you should understand the essence of the absolute pessimism better now, right? You believe that everybody is destined to die, but you won't deny the value of their hard work when they are alive, will you? On the contrary, it is exactly because death awaits everybody that life is full of precious significance. If an eternal life does exist, everything that the undying person does will be truly meaningless. This is just like a race. Only if there is a finish line will a race be meaningful. If everybody has to run incessantly without a finish line, who will be ever persistent enough to run on? By the same logic, I believe in the inevitable doom of the human civilization, but I do not deny the value of human civilization just because of that, nor am I disapproving of the efforts that everybody, including you, is making while trying to save the civilization. It is exactly because I believe that our civilization will eventually perish that I have been given the privilege to observe our civilization from a more transcendental perspective and record every shining point of our civilization on the great monument of civilization. This is the essence of the monument scholars. Have you got it, my young friend Liao? Liao's eyes were blinking faster than the flapping wings of a butterfly. More or less. Then, would you like to tell me what is bothering you? Gue Suesho asked very kindly. Liao scratched his hair for a long time. He suddenly felt that all the CR*PPY old men were sophisticated enough to muddle his head with only a few words. Thinking for a moment, Liao said, Master Gue, there is indeed a question that has confused me for quite a few days. In fact, it is not exactly one question, but a whole bunch of questions. Gue Suesho pointed at the uneven ground and said, I'd like to know the details. Not caring about whether the ground was clean or not, Liao sat down and started discussing his questions with Gue Suesho. Before the Imperium of true human beings and the Alliance of the Holy Covenant revealed their true faces, I was an avid believer of the ideology I used to believe in, Liao said honestly. However, after I engaged with the immortal cultivators and someone from the Covenant Alliance on Kunlun and learned part of their ideologies from different perspectives, and especially after I got a clear understanding about the origins of the immortal cultivators, I grew confused again. My belief is very firm. Of course, it is not the core principle that ordinary people must be protected that is wavering. However, the history of the decline of the cultivators' civilizations that the immortal cultivators showed me seemed rather plausible. There are indeed certain internal contradictions within the cultivators' civilizations that are barely resolvable. The Curly Dragon civilization, the Medicine Fork civilization, the Martial Meritocrats civilization, and dozens more civilizations of cultivators have declined for various reasons. The diseases that cause them to decline are not entirely unseen in the Star Glory Federation. The so-called true path of immortality is certainly not a treatment to cure the diseases. It is just a dose of violent drugs that can stimulate the potential of the body for a short time, making them appear energetic, but will in fact hide the real causes of the diseases. When the effect of the drugs is over, the diseases will get worse and kill the patient. However, it appears to me that the path of the cultivators cannot address the problems completely either. It can't create a perfect world. Perfect world. Gue Suesho was amused. My young friend Liao, you've been too obstinate. Is there really such a thing as perfect world? Civilization is too large and complicated a concept. We can't make everything clear for the time being. So, let's take human beings as an example. For every person in the world, even if they are born in a rich family, always pay attention to their health and work hard to maintain it. It is always possible that they may be ill every once in a while, right? Which mortal in the mundane world can guarantee that they will be free of illnesses and worries forever? Only those in the tombs, I'm afraid. Deep in thought, Li Yao asked, what should they do if they have worries? Anything that suits them, Gue Suisho said casually. When you are ill, you go to a physician. When you are anxious, you go to a therapist. If the problems can't be solved, you drink or cry your troubles away. Don't all nobles and small folks spend their entire lives battling through such troubles and obstacles in such ways? Li Yao frowned. But some illness and worries are untreatable. Then they may die. Looking at the bright purple clouds not far away, Gue Suisho said slowly, now that you also know that doctors are not deities and that some diseases are beyond treatment, the doctors may not be to blame even if the patients pass away in the end. By the same logic, cultivators are not deities. What makes you think that the destruction of the Curly Dragon sector, the Medicine Fork sector, the Martial Meritocrat sector, and all the other civilizations is the fault of the path of the cultivators? As you said yourself, it is the law of nature to age and die. Every material declines. Even the burning sun will fade away one day. Why do you think that a civilization will never be sick or die? When a civilization is sick, we must find a way to treat it. If this prescription doesn't work, we will switch to the next one. After all the prescriptions have been tried and none of them prove useful, we will try to leave our message and die with dignity. This is the worldview of us monument scholars. Li Yao's face seemed to be mired in a deep valley. One moment he was confused, enlightened the next, and then hollow. There was no telling where his mind had floated to. After pondering for a moment, Li Yao finally mumbled, Master Gay, your words do make a lot of sense. I seem to be asking for trouble before trouble troubles me. Precisely. Gue Suisho nodded with a smile. If you believe that the most important thing for a living person is not how healthy and how long their life is, but what dazzling brilliance they unleash while they are alive, is it otherwise for a civilization? As long as the civilization of mankind leaves a heavy, ineffaceable stroke on the canvas that is the sea of stars, will we be regretful even if our civilization walks to its doom one day in the future? At the very least, the monument scholars will try our best to record the brilliant stroke as perfectly as possible and spray it to infinite light years away and eons later as our offspring and legacy. Narrowing his eyes, Li Yao looked at the clouds in the sky that were rolling like surging tides. Yet, his eyes seemed to be piercing through the clouds and darting into the depths of the universe. His heart was pounding, his breath was hasty, and his eyes were glittering. The worries that had plagued him for days were gone. He could not wait to leave his own ineffaceable trace on the enormous canvas.